Chapter 505, Something Happened. Xiao Lingli flew nervously in midair, waiting for the mysterious core formation senior to decide her fate. Although she still had one last desperate secret technique, she was very clear that with such a huge difference in cultivation level, even if she had 10 secret techniques at her disposal, she would not be able to escape the grasp of a core formation cultivator. I wonder if this senior just happened to be passing by, or if he was waiting here for this monster. Just as Xiao Lingli was feeling uneasy and anxious, Chen Mobai merely glanced at her before transforming into a streak of fiery red light and disappearing. This. Xiao Lingli's eyes widened, and she felt even more terrified. In the heavenly river realm, there is no such thing as helping those in need. According to the rules, if a senior saves someone's life, they should offer spirit stones or other valuable items as a reward. Xiao Lingli was just thinking that her most precious purple bamboo flute magic weapon was broken, and she also had half a high-grade spirit stone and several mid-grade spirit stones. She wondered if this senior would even look at her. To everyone's surprise, the other party simply left. Could it be that he's planning to come back later, kill himself, and take the entire storage bag? That doesn't make sense either. With the cultivation level of a core formation cultivator, if they kill themselves on the spot and destroy the evidence, even the nascent soul ancestor of Kongsang Valley wouldn't be able to find any trace of them. Why bother with all that? Or is it a test of my sincerity? While Xiao Lingli waited anxiously in place, Chen Mobai had already headed towards the eastern wilderness. He wasn't a very sociable person, although according to the rules of the eastern wilderness, in this situation, he should have killed Xiao Lingli to silence her and plundered her storage bag. But Chen Mobai still had some principles, and this reason was not enough for him to kill someone. On his way to the eastern wilderness, he sat atop the crimson clouds and took the Tai Sui out of the realm. The spirit creature had now completely shrunk into a ball, trembling under the cover of the azure flame sword net. However, the hundreds of wounds that were originally pierced by the sword demon had all healed by this time. If it weren't for the charred marks that could still be seen, Chen Mobai would have thought that the Tai Sui was not injured at all. Sure enough, compared to other spiritual herbs, the most powerful talent of this Tai Sui is its ability to self-recover. After a portion of it is removed, it can be restored to its complete form over time, provided that sufficient spiritual energy is supplied. It is precisely because of this that the Tai Sui nurtured by the Bushan Dao Academy has even shown signs of evolving into a fifth-order entity over thousands of years. Unfortunately, it was too difficult for the spiritual medicine to take human form, and the immortal sect itself did not have much spiritual energy, so that Tai Sui was stuck at the fourth level. Chen Mobai captured this Tai Sui, who had been growing for countless years. Its abundant vital energy was nearly at the upper level of the third rank. If it weren't for the fact that it lacked cultivation methods and could only rely on instinct to devour spiritual energy, thus failing to unleash its full strength, he probably wouldn't have been able to capture it so easily. However, this is also a unique feature of the heavenly river realm. The master and disciple are extremely guarded about the inheritance of cultivation techniques. For demonic beasts and spiritual creatures to obtain the cultivation method is harder than climbing to heaven. Powerful demonic beasts can acquire the innate divine abilities, spiritual herbs, and other treasures of their ancestors during the process of advancing in rank, but there has never been any talk of a powerful being ascending to immortality. So after Chen Mobai used the sword aura to scare it, it easily made a contract with the Tai Sui using its divine sense and blood curse. From now on, this Tai Sui will also be considered his spirit pet. After the contract was signed, Chen Mobai released the net formed by the azure flame sword. Just as they were about to cut a piece of the Tai Sui for research, they discovered that the latter suddenly erupted with powerful earth elemental energy, directly falling from the crimson clouds and smoke robe towards the earth. It looks like they're running away. Chen Mobai made a hand seal with a strange expression, activating the contract he had just signed. The Tai Sui, which was falling in midair, suddenly let out a shrill scream, then convulsed, lost control of the earth elemental power and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. She's as innocent as a 3-year-old. After Tai Sui had endured the pain of a contract backlash, Chen Mobai sighed and landed, then retrieved it back onto the crimson cloud and mist robe. Clearly, this Tai Sui had no understanding or fear of the contract. After Chen Mobai released the restrictions of the sword net, it thought it had a chance to escape and decisively ran towards the ground. It can be considered the essence nurtured by the earth, and it is born with the ability to escape into the earth. As long as it comes into contact with the ground, it can disappear into the depths of the earth at the fastest speed. Previously, Chen Mobai had only succeeded in capturing it by attracting its attention with the Yiwood divine thunder, and then secretly burying the sword fiend in the ground around it to form an impenetrable net. Unfortunately, they have already signed a contract, so even if Tai Sui escapes to the ends of the earth, Chen Mobai can easily capture it. Next, Tai Sui tried to escape 6 or 7 times in a row, but each time it was backfired by the contract. The pain overturned a forest and 2 small hills, and finally it understood something. I cannot leave this human side. If I go too far away, my whole body will be in excruciating pain, as if it is about to collapse. Having this understanding, although it still didn't know what a contract was, at least it would no longer leave the crimson clouds and smoke robe. Then, in an attempt to please Chen Mobai, it even vomited up the Foundation establishment cultivator from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace that it had previously swallowed, and pushed the mostly digested corpse towards him, implying that he should eat the rest. Speechless, Chen Mobai used the Azure Yang fire to burn the corpse to ashes. The fleshy Tai Sui trembled upon seeing this, seemingly heartbroken. But he didn't dare say much, and shrank to the very edge of the misty clouds. However, besides the corpse, Tai Sui also spat out a storage bag and a round golden ring magic artifact. Because it hadn't had time to digest, these things were still intact, and Chen Mobai deliberately avoided them when burning them. The second-tier high-grade magic weapon was no longer of any use to him. After looking at it, he threw it into his domain. However, he still had some expectations for opening the storage bag. After all, the first storage bag he opened in the Heavenly River realm brought him the first large sum of spirit stones for cultivating the pure Yang Dharma body, a memory that was very fond. With his powerful divine sense at the second level of the golden core stage, opening the storage bag of a Foundation establishment cultivator was naturally a piece of cake. Soon, all sorts of miscellaneous things piled up on the cloud. But what attracted Chen Mobai's attention the most was that pile of dark golden crystals. These are all gold crystals. I counted them, and there are a total of 38 pieces. Based on market prices, that's over 10,000 spirit stones. However, in Chen Mobai's eyes, these golden crystals could elevate his falling treasure golden light to another level. Besides the gold crystal, there were 3 high-grade spirit stones, as well as several mid-grade and low-grade ones, but Chen Mobai was no longer emotionally affected by these quantities. Chen Mobai glanced at the other pills, talismans, and magical artifacts, and then threw them all into his storage bag, which he used to store miscellaneous items. He planned to give them to his 2 disciples when he returned to the sect. After opening the storage bag, Chen Mobai immediately picked up a piece of gold crystal and began cultivating the falling treasure golden light. After forming his core, his refining speed increased dramatically. On his way back to the eastern wilderness, he trained and refined the Tai Sui, and the golden crystal in his palm visibly shrank. Based on this progress, I roughly estimate that it will take about 2 months to refine one piece. Compared to the 2 years spent on Foundation establishment, it's like heaven and earth. At this moment, he finally flew into the territory of the eastern wilderness. Bordering the entrance to the desolate lands are the kingdoms of Xiao, Yan, and Hong. However, there is a safe route in Xiao Kingdom that has been opened up by cultivators from the eastern wilderness. It is at least as dangerous as it is, and it leads directly to Dongyi. Chen Mobai chose to start from here. Go the same way and return the same way. Chen Mobai paid great attention to these details. After arriving in the territory of the Xiao Kingdom, he naturally went to find the Zhou king god first. When Zhou Wangshan was in Yan Kingdom last time, he volunteered to guard Xiao Kingdom. Over the years, although he has not achieved much under the pressure of Nangshuan sect, he has at least stabilized the power of Shenmu sect here and has become the nominal ruler of this place, succeeding the destroyed Hanshan Peak. Unfortunately, after the Southern Profound sect gained a foothold in the Yan Kingdom with the help of the Foundation Establishment Pill, it also remembered the Xiao Kingdom. When Chen Mobai left for the Eastern Barbarians, he had already colluded with the local cultivation families and, under the guise of opening a market, began to gradually erode the prestige of the Divine Wood sect here. Because Zhou Wangshan had done a good job in the previous 10 years, he was not recalled by the sect after his term of guarding the area expired, and continued to guard it. Besides him, Yue Zudao from Yan Kingdom and Yuan Chai from Lei Kingdom were the same. Facing the powerful and well-connected Southern Xuan sect, the three could only struggle to maintain the situation, but at least they did not lose their footing and still maintained the Shenmu sect's reputation for dominance here. Chen Mobai arrived at the Xiao Kingdom's residence of the Shenmu sect, only to find that King Zhou was not there. Moreover, there was no one left behind. When he went inside, he found that the people from the Shenmu sect seemed to have left in a hurry, and there was a table of food that was only half-eaten. "That's strange, what's going on?" Chen Mobai muttered to himself, then his eyes suddenly sharpened. For Zhou Wangshan to act in this way, there must be something extremely serious that threatens the survival of the sect. Has the Southern Mystic sect and the Divine Wood sect gone to war? Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai immediately rushed towards the teleportation array at the base, only to find that the teleportation array had been sealed off on the other side and could not be used. Without wasting any time, Chen Mobai determined the direction and headed towards the nearest market town in Xiao Kingdom. He wanted to use the teleportation array to return to Giantwood Ridge as quickly as possible, and also to find out what had happened in the eastern wilderness. Xuangyongfang City. It is one of the 4 major markets in the Xiao Kingdom, and it is run by the Tai family, a family of cultivators. After the Shenmu sect took over, the Tai family was the first in Xiao Kingdom to defect, and even sent people to Yan Kingdom to help attack the top of Hanshan Mountain. Because of this achievement, after the Shenmu sect destroyed the summit of Hanshan Mountain, it gave Xuanguang Market to the Tai family. Later, when Zhou Wangshan came to guard it, he relied on the Tai family's market to gradually gain a foothold before the Nangshuan sect could reach out. I originally thought that the Shenmu sect and the Tai family would be allies. But today, the Shenmu sect's shops in Xuanguang Market were plundered by a group of rogue cultivators and thieves who suddenly rushed in. At the critical moment, if it weren't for Zhou Bingyan, a true disciple of the Shenmu sect, who was here to oversee and command the situation, and promptly gathered the 20-odd sect disciples in the market together, then all the sect disciples would probably have been killed, except for the pills and magical artifacts that were looted. They gathered in the Spirit Stone shop, which was protected by a second-order array, to defend against the fierce and ruthless cultivators outside, as well as the opportunistic cultivators in the market. "Senior Sister Zhou, we can't hold this place anymore. We should all run for our lives." After a young disciple killed 2 rogue cultivators who had broken through the gap in the formation by piloting a flying sword, he immediately swallowed a pill to restore his spiritual power and spoke to a girl in a white dress with a cool and aloof demeanor. "The Foundation Establishment cultivators outside are just waiting for us to abandon the formation. Once we escape, not only will this Spirit Stone shop be looted, but all of us will have no hope of survival under the pursuit of the surging rogue cultivators." Damn it, where is the Tai family patriarch? He usually calls Uncle Joe his brother, but why has he suddenly become a coward? Without the tacit approval of the Tai family, how could these cultivators have broken into Xuanguang Market without anyone noticing? Zhou Bingyan, wielding the divine wood sword, stood in the center of the formation and spoke in an icy tone. Hearing her words, the remaining Shenmu sect disciples were even more desperate. "We're going to die anyway, so let's just unleash the formation and take a gamble." If we abandon the formation, we'll die immediately. If we hold on a little longer, maybe the sect will receive the news and send reinforcements. As Zhou Bingyan spoke, she looked at the leader of the tribulation cultivators who stood in midair with a melancholy gaze. This was a Foundation establishment cultivator with a gloomy face, tall and thin. He wielded a purple-blue flying knife, which conjured up streaks of sharp blade light as it slashed rapidly towards the array of the divine wood sect's spirit stone shop. Amidst the surging and roaring of spiritual energy, the second-tier formation began to tremble and crumble. In some places, cracks even appeared, and rogue cultivators seized the opportunity to rush in, wielding various magical artifacts and talismans to engage in life-or-death battles with the Chen Mobai sect cultivators. With a light wave of her hand, Zhou Bingyan unleashed a magnificent sword aura from her second-tier divine wood sword, instantly killing 3 chi-refining 9th-level tribulation cultivators and greatly boosting the morale of the divine wood sect disciples present. Snort! But at this moment, the Foundation establishment cultivator in midair noticed this scene. After letting out a cold snort, the purple-blue flying knife actually slashed down directly, aiming at the top of Zhou Bingyan's head. The second-tier formation flashed with spiritual light, but after a prolonged attack, the formation was already at its limit. The Foundation establishment cultivator's move was clearly based on this understanding. With a loud bang, the flying knife slashed down, shattering the formation. Zhou Bingyan's usually cold and aloof face suddenly turned pale. That sword strike was her trump card, almost draining most of the spiritual power from her dantian. Moreover, even in her prime, she would be no match for a Foundation establishment cultivator. In the eastern wilderness, there has never been a legend of someone being able to fight across major realms. Am I still going to die? As the flying knife landed on her head, Zhou Bingyan's lips curled into a grimace. Sizzle! Just then, she suddenly heard a clear clap of thunder. Like thunder in spring, it first sounds from afar, but in an instant it rings in your ears. Jump! The unstoppable purple-blue flying knife in Zhou Bingyan's eyes was shattered by a bolt of blue lightning. The lightning continued its momentum, soaring into the sky and piercing through the forehead of the Foundation establishment cultivator in his horrified gaze. With a loud bang, a headless corpse has fallen from the sky. I'd like to recommend a book called Seriously, Even Gentlemen Need to Be Wary. Brief introduction follows. In the first year, Princess Dakian met the gentleman for the first time. The man was upright and just, but she sneered, hypocrite. The following year, in the struggle for the imperial succession, a single misstep led to total defeat. She closed her eyes and sought death, but that man was the only one to step forward, risking his life to protect her and bring her back to the capital. She scoffed, at least he's a gentleman. In the 5th year, she seized the throne in a coup and became the empress. She offered him high-ranking official positions, generous salaries, and beautiful women, but he refused them all. She frowned slightly and said, "Indeed, a gentleman." In the 10th year, she woke up one morning with aches and pains all over her body. She gritted her teeth and cursed the man beside her. "You're not a gentleman." The book by the author, with tens of thousands of subscriptions, is absolutely amazing. Here's the link. End of this chapter. Chapter 506, The War in Iwa Country. Chapter 506, The War in Iwa Country. The second-tier array of the Spirit Stone shop shattered under the magic weapon of that Foundation establishment cultivator, and many cultivators who had been waiting for this opportunity rushed in immediately. The disciples of the Divine Wood sect picked up their magical weapons with despair in their eyes, preparing to fight a few more before they died, so that their life of cultivating immortality would not have been in vain. Zhou Bingyan had already closed her eyes and awaited death, but she was awakened by a clap of thunder and witnessed the most beautiful scene of her life. Amidst the blood-red light, the Foundation establishment corpse, its head shattered by cyan lightning, fell before the gate of the Divine Wood sect's spirit stone shop, shocking the tribulation cultivators who had been greedily contemplating how to seize the spirit stones. Who gave you the audacity to attack the disciples of my Chen Mobai sect? At this moment, a youth who seemed like a true immortal rode on a colorful cloud, and landed on the highest roof of the spirit stone shop. Accompanied by a cold sentence, a burst of orange-red light shot out from the gourd at his waist. Not good. The cultivators and some opportunistic rogue cultivators had already planned to flee when they saw the blue lightning appear, but Chen Mobai was simply too fast. A burst of brilliant light erupted, instantly crisscrossing the area inside and outside the spirit stone shop. The Yuan Yang sword demon is formless and intangible. Wherever it passes, blood light surges. One by one, the tribulation cultivators find their perspective reversed as they run, and before they know it, their heads have been separated from their bodies. The body was running, but the head flew off. In the blink of an eye, all the rogue cultivators who had besieged the Divine Wood Sect's spirit stone shop were turned into corpses by the Yuan Yang sword's aura. When Chen Mobai flew over, he initially thought that Xuanguang Market had been invaded and besieged by the Jiaziu. However, when he discovered that the target of the attack was actually the shops of the Shenmu sect, his brows furrowed. He arrived at just the right time. If he had come a moment later, the formation would probably have been breached, and none of the disciples inside would have survived the onslaught of the tribulation cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators. After killing the foundation establishment cultivator with a single flash of lightning, he showed no mercy to his accomplices. Zhou Bingyan, a disciple of the sword training department, pays respects to Elder Chen. Just as Chen Mobai was using the Yuan Yang sword to sweep away the surroundings, the disciples of the Shenmu sect came over from inside the shop. Led by a beautiful female cultivator with a slightly pale face, they bowed deeply to him. Before Chen Mobai formed his core, he lectured qi refining cultivators in Shenmu City, explaining the foundation establishment process. Zhou Bingyan was among them at that time and recognized him at a glance. "Get up, all of you. You have the divine wood sword. Are you a true successor of the new generation of the sword training department?" Before Chen Mobai left, Zai Jinghuo, the true disciple of the sword training department, successfully established his foundation. He didn't pay attention to who would take over next. Seeing that Zhou Bingyan had a second-tier divine wood sword, he assumed that she was the one. "This divine wooden sword was bestowed upon me by my family. The true disciple of the sword training department is now senior brother Feng Hongsu." Zhou Bingyan answered truthfully that she was a member of the Zhou family and was considered the most talented among the younger generation. Although she was not the number one in the sword training department, she was still in the line of true disciples. In order to gain enough sect contributions, he was assigned to the Xiao kingdom, which was guarded by his great-uncle Zhou Wangshan, to gain experience. Feng Hongsu, it's still this guy. Chen Mobai had a vague recollection of him. When he became the top disciple, he was the top swordsman. Back then, Zheng Wuyu had used the inner core of a demon beast to refine 2 foundation establishment pills, one for each of them, but he succeeded in establishing his foundation while Feng Hongsu failed. Then Zai Jinghuo realized his talent and held the position of true disciple in the sword training department for a long time. Unexpectedly, even after Zai Jinghuo had reached the foundation establishment stage, Feng Hongsu was still able to make a comeback. Senior brother Feng has mastered a powerful new sword technique, making him the best among the current disciples. Zhou Bingyan spoke up, but Chen Mobai was too lazy to pay attention to such trivial matters as qi cultivation. He's now a core formation ancestor. If Feng Hongsu were to reach foundation establishment, he might be interested in reminiscing about how he suppressed him with 2 sword strikes back then. What happened to the sect? Why is there no one left at Zhou Wangshan's residence? Chen Mobai asked the question that concerned him the most. Reporting to Elder Chen, last year our sect clashed with the Southern Profound sect in Yan Kingdom. Ancestor Fu personally came to confront the Southern Profound sect's ancestor. Both sides were mobilizing large armies of cultivators. Xiao Kingdom is close by, so it was naturally the first to be mobilized. Zhou Bingyan told everything she knew in detail. Although Chen Mobai remained expressionless after hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, making the Shenmu sect disciples below feel as if a sharp sword was pressed against their bones. Elder Chen was already an invincible foundation establishment cultivator before he left, known as the second-best swordsman in the eastern wilderness. Now that he's returned from his travels, who knows what realm he's at? Maybe he's already at the pseudocore stage. Zhou Bingyan was also a sword cultivator, and she was naturally very familiar with Chen Mobai, the benchmark of sword cultivators in the Divine Wood sect. Sensing the aura that Chen Mobai unintentionally emitted, she couldn't help but guess his cultivation level. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already retrieved the Yuanyang sword. The bright orange light, untouched by blood, remained as vibrant and beautiful as ever, and was now stored in the yellow gourd at his waist. "Where is Tai Qingshan? Come out and see me." After finishing his conversation with his disciple Zhou Bingyan, Chen Mobai's sharp eyes remained undiminished as he coldly shouted at the entire Xuanguang market. This Tai Qingshan is none other than the foundation establishment ancestor of the Tai family. Back in the Yan kingdom, I fought under his command. The fact that the cultivators were able to enter the market with impunity is largely due to Tai Qingshan, who is in charge of the market. After Chen Mobai killed the Jai Ziu, he naturally had to investigate the responsibility. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man in a dark blue robe walked out of the tallest building in the center of Xuangyungfang with a respectful expression, leading a group of people over. "Reporting to Elder Chen, my ancestor is not in the market. I am Tai Qingshan, the third elder of the Tai family. I'm giving Tai Qingshan the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If he doesn't come to see me within that time, then your Tai family has no reason to exist." Chen Mobai glanced down at Tai Qingshan, not wanting to hear his explanation, and said in a cold tone before signaling Zhou Bingyan below to light an incense stick. "Please forgive me, Elder Chen, but the teleportation array of my Iron Clan's territory and this place has been destroyed by treacherous individuals." Upon hearing of this, Elder Qingshan personally set off for this place. "That's one reason, but the incense has already been lit, and I can't go back on my word. If he doesn't show up by the time it's time, then your Tai family will have to give up this Xuanguang market." Chen Mobai is also a domineering and uncompromising person in the eastern wilderness. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control the people here. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell off the roof. Zhou Bingyan had already had chairs and tables brought out, and an incense stick was burning on the table. The rest of the sect disciples go outside and pack up the things belonging to the traders. You come here and tell me about the war between the sect and the southern profound sect in Yan Kingdom. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, the Shenmu sect disciples who were standing in a row immediately beamed with joy. Zhou Bingyan, who was called upon, also walked over excitedly and began to explain in more detail. A year ago, the Southern Profound Sect demanded that Yue Zhudao release the array to allow them to enter and search, citing the disappearance of some of their disciples in the Northern Abyss market. This was naturally not allowed, and friction began to break out between the two sides. In the end, the core formation ancestor of the Southern Profound Sect personally came to exert pressure, and it was only after Fu Zhangju stepped forward and fought with Nan Xuanjing that both sides finally withdrew. But this matter did not end there. Disciples from the two sects began to be hostile to each other in the Yan Kingdom, and there were frequent cases of people mysteriously disappearing or being killed. On one occasion, the foundation establishment cultivator of the Divine Wood sect was ambushed. Although he escaped by relying on two of his most powerful secret techniques, he was severely injured and unable to advance any further in his life. Although the murderer was not caught on the spot, he used the magic of Xuanxiao Dao Palace. In the midst of the uproar, several foundation establishment cultivators of Shenmu sect in Yan Kingdom were about to go to war with Nangshuan sect. Fortunately, Yue Zhudao was clear-headed and knew that this was a scheme by Xuanxiao Dao Palace. They probably deliberately spared the lives of their own foundation establishment cultivators in order to force Shenmu sect to attack Nangshuan sect first. After reporting to Ancestor Fu, he suppressed the internal discussions and pinned the blame on the demonic cultivators. However, his restraint only emboldened the Southern Profound sect, which began to frequently provoke him. At the end of last year, The Nangshuan sect's Bayas market auction was held as usual. A former disciple of the Shenmu sect borrowed money from all sides and spent his life savings to bid for a foundation establishment pill. But after he handed over the spirit stones, he didn't receive the foundation establishment pill. The reason given by Bao C Market was that the Shenmu sect disciple's identity was problematic and might pose a threat to the Nangshuan sect in the future, so this foundation establishment pill could not be given to him. If they don't want to give it, they don't want to give it, but who knew they wouldn't even return the spirit stones? Enraged, the Shenmu sect disciple immediately launched into a tirade of curses. The person in charge of Bayas Market, who had initially offered a cold explanation, turned hostile and rebuked him for insulting him, then drew his flying sword and killed the Shenmu sect disciple. This incident occurred in public and immediately caused a huge uproar. After the news spread, not only Yue Zhudao, but even the sect leader Chu Zuoshu couldn't suppress the surging public opinion within the sect. Petitions demanding war against the Southern Xuan sect could no longer be stopped. Moreover, this also concerns the dignity of the Shenmu sect, a major sect. If they turn a blind eye, they will be ridiculed by all cultivators in the eastern wilderness and forever labeled as cowards in the hearts of rogue cultivators and low-level cultivators. At first, Commander Yue still wanted to stop this war. He personally went to Bayas Market and demanded that the Southern Xuan sect hand over the murderer. Zhou Bingyan recounted the events at the beginning of the war. Yue Zhudao, who was in charge of guarding Yan Kingdom, was undoubtedly capable. He knew that once the war started, Shenmu sect, which had finally managed to recuperate, would suffer another major blow. Unfortunately, the Southern Profound sect was single-mindedly focused on fighting the Divine Wood sect, so his going there would only have brought him humiliation. They almost couldn't get out of Bayas Market. After Yue Zhudao escaped with great difficulty, war was inevitable. The Shenmu sect began to draw cultivators from its 6 kingdoms and send them to Beiyuan City in Yan Kingdom. Then Fu Zhangju left Giant Tree Ridge in his true form and personally took charge of the Rock Kingdom. Over the course of a year, the two sects have clashed directly several times. Although the Shenmu sect has more members, the Nangshuan sect, being a major sect of the Eastern barbarians, possesses more sophisticated war formations. Despite being outnumbered, the Nangshuan sect has managed to hold its own against the Shenmu sect. King Shen greets Elder Chen. Just as Chen Mobai and Zhou Bingyan were talking, a muscular man walked over, slightly out of breath, surrounded by a group of people. This person is Tai Qingshan, a body cultivator. Chen Mobai looked up at the incense stick on the table, just before it was lit and extinguished. He said calmly, "It's time. Please forgive me, Elder Chen. There was a traitor in the family. A guest elder who had been lying in wait for more than 10 years destroyed the teleportation array. Otherwise, I would have come immediately and would not have let this happen." Tai Qingshan walked over somewhat nervously. Although he was quite famous in the Zhao kingdom, he was no match for the #1 swordsman of the Shenmu sect. "I said time's up." Chen Mobai spoke again, and Tai Qingshan, a tall and imposing man, stood still, sweat dripping from his forehead. "Elder Chen, I've arrived as quickly as possible, and it should take about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. These are my apologies." As Tai Qingshan spoke, he took a storage bag from the family elder and handed it over. He didn't dare give it directly to Chen Mobai, so he handed it to Zhou Bingyan next to him, but the latter didn't dare to take it without Chen Mobai speaking. "I always keep my word." Chen Mobai spoke calmly, then stood up, his right hand already resting on the yellow gourd at his waist. Having witnessed the headless corpses scattered all along the way, the Tai family disciples turned pale and looked at Tai Qingshan with despair. "Elder Chen, in the war that destroyed the summit of Hanshan Mountain, I also led the Tai family disciples to shed blood at your hands. Do you really not show any mercy at all?" Tai Qingshan was also a cultivator who had established his foundation through life-and-death battles. When he was truly in dire straits, he was no longer the timid and cowardly person he had been before. His words carried a hint of toughness, his body stood tall, and his eyes held a slight anger. "Oh, Chen Mobai laughed when he saw this. However, he immediately realized that since he had not revealed his core formation cultivation level, in Tai Qingshan's eyes, he should still be the invincible foundation establishment cultivator Chen Gixian. Both being at the foundation establishment stage, Tai Qingshan, as the #1 cultivator in the Xiao kingdom and a late-stage foundation establishment body cultivator, was clearly confident in himself and seemed to want to fight Chen Mobai. At this moment, Tai Qingshan stopped pretending to be out of breath and unleashed his spiritual power, revealing a dark blue-green armor that, once donned, faintly resembled the style of Jai Dingjin. Seeing this, the Shenmu sect disciples who were originally looting the cultivators' storage bags all became tense. After all, this is the Tai family's stronghold. But Zhou Bingyan remained calm. She knew Chen Mobai's methods. At the foundation establishment stage, this person is invincible. Interesting. After being away for a few years, a foundation establishment cultivator actually dares to defy me. Amidst Chen Mobai's loud laughter, he stood up, and then a powerful aura that Tai Qingshan could hardly believe surged forth, instantly shattering his iron tower body. End of this chapter. Chapter 507, Reunion with Fu Zongju. Chapter 507, Reunion with Fu Zongju. You've reached the core formation stage. Although Tai Qingshan knew he was no match for Chen Mobai, after all Jai Dingjin had died by the sword of the man before him, he did not expect that before he could even make a move, his painstakingly cultivated technique would be broken by the opponent's aura. This level of cultivation has completely surpassed the foundation establishment stage. In his understanding, only core formation possesses such power. Upon hearing this, everyone around looked at Chen Mobai with shock, but the latter merely smiled slightly and did not give a direct answer. I'm not an unfeeling person. I'll give you a chance. Take your Tai family's cultivators to Beiyuan City in Yan Kingdom. Once the Nangshuan sect is destroyed, this matter will be wiped clean. Chen Mobai disliked indiscriminate killing, and since Tai Qingshan had indeed fought under his command, he gave him a way out. I'll make arrangements here, and then take my family to Yan Kingdom immediately. At this point, Tai Qingshan had no intention of resisting. He lowered his head and respectfully addressed Chen Mobai, who appeared to be at the core formation stage. The teleportation array in the market should work, right? Chen Mobai asked again, and Tai Qingshan nodded. However, there was a problem with the connection between his family and the teleportation array here, but it was still normal to teleport to other places. Come with me, let's go to Iwakuni first. Chen Mobai made arrangements, pointing out that the Tai family had a grudge against the Southern Chuan sect. He directly took away the key figure, Tai Qingshan, so that the Tai family would have no possibility of defecting to the enemy or fleeing. After hearing this, Tai Qingshan hesitated for a moment, but remembering how easily he had collapsed just now, he gritted his teeth, nodded, and called Tai Qingshan over, briefly explaining a few things to him. Pack up your sect's belongings here and come with us, along with the sect disciples. Chen Mobai called out to Zhou Bingyan again, and without any hesitation, the latter immediately began to instruct the Shenmu sect disciples to put spirit stones and other items into their storage bags. The teleportation array activated quickly, and after several transfers, Chen Mobai, along with Tai Qingshan and Zhou Bingyan, finally arrived in the territory of Yan Kingdom. Unfortunately, the teleportation array in Beiyuan City was sealed off, making direct entry impossible. Chen Mobai didn't send Zhou Bingyan over, but instead took out his long-unused Tongxianyi communication phone and dialed Yue Zudao's number. Before long, 2 beams of light landed on the mountain where Chen Mobai and his group were. Unexpectedly, not only Yue Zudao arrived, but also Fu Zongju, though not in his real body, but as a puppet. You've reached the core formation stage. Upon seeing Chen Mobai and sensing his aura, Fu Zongju asked with some surprise. He could sense that Chen Mobai's consciousness and physical body had surpassed the foundation establishment level, but his spiritual power was somewhat lacking, failing to meet the minimum requirements for a core formation cultivator. As expected, I have met senior brother Fu. Chen Mobai smiled slightly and called out the name the two had agreed upon to Fu Zongju. Then he used the returning origin secret technique, and the pure yang spiritual power stored in the myriad Dharma body returned. His aura began to surge suddenly, instantly exceeding the limit of the foundation establishment stage. Rumble! At this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder could be faintly heard. After demonstrating his cultivation level, Chen Mobai returned his spiritual power to his myriad Dharma body. The thunder in the sky subsided, but a light drizzle began to fall. Amidst the pouring rain, Fu Zongju's laughter was exceptionally loud. All right, junior brother Chen, ha ha ha. Fu Zongju's puppet body walked over and couldn't help but pat Chen Mobai on the shoulder, while Yue Zhudao and Zhou Bingyan on the side were also excited. This is the third core formation ancestor of the Divine Wood sect. It should be noted that the five-element sect, the largest sect in the eastern wilderness, only has 3 core formation cultivators. If we include their allies at Golden Light Cliff, their Divine Wood sect can be considered the undisputed #1 power in the eastern wilderness. Tai Qingshan was also there. After confirming that Chen Mobai had indeed formed his core, he felt even more uneasy. He was not optimistic about the war between the Shenmu sect and the Nangshuan sect, and secretly sent his family elders to contact the Nangshuan sect's people in Zhao Kingdom. He had actually received advance notice of the raid on the market to ambush and kill the Shenmu sect members, but he pretended not to know. Looking back now, it's fortunate that the Tai family didn't intervene, otherwise the entire clan would have been wiped out by now. I wonder if Tai Qingshan can understand my hints and clean up the mess left by the collusion between the Tai family and the southern Xuan sect. Just as Tai Qingshan was filled with fear, Chen Mobai and Fu Zongju had already flown up into the sky to talk. Fu Zongju, this war is mainly because the southern profound sect is testing senior brother Zhou's nascent soul stage. Zhao Xuankang and Nan Xuanjing's goal is to provoke senior brother Zhou into making a move. Chen Mobai, how is senior brother Zhou's refining of the Earth Mother Stone going? Fu Zongju, at this critical moment, if you return to Giant Tree Ridge, you will find that the spiritual energy of the spiritual veins is rushing towards the longevity tree where senior brother Zhou is located, and it has already shown signs of forming a nascent soul. It is precisely because of this that the two from the southern profound sect are somewhat uneasy. After destroying the summit of Mount Han, Zhou Shenking obtained the Earth Mother Stone and spent 3 years purifying the poisonous gas from the pulse-breaking pearl within it. He also obtained the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture from Chen Mobai. With a clear understanding of the path ahead, he no longer hesitated and resolutely began to attempt to form his nascent soul. Later, when they went to retrieve the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, and when Chen Mobai went out to form his core, it was all arranged by Fu Zongju. Now 14 years have passed. Zhou Shenking, who was already at the peak of the golden core stage, finally activated the aura of nascent soul formation with the help of the top-grade spiritual energy in the Earth Mother Stone. Even though Zhao Xuankang and the others knew that Zhou Shenking's chances of achieving nascent soul were slim, they were still unwilling to gamble. Therefore, they started to instigate a war between the Shenmu sect and the Nangshuan sect. As long as they could force Zhou Shenking to take action, the nascent soul formation would fail, and their goal would be achieved. Chen Mobai, Zhao Xuankang didn't make a move. It seems like only Nan Xuanjing has any aura on the other side. In midair, Chen Mobai activated his void insight eye and saw that among the imposing ranks of the southern profound sect, only the aura of a core formation cultivator was visible. Fu Zongju, he may be hiding himself, but senior brother Mo can teleport over at any time. Even if he makes a move, we can still hold him off, not to mention that you have now reached the core formation stage. Mo Duguang is always available whenever Shenmu sect needs him, and he and Zhou Shenking are the closest of fellow disciples. Chen Mobai, are there no signs of the other major sects in the eastern wilderness forming their core formation stages? Fu Zongju, they're all just watching from the sidelines. After all, the southern profound sect is backed by the profound Fear Dao Palace. The The fact that they haven't made a move is already a sign that they understand the principle of, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Chen Mobai, only we know about my core formation. Can we use our numerical advantage to kill Nan Xuanjing? Upon hearing this, Fu Zhangju fell silent. In the heavenly river realm, cultivators who reach the core formation stage are basically at their peak in terms of combat experience, life-saving techniques, and magical artifacts and talismans. It is extremely difficult for them to kill someone of the same cultivation level. However, 3 against 1 is not a problem. After all, Jai Zhenqi, a body cultivator in the late stage of core formation, was also killed without a complete corpse under the siege of the 3 of them. The key is how to create such an environment. If Nan Xuanjing were to remain hidden within the battle formation, even if he were to summon Zhou Shenking, he would only be able to watch helplessly. We need to expose a flaw, to give Nan Xuanzang the illusion that he and Zhao Xuankang are capable of killing me. After a long silence, Fu Zhangju said something. Afterwards, he discussed the matter with Chen Mobai. The two talked for a long time before finally coming up with a preliminary plan. Because the city of Beiyuan was a gathering place for cultivators from the 6 kingdoms under the Shenmu sect, there were many people and many eyes, and there were definitely informants planted by the Nangshuan sect. Therefore, Chen Mobai did not go back with Yue Zhudao. Fu Zhangju left his puppet body here and worked with Chen Mobai to refine their plan to hunt down Nan Xuanjing. In the southern profound sect's territory, besides Nan Xuanjing and Zhao Xuankang, there was another core formation cultivator. Puppet masters never exposed their true forms to the public. It was none other than Nan Shidao, the patriarch of Liujia Mountain, who, besides the one at the summit of Hanshin Mountain, had the greatest grudge against the Shenmu sect in the eastern wilderness. He spoke eloquently to the 2 core formation cultivators from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Before Fu Zhangju formed his golden core, he was known as the #1 puppeteer in the eastern wilderness. Of course, their feud with the Shenmu sect wasn't just about empty fame. After all, at their level of cultivation, they had already taken such things lightly. Besides Nan Shidao, there was another core formation cultivator before Liujia Mountain, Yan Fasheng, who was said to be the most likely candidate to reach nascent soul after the primordial ancestor. Unfortunately, that was the heyday of the 5 Elements sect. During Yan Fasheng's nascent soul formation process, Liujia Mountain was attacked by mysterious cultivators. Nan Shidao was no match for them, and even the sect's protective formations couldn't stop them. The enemy easily broke into Yan Fasheng's secluded cultivation location. Yan Fasheng had no choice but to take action and repel the mysterious man. However, he completely failed in his attempt to achieve nascent soul, and even suffered a severe loss of vital energy. He passed away a few years later. This incident was considered a great disgrace by Rocco Mountain. In the eastern wilderness back then, the only one who could easily defeat Nan Shidao and break into the Liujia Mountain formation, as if it were empty, was the Hunyuan ancestor of the 5 Elements sect. Therefore, after Yan Fasheng passed away, Nan Shidao blamed the 5 Elements sect for this. Because the eastern wilderness is vast, and the 5 Elements sect and the 6 Jia Mountain divide the north and south, the southern master sect turned its hostile gaze toward the Shenmu sect and Jin Guang Cliff, which are closer to them. You mean that Fu Zhangju's true form in Beiyuan City is not his true form, but merely a puppet, and that his true form is actually hidden somewhere else? After hearing Nan Shidao's words, Zhao Xuankang understood his meaning. That's right. Moreover, in order to control the overall situation and maximize the power of the puppets, Fu Zhangju's real body will definitely be near the battlefield. Nan Shidao nodded. He too had come here in a puppet body. But that's only a possibility. There are 5,000 Qi refining cultivators in Beiyuan City right now. With their combined battle formation, even the 3 of us wouldn't dare to venture in. Fu Zhangju's true body is the safest place there. Zhao Xuankang shook his head and expressed his opinion. If he were Fu Zhangju, he would definitely be in the army in his true form. I only mentioned some things about us puppeteers. What if Fu Zongju suddenly decides to hide his true form outside Beiyuan City? Nan Shidao's words deeply moved Zhao Xuankang and Nan Xuanjing. Without the protection of a battle formation, the three of them could easily kill Fu Zongju. Once Fu Zongju is dead, they can annihilate the 5,000 qi refining cultivators in Beiyuan City and then lead their army to advance on Jumu Ridge. Perhaps, in addition to interrupting Zhou Shenking's nascent soul formation, they can also take down the Shenmu sect in one fell swoop. We could try to confirm it, just in case Fu Zongju has lost his mind. Nan Xuanjing said to Zhao Xuankang, who hesitated for a moment but could not resist the temptation and nodded. Chen Mobai and Fu Zongju were still thinking about how to create an opening on the main battlefield. After feigning defeat, Fu Zongju abandoned the qi refining army and fled alone, which attracted Nan Xuanjing to pursue him. Unexpectedly, the next day, the southern Xuanzong actually mobilized a large army. They formed a golden battle formation, transforming into enormous golden-armored celestial soldiers, and charged towards Beiyuan City. Since there would have to be two battles, Fu Zongju immediately commanded his cultivators to form the armored Wood Dao army. In the five elements theory, metal overcomes wood. Although the Shenmu sect had a numerical advantage, they were instead suppressed by the Nangshuan sect. In the past, Fu Zongju would have tried his best at this time, but this time he simply retreated. He commanded his army to defend, and after exhausting the enemy's spiritual power, his own Jiamu Dao soldiers also collapsed. What followed was close combat between the cultivators and their armies. The cultivators, whose spiritual energy had been drained by the battle formation, skillfully took pills to restore their spiritual energy. Holding a spirit stone in one hand and wielding a magic weapon in the other, they began to fight against the opposing side. The time it took to determine the victor was extremely short. Soon countless bloodstains appeared, and cultivators died one after another under the influence of various magical artifacts and spells. Streaks of spiritual light lit up in midair, marking the duel between Foundation establishment cultivators. That should have been the end of it. But today, two vast and dazzling golden rays of light rose like the sun over the camp of the Southern Profound sect, and two tall, blurry figures, carrying magnificent and boundless spiritual power, rushed towards the northern Abyss City. Zhao Xunkang Nan Xuanjing. Fu Zongju's voice emerged, and his true form and a puppet body appeared in midair. At the same time, the teleportation array in Beiyuan City lit up, and Mo Duguang stepped out from it. Soon, the four core formation cultivators began a fierce battle in midair. Among them, Fu Zongju had the lowest cultivation level, only at the early stage of core formation. However, he controlled a third-tier golden sun puppet and, despite his fearlessness in the face of death, managed to block Zhao Xuankang. Nan Xuanjing and Mo Duguang were of the same cultivation level. One was an elder of a major sect, and the other was the #1 sword cultivator in the eastern wilderness. Their battle was visually stunning, with golden sword light crisscrossing and dazzling. While the qi refining cultivators below were dazzled, two Foundation establishment cultivators who were fighting in midair accidentally stumbled into the golden sword light and were instantly crushed into countless blood clots. Is this the power of core formation? End of this chapter. Chapter 508, Divine Sword Controlling Thunder. Chapter 508, Divine Sword Controlling Thunder. This battle between the Shenmu sect and the Nangshuan sect was the most intense one since the two sects began their confrontation. Four core formation cultivators, dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators, and nearly 10,000 qi refining cultivators fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights in the wilderness outside Beiyuan City. What was originally intended as a test battle between the two sides ended up with both sides suffering heavy losses. After this battle, both sides calmed down and began a long standoff again, with occasional cultivators hunting each other on the front lines to plunder resources for future cultivation. The four core formation cultivators then engaged in 3 more fierce battles. Among them, Fu Zongju, whose cultivation level was the lowest, suffered the most. One of his third-tier Golden Sun puppets was smashed by Zhao Xuankang's dragon-slaying whip. If Mo Duguang hadn't come to his rescue in time, he would have been unable to resist exposing his half-finished Purple Sun puppet. In the course of their probing attacks, both sides sensed the growing killing intent emanating from the other. It seems the final battle is just around the corner. Wuliu Mountain. Before Baiyuan City was established, it was the garrison of the Shenmu sect's army in Yan Kingdom, and it was also extremely prosperous. After the Southern Profound sect established the treasure market, only some disciples of the Divine Wood sect who guarded the spirit fields and hired rogue cultivators and spirit planters remained here. Not long ago, Yue Zhudao used the pretext of war to conscript and relocate everyone here to Baiyuan City. Subsequently, Chen Mobai brought his men here. That day, Fu Zongju brought a third-tier Golden Sun spirit tree seed and began directing Tai Qingshan, Zhou Bingyan, and others to make arrangements. Although it is only a third-tier defensive formation, with this mountain-suppressing stone, it has the power of a peak third-tier formation. It should be able to help you overcome your tribulation without much trouble. In midair, Fu Zongju spoke to Chen Mobai. When Chen Mobai demonstrated his core formation realm last time, he also truthfully stated that he had not yet passed the heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing this, Fu Zongju was greatly shocked. In his experience, how could one achieve the formation of the core without undergoing tribulation? Could it be another secret technique of the ancient longevity cult? This time, however, Chen Mobai didn't blame the divine tree secret realm. He directly mentioned the returning origin secret technique. I see. No wonder it's a sect that has produced core formation cultivators before. When Fu Zongju was young, he was a true disciple of the Five Elements sect and had heard of the Guiyuan sect, but he had no idea that this sect had such powerful secret techniques. After learning that Chen Mobai had not yet passed the core formation tribulation, Fu Zongju began to make arrangements for this matter. That's how we got the third order, Heavenly Wood Divine Light Array. After the formation was set up, Chen Mobai entered it and began to meditate with his eyes closed. He wanted to eliminate this hidden danger before the formal decisive battle with the Southern Profound sect. Only in this way can we face the core formation cultivators of the Southern Profound sect in our full glory. As the returning origin secret technique was activated, the vast pure yang spiritual power stored within the myriad Dharma body began to slowly return to his danshan, and a terrifying aura surpassing that of the foundation establishment stage began to emerge. Boom! Above the sky, streaks of lightning began to flash, and Tai Qingshan and the others standing at the foot of Wuliu Mountain felt an indescribable sense of oppression. The weaker Qi refining disciples of the Divine Wood sect felt their legs go weak, and were about to kowtow to the majestic heavenly power. Even Zhou Bingyan, a true disciple, turned pale, felt her heart pounding violently, and involuntarily retreated, wanting to get away from the range of this heavenly tribulation. Stand behind me, everyone. Fu Zongju's puppet body spoke softly, and a stream of purple-gold energy surged out, transforming into a light shield that blocked the way. Zhou Bingyan and the others immediately dodged. Tai Qingshan hesitated for a moment. He thought to himself that, as the #1 foundation establishment cultivator in the Xiao Kingdom, he also had a sliver of hope of forming a core formation. He wanted to take this opportunity to see just how terrifying the core formation tribulation really was. Rumble! Just then, a clear, jade-like bolt of lightning lit up the sky, and in an instant, a bone-chilling coldness surged through Tai Qingshan, making his whole body feel icy cold and his hair stand on end. A snowflake landed on Tai Qingshan's head without him noticing. The snowflake was pure white and hexagonal in shape, looking very beautiful, but it contained an extremely cold aura that made Tai Qingshan's expression change drastically. Junior brother Chen used the longevity scripture and the crimson flame sword technique to form his core through a two-phase rotation. Now, the crimson flame spiritual power has devoured all the longevity spiritual power and is extremely yang and strong. Therefore, the heavenly tribulation of core formation will trigger the yin-cold tribulation lightning. Fu Zhangju, acting like someone with experience, began to offer his comments. At this moment, Tai Qingshan had already pushed his body-forging technique to its limit. After experiencing it for a while, he immediately abandoned all pretense of saving face and hid behind Fu Zhangju. Even if I cultivate to the peak of foundation establishment, it would be impossible for me to survive this kind of heavenly tribulation. Tai Qingshan felt a deep sense of despair. He was not yet 200 years old, but he was already in the late stage of foundation establishment. He thought he might be able to glimpse the secrets of core formation before he passed away. But today's experience has completely shattered his self-confidence. Not only him, but Zhou Bingyan and other disciples of the Divine Wood sect shared the same sentiment. While marveling at the terror of the heavenly tribulation, they were also extremely excited that their ancestor Chen was able to withstand such divine might. Everyone was praying for Chen Mobai, hoping that he could successfully overcome his tribulation. However, Chen Mobai, who was on the top of Wuliu Mountain, was in a completely different state of tension than they had imagined. He was always cautious in his actions. Although Fu Zhangju had personally set up the heavenly wood divine light array for him and even inserted a precious mountain-suppressing stone, he still took out the purple lightning sword to ensure 100% success. Having a fourth-grade superior sword in hand brings a sense of security that words cannot describe. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking about giving the purple lightning sword a few high-grade spirit stones so that it could communicate with him and slay the heavenly tribulation, it instead conveyed a sense of excitement. Master, Master, where are you now? Why is there such a strong concentration of lightning essence? Didn't I tell you last time that the immortal sects are waging war? I'm the vanguard, and I came to this other world. Who knew I'd encounter this as soon as I arrived? Chen Mobai continued with the same excuse as before. The purple lightning sword's intelligence was equivalent to that of a child of a few years old, so it did not doubt his words and directly expressed its desire. Master, Master, may I eat some? Absorbing spirit stones requires conversion, but these are the most suitable thunder essence to nourish me. The purple lightning sword trembled gently in Chen Mobai's hand, expressing its own desire. Go ahead, if you want to eat it, you can have it all. This was actually a good thing for Chen Mobai. He released his grip on the purple lightning sword, and the longsword, gleaming with purple light, instantly flew into the sky with a whoosh. In an instant, the extremely cold blue lightning that had made Tai Qingshan and the others tremble was suddenly absorbed by the purple lightning sword like a whale sucking in water. Wherever the sword passed, the dark clouds dissipated and the tribulation lightning vanished. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds of tribulation lightning that had filled the sky above the entire Wuliu Mountain were split open with several thin cracks, all caused by the purple lightning sword absorbing the tribulation lightning as it passed through. Is this your sect's supreme treasure for overcoming tribulations? Seeing this, Tai Qingshan hesitated for a moment before asking Fu Zhangju beside him. Fu Zhangju was silent for a moment, then nodded, turned around and threatened in a serious manner. If you tell anyone, I guarantee that the entire Tai family will be wiped out. Fu Zhangju's words made Tai Qingshan immediately swear an oath, saying that if he revealed even a single word of this treasure, he would be condemned to eternal damnation. After making the oath, Tai Qingshan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Divine Wood sect truly lived up to its reputation as a major sect in the eastern wilderness, possessing such a powerful magical artifact that he had never heard of before. He was thinking about whether he should give up his family and join the Divine Wood sect as a guest elder, so that, when he reached the foundation establishment stage in the future, he might be able to use the sect's contribution to request the use of this magic artifact once. Junior brother Chen's divine sword seems to be of the 4th rank. Could it be? Fu Zhangju recalled the opportunity Chen Mobai encountered when he first entered the Divine Tree secret realm. He heard that, during the longevity trial, he met the phantom of an unparalleled being named Kingdi and witnessed the supreme realm of opening a world with a single sword. Considering Chen Mobai's unheard of and astonishing swordsmanship talent, Fu Zongju felt that his junior brother might have been chosen by the Azure Emperor to become his successor in a previous generation. This fourth-tier purple divine sword must be another opportunity that junior brother Chen obtained from the longevity sect after he formed his core. After Fu Zongju filled in the blank with the correct answer, the purple lightning sword seemed to have had its fill. It flew down with a trail of fire and landed contentedly in Chen Mobai's hand. "Master, master, I'm so full burp." The voice of the purple lightning sword echoed in Chen Mobai's mind. The latter looked at the remaining 70–80% of the tribulation lightning in the sky and couldn't help but scratch his head. "Chen Mobai, do you have such a small appetite?" Purple lightning sword, "Master, I've eaten enough. I was starving for too long." "Chen Mobai, I thought you could eat it all, I'm still hungry." Purple lightning sword, "One meal isn't enough for half a month's worth of food. Master, why don't you let me out to eat again tomorrow?" After hearing Zai Dianjian's words, Chen Mobai looked up at the sky and saw the heavenly tribulation, which had absorbed some of its lightning essence. He then silently used the returning origin secret technique to send his pure yang spiritual power back into his myriad dharma body. As expected, the heavenly tribulation, which was still gathering, hesitated again and then showed signs of dissipating. But upon further reflection, Chen Mobai realized that he was about to fight a core formation cultivator from the southern profound sect, and if he didn't overcome this tribulation first, he wouldn't be able to fight at his peak. Let's not lose sight of the bigger picture and focus on overcoming this tribulation first. If you can't withstand this tribulation lightning, I will unleash it completely. Thanks to the absorption of the purple lightning sword, the power of the heavenly tribulation dissipated somewhat. Chen Mobai was now 100% confident of surviving it, so he didn't intend to delay any longer. After saying something to the purple lightning sword, the pure yang spiritual power returned, triggering the heavenly tribulation once more. "Why?" Purple lightning sword was quite puzzled after hearing this. "Why eat such good food all at once? Can't we offer it to them gradually?" Chen Mobai explained the nature of the heavenly tribulation and said that he was about to have a life-or-death battle with a powerful enemy. If he didn't resolve the conflict, he would be hesitant and unable to unleash his full potential. The purple lightning sword seemed to understand, but not quite, because there was no such thing as heavenly tribulation in the immortal sects. However, it probably understood. "Master, the old master's purple flower sword manual contains a move called Divine Sword Thunder Control Technique. If you wish to fight, I can guide you to draw upon the vast essence of thunder from the heavens and transform it into a divine thunder sword, making the most of it." Upon hearing Zedianjian's words, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up, and he began to ask for guidance. At the foot of the mountain, Fu Zongju and the others were astonished to see the tribulation lightning in the sky suddenly disappear without a trace. "So, we've made it through." Tai Qingshan was a little confused. With such a loud thunder, how could only a few snowflakes fall? Is the core formation, heavenly tribulation, really that easy? Although Fu Zongju had his doubts, he knew that the most taboo thing during the formation of the core was to be disturbed, so he did not go directly to the top of Wuliu Mountain, but waited for Chen Mobai to come out. About an incense stick's time later, the heavenly wood divine light array on the mountaintop dispersed, and Chen Mobai's ethereal figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Fu Zongju told Tai Qingshan, Zhou Bingyan and the others to stay where they were, and then flew up himself. "Junior brother Chen, have you transcended your tribulation?" Seeing that Chen Mobai seemed unchanged from before, Fu Zongju asked the question with some hesitation. "Senior brother Fu, when I was undergoing my tribulation, I was suddenly teleported to the secret realm of the longevity sect, where I witnessed the supreme swordsmanship of that senior Azure Emperor once again. I don't know how long I stayed there, but just when I was gaining some understanding of the Azure Emperor's swordsmanship, this purple lightning sword suddenly flew out of the air and landed in my palm. I thought it was a hallucination, but when I opened my eyes, the sword was really in my hand. I was terrified. Is this a blessing or a curse?" Chen Mobai's acting skills were not very good, but his words confirmed Fu Zongju's previous guess, and the latter was shocked and couldn't hide his envy. "Junior brother Chen, if you feel apprehensive, you can let me keep this divine sword for you. As your senior brother, I will take full responsibility for any trouble that may befall you." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai chuckled awkwardly but did not reply. Although he knew that Fu Zongju and the purple lightning sword were incompatible, he had a lot of spirit stones, and half of the divine wood sect's wealth was in his hands. In Chen Mobai's mind, the loyalty of the purple lightning sword had always been zero. "Senior brother Fu, when I obtained this divine sword, I also acquired a cultivation technique called the Purple Flower Sword Manual. This technique was given to Chen Mobai by the Purple Lightning Sword, not downloaded from any immortal sect, so it can be revealed to the Divine Wood sect. If possible, Chen Mobai intends to pass on this technique within the Shenmu sect. This can also be seen as laying the groundwork for his use of the Divine Sword Thunder Control technique." When Fu Zongju heard Chen Mobai tell him about the Zihua Sword Manual without reservation, his expression changed slightly. He thought to himself that Chen Mobai was indeed a pillar cultivated by the sect, and his loyalty was beyond question. What a powerful sword technique! It's a pity that only those with a lightning spirit root can cultivate it. Fu Zongju solemnly memorized the Purple Flower Sword Manual. Although no one in the sect could cultivate it, it was a technique that directly led to the nascent soul realm, which would be helpful to both him and Zhou Shenking. Moreover, if it were given to Mo Duguang for reference, it might be able to elevate the swordsmanship of this #1 swordsman in the eastern wilderness to a higher level. End of this chapter. Chapter 509. The Purple Lightning Sword appears, thanks to Blind Monkey for the generous donation. Chapter 509. The Purple Lightning Sword appears, thanks to Blind Monkey for the generous donation. "I'm not interested in swordsmanship, I only like farming. This sword manual is a hidden gem in my hands. Senior brother Fu can pass it on to senior brother Mo if the Divine Wood Sect and Golden Light Cliff have suitable seedlings. They can also let them cultivate this." While Fu Zongju was still thinking about how to bring it up, Chen Mobai took the initiative to speak. "On behalf of senior brother Mo, I thank you, junior brother." Mo Duguang would definitely not refuse the Purple Flower Sword Manual. Chen Mobai then talked about the tribulation. When Fu Zongju heard that he had become one with the Purple Lightning Sword and could unleash the power of this fourth-tier sword, he couldn't help but gasp. Junior brother Chen's swordsmanship talent far surpasses senior brother Mo's. As Fu Zongju thought this way, he became even more confident about the battle against the Southern Xuan sect. While the two were discussing the ambush, Fu Zongju also used a secret technique of divine sense transmission to inform his true self in Baiyuan City about the Purple Flower Sword Manual through a puppet. "Junior brother, what brings you here?" Mo Duguang opened his eyes, activated the formation, and looked at Fu Zongju at the door with a slightly strange expression. He was a recluse, and after arriving in Baiyuan City, he had been sitting quietly in the most spiritually rich cave on the top of Baiyuan Mountain. Fu Zongju knew his personality well and never bothered him. Every time they fought, he would come out with his sword without needing any reminders. So when Mo Duguang saw Fu Zongju take the initiative to come to him, he was very surprised. "Senior brother Mo, when my junior brother Chen was undergoing his tribulation, he obtained a copy of the Purple Flower Sword Manual from the Longevity sect." Mo Duguang was absolutely trustworthy. After listening to Fu Zongju's instruction, his usually calm and unassuming eyes suddenly lit up with a sharp light, like two sharp sword beams. "What an exquisite sword technique! Compared to it, my Golden Goose sword technique seems far crude. One can glimpse the splendor of the ancient Longevity sect from it." As a master of swordsmanship, Mo Duguang has always been lonely in the eastern wilderness, because he has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and there is no one he can communicate with. Outside of the eastern wilderness, he was also unable to obtain sword cultivation methods at the nascent soul level, and could only sit and comprehend them on his own. Therefore today, after hearing about the Purple Flower Sword Manual, a top-tier sword technique even among immortal sects, he immediately felt a sense of enlightenment, as if he had heard a heavenly book. In an instant, the bottleneck that had bound him for decades began to loosen, and he saw the path to break through to the late stage of core formation. Even at the nascent soul stage, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. I wish I had been born in the ancient era of cultivating qi and immortality. After studying the Purple Flower Sword Manual once, Mo Duguang seemed to see a golden age of immortals in this exquisite sword cultivation method. He still believed that this was how it was in the ancient times, when the longevity cult existed. Junior Brother Fu, how can I thank Junior Brother Chen? After expressing his feelings, Mo Duguang thought about how he was able to obtain the Purple Flower Sword Manual entirely thanks to Chen Mobai's selfless dedication, and couldn't help but ask. Senior Brother Mo has risked his life many times for my Shenmu sect, so it is only right that you receive the Zihua Sword Manual. Fu Zhangju made some polite remarks. Although Shenmu sect and Jingguang Cliff were closely linked, sharing both prosperity and adversity, Mo Duguang had always stood firmly on their side since the division of the family. A single Zihua sword manual could not possibly repay his kindness. I understand. After the war ends, I will have Junior Brother Chen study the primordial true qi left behind by our master. Mo Duguang thought about it, and felt that only this thing he possessed could be worthy of the value of the Purple Flower Sword Manual. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhangju's expression changed. However, since Mo Duguang was willing to offer this, it was a good thing for Chen Mobai, so he didn't say much, nodded, and took his leave. After watching him leave, Mo Duguang closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Purple Flower Sword Manual once again. It's confirmed now, Fu Zhangju of Baiyuan City is the real one. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the two core formation cultivators from the Southern Profound Sect and Nan Shidao had determined what they needed to know through their battles during this period. I'll keep Mo Duguang occupied for a while. If you two brothers join forces, you shouldn't have any problem taking down Fu Zhangju, right? Nan Shidao said that as long as Fu Zhangju can be killed, the Shenmu sect's battle line here will completely collapse. Even if Zhou Shenking comes out of seclusion, he probably won't be able to salvage the situation. If we, as fellow disciples, cannot defeat a cultivator in the early stage of core formation, wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of Xuanxiao Dao Palace? But can you really stop Mo Duguang? Although Zhao Xuankang always prided himself on being a strategist, his cultivation level was also at the peak of the mid-stage of core formation. In a real fight, he would not be inferior to Nan Xuanjing, and he was very confident in defeating Fu Zhangju. However, he was skeptical of Nan Shidao. After all, Mo Duguang's reputation as the #1 swordsman in the eastern wilderness was recognized even in the eastern Yi region. I have brought all of my 6 heavenly soldiers. Not to mention Mo Duguang, even if Zhou Shenking came, he would be severely injured once he fell into my formation. Nan Shidao said with great confidence. Upon hearing the words 6 heavenly soldiers, Zhao Xuankang was also surprised. You actually mastered this. After the death of the primordial ancestor, he single-handedly orchestrated the split of the 5-element sect, causing great turmoil in the eastern wilderness. He was extremely knowledgeable about the major sects in the region. The tradition of Mount Rocco is very ancient, traceable back to the Rocco heavenly god of the Eastern Imperial Court, which is a puppet technique at the 5th-order nascent soul level. However, after the Eastern Imperial Court disintegrated, the 6-Ding 6-Jia puppet technique was taken away by various holy lands, and some were passed down by independent cultivators enshrined in the Imperial Court. The founder of the Rocco Mountain lineage received this part of the inheritance. However, the inheritance is incomplete, with only the 3rd-tier 6-Jia heavenly soldiers and some 4th-tier 6-Jia heavenly generals. If Nan Shidao truly mastered the 6 armor heavenly soldiers, then they would be 6 3rd-tier puppets. With their combined forces, they could indeed challenge Mo Duguang and Zhou Shenking. I dismantled the half of the 6-Jia heavenly general left by senior brother Yan Fasheng. I think he will forgive me for doing this to avenge him. Nan Shidao did not hide anything. In the past, Yan Fasheng almost became a 6-Jia heavenly general. After his death, the puppet naturally belonged to him. However, Nan Shidao had previously been determined to wait until his cultivation level improved further before repairing the broken 6 Jia Heavenly General. But after the Shenmu sect destroyed the summit of Hanshin Mountain, he realized the reality and decisively gave up the vast future to focus on the present. After dismantling the 6 armor Heavenly Generals, he exhausted most of the sect's resources to finally train the complete 6 armor Heavenly Soldiers, which gave him the courage to leave the mountain. I'm here this time to make everyone connected to the 5 elements sect feel pain, and Fu Zhangju will be the first. After hearing Nan Shidao's words, Zhao Xuankang and Nan Xuanjing exchanged a smile, and the three of them began to imagine the scene of flattening Jumu Ridge. The war broke out as both sides had predicted. On the open plains of Baiyuan City, the war formations of both sides coalesced into powerful Dao soldiers, harnessing the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transform into powerful beams of light that shook the heavens and trembled the earth. The powerful spiritual energies of metal and wood clashed, causing ripples to spread across the atmosphere like waves on water. Chen Mobai's figure had already hidden in midair. He rode the crimson cloud smoke robe, which transformed into a white cloud, carrying Tai Qingshan, Zhou Bingyan, and the others, waiting for his chance to make a move. Amidst the deafening roar, the soldiers on both sides began to crumble one by one, and the raging, out-of-control spiritual energy of heaven and earth painted strings of 7-colored rainbows in the air, accompanied by blood and other things, which was both cruel and beautiful. It started, wait. Chen Mobai saw the core formation cultivators rising in both camps and was about to send Tai Qingshan and the others onto the battlefield, waiting for Fu Zhangju to stage a rout and escape, and ambushing Nan Xuanjing or Zhao Xuankang, when he discovered that there was one more core formation cultivator on the other side. Nan Shidao. On the battlefield, Fu Zhangju naturally saw this as well, and his expression changed slightly. According to their original plan, he was to pretend to be no match for his opponent on the battlefield, and then Mo Duguang would also pretend to be powerless to do anything else, so that they could start to run away naturally. Now that Nan Shidao has appeared, he feels he doesn't need to pretend anymore. He definitely can't win against 2 opponents. But at this point, he felt that his previous plan was no longer useful. Originally, he and Chen Mobai, who were lying in ambush, might have been able to kill a core formation cultivator from the southern profound sect. But now that the numbers are equal, even if the people are lured in as planned, the tactics have become ineffective in a 2-on-2 situation. Today you will surely die. Zhao Xuankang and Nan Xuanjing flew over from the left and right, blocking Fu Zhangju's escape route back to Baiyuan City. Each of them took out their natal magic weapon and instantly pushed their spiritual power to the limit, determined to kill Fu Zhangju in the shortest possible time. Are you two so confident that you can take me down? Despite being attacked by 2 core formation cultivators from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, Fu Zhangju remained calm and composed. I told you are going to die. Even if Zhou Shenking came, he couldn't save you. Nan Xuanjing spoke with an icy expression. He was riding a golden spherical magic artifact, which contained miniature carvings of beautiful landscapes. With the activation of his spiritual power, a phantom sky appeared, covering half of the battlefield. This is his natal magical artifact, a brocade and golden bead. Once an enemy falls in, they will be trapped inside forever unless they actively retrieve themselves or are defeated. He would only unleash this magical artifact when facing an opponent he was certain of defeat. Zhao Xuankang also picked up his dragon-slaying whip, woven from 3rd-tier flood dragon blood vine. With the infusion of spiritual power, a golden-red flood dragon phantom appeared beneath his feet, carrying him into the brocade golden pearl. Amidst the ever-changing landscape, he appeared as an immortal riding a dragon, exuding an otherworldly aura. The 2 core formation cultivators wanted to finish the battle quickly, leaving Fu Zhangju no hope of survival. With a series of explosive sounds, the dragon-slaying whip struck the golden sun puppet repeatedly. Accompanied by a series of crisp cracking sounds, The puppet could no longer withstand the impact and shattered completely. Ultimately, it all comes down to ability. Seeing this, Nan Shidao calmly landed in front of Mo Duguang. "You actually dare to challenge me?" Mo Duguang looked at Nan Shidao with some surprise. He knew Nan Shidao, a core formation cultivator from the eastern wilderness, well over the years. Nan Shidao's cultivation had always been at the bottom, only at the early stage of core formation. Mo Duguang, being a sword cultivator, possessed one of the strongest combat abilities in the eastern wilderness. HMPH, today I'll show you the puppetry techniques of Mount Rocco. Nan Shidao came with the intention of making a name for himself. Seeing the two from Xuanxiao Dao Palace display their great power and force Fu Zongju into a dangerous situation, he also wanted to show off his own strength. With a cold laugh, he had already split into six. The six puppets, each of different heights and shapes, had emotions on their faces including joy, anger, sorrow, resentment, and grief. They held knives, spears, swords, halberds, clubs, and other weapons, and surrounded Mo Duguang. Oh, the six armor heavenly soldiers. Mo Duguang had heard of Yan Fusheng when he was in the Five Elements sect. Their senior brother had fought against Yan Fusheng and was full of praise for his puppetry technique. "Since you know this, today I will use you, the #1 swordsman in the eastern wilderness, to pay tribute to the prestige of my Liujia mountain." As Nan Shidao shouted, he was about to activate the 6 Jia heavenly soldiers formation when suddenly a deafening thunderclap resounded throughout the universe. He involuntarily turned his head to look. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. A handsome young man in a red and black robe held an ancient sword that shone with purple light. He seemed like a god who controlled lightning. The moment he swung the sword towards the sky, the lightning in the sky seemed to be drawn to him and turned into a pillar of lightning that struck the tip of the sword. An immense energy, beyond Nan Shidao's imagination, condensed into the ancient longsword in an instant. As the handsome young man in the red and black robe swung the sword, it transformed into a dazzling pillar of purple lightning, sweeping towards them. Why was it aimed at me? The moment Nan Shidao saw clearly the direction the purple lightning sword was pointing, he couldn't help but tremble all over. The instant the purple-red lightning bolt struck his head, he recalled the closest he had ever come to death, the moment he was undergoing the core formation tribulation. Nan Shidao didn't know why he thought of this. He unleashed his divine sense, immediately suppressing all the illusions and fears in his mind, merging the 6 heavenly soldiers into one, and unleashing his strongest secret technique. A wisp of silvery white jade light shone on his puppet, carrying an aura of majesty and grandeur, transforming into a silver light shield that forcefully withstood the divine power of the purple lightning sword. Hurled. Chen Mobai felt the resistance on his wrist and couldn't help but exert a little force, and the purple lightning sword instantly pierced through the silver light shield. Nan Shidao pushed the puppetry technique to its limit, uniting the 6 heavenly soldiers into one, but under the might of thunder, it only caused a slight ripple. Chen Mobai had never felt so powerful before. This was the first time he had unleashed his pure yang spiritual power so freely since he formed his core. This was also the first time he was able to control the purple lightning sword. The secrets of the divine sword thunder control technique flowed through his mind. Guided by the high-grade 4th-tier sword in his hand, he drew upon the boundless lightning and unleashed the most dazzling and brilliant sword strike of his life. As he turned his wrist, the purple lightning sword slashed through 6 unknown puppets. Having roughly adapted to the power of the sword, Chen Mobai swung it again, slashing heavily at the brocade golden bead hanging in midair. "Thank you again for the generous donation, and I apologize for the long delay in adding the extra chapter." End of this chapter. Chapter 510, Sword Severing Golden Core. Chapter 510, Sword Severing Golden Core. The power of this 4th-tier sword, combined with the condensation of all the lightning essence from the heavenly tribulation, far exceeded Chen Mobai's expectations. With a cracking sound, the brocade gold bead split open. Chen Mobai felt a slight resistance on his wrist, and then the purple lightning sword suddenly emitted a suction force, drawing 30% of the pure yang spiritual power from his dantian. In an instant, a wisp of dark purple lightning lit up on the blade, quickly flowing into the divine lightning sword light that was pressing against the golden bead. Rumble! A deafening roar echoed through the sky, and before the eyes of all the cultivators on the battlefield, who stared wide-eyed in disbelief, what had started as a tiny crack began to spread throughout the entire golden bead. Boom! The brocade and golden pearls shattered completely under the purple lightning sword, turning into countless shimmering lights that fell from the sky. Puff! The moment his natal magic weapon shattered, Nan Xuanjing, whose mind was connected to his, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then the clouds and mist disappeared, and the figures of 3 core formation cultivators appeared. Fu Zhanju's true form was pale. Beside him, a tattered puppet with purple wooden patterns showing at its joints blocked Zhao Xuankang's dragon-slaying whip and Nan Xuanjing's golden spear. In order to ensure his own safety, Fu Zhanju naturally brought out the Ziyang puppet, which he had kept hidden for a long time, in this plan to lure the snake out of its hole. It was precisely because of this that he was able to withstand the all-out attack of the 2 opponents. Even so, Fu Zhanju was in grave danger. Zhao Xuankang, who had a general overview of the situation, saw Chen Mobai flying over from not far away, wielding a purple longsword, and his expression changed drastically. Impossible, he actually formed his core. I clearly set up so many arrangements. Under the demonic nightmare prayer technique, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. There shouldn't be any hope of success. When Zhao Xuankang saw Chen Mobai appear, he was greatly shocked. However, he was a seasoned cultivator and quickly suppressed all his emotions. His eyes turned cold and sharp as he raised the dragon-slaying whip in his hand. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence. This natal magic weapon, having received this great power, instantly turned crimson like blood. Amidst the dragon's roar, the dragon, which was originally just a phantom, became real, opening its blood-red maw to bite down on Fu Zhanju in front of it. As long as he can kill 1 core formation cultivator, even if the Divine Wood sect has another Chen Mobai, victory will still be in his grasp. But in the eastern wilderness, every cultivator who reaches the core formation stage has a trump card to save their life. Fu Zhanju immediately took out a Cyan talisman, a high-grade 3rd-tier talisman that Zhou Shenking had painstakingly crafted. After casting it, a Cyan spiritual light enveloped his true form, blocking the dragon-slaying whip while also pulling him away into the distance. I told you, you will die today. At this moment, Nan Xuanjing also suppressed the backlash from the shattering of his natal magic weapon. He took a black pill, shouted, and clenched his hands towards the void. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards the golden halberd in his palm like ripples. The renowned sun-shooting divine spear technique of Xuanxiao Dao Palace began to shine brightly in the sky above Yan Kingdom. Accompanied by the sound of the spiritual energy rippling, it was like a golden meteor falling from the sky, shooting towards Fu Zhanju. Fu Zhanju also pushed the power of the talisman in his hand to its limit, hoping to block Nan Xuanjing's desperate attack. At that moment, a burst of flames suddenly appeared in front of him. As the flames faded, Chen Mobai, holding a purple longsword, appeared. His expression was cold and aloof. He raised his hand, which was not holding a sword, and a bronze mirror appeared, transforming into a golden semicircular shield of light. The golden meteor formed from the golden spear struck the 6 yang divine fire mirror with tremendous force, as if it were hitting the earth's crust. At that moment, all the cultivators who were watching this scene were blinded by the dazzling light. What followed was an extremely powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy, as well as a huge shockwave. Finally, the deafening roar of thunder could be heard. When the chi-refining cultivators below were able to open their eyes, they saw the purple and golden light, like 2 brilliant stars, colliding continuously in midair under the control of 2 core formation cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. It's unknown how many times Jinji clashed with the 6 yang divine fire mirror, but in the end, Jinji's brilliance dimmed first. This golden halberd was originally a consumable artifact created by the Xuanxiao Dao Palace for the sun-shooting divine halberd technique. It would unleash its maximum power during combat, but would become unusable afterward. If the defenses of the 6 Yang divine fire mirror were not breached at the very beginning when it was at its strongest, then all subsequent attempts would be in vain. However, Nan Xuanjing believed that as a cultivator at the peak of the mid-stage of core formation, he should be able to easily defeat a young man who had just formed his core, even without his natal magic weapon and with injuries. Moreover, he still had 4 of the golden halberds from the sun-shooting divine halberd technique in his storage bag. However, to unleash the full potential of this spell, it requires a period of time to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Senior Brother Fu, do you need my help? At this moment, Chen Mobai still had the mind to care about Fu Zhangju on the other side, who was being suppressed and beaten by Zhao Xuankang. HMPH, in a one-on-one fight we puppeteers fear no one. Fu Zhangju was also a bit arrogant. Zhou Shenking's talisman was still effective, and with the supernatural power of the Ziyang puppet, although he was in a bit of a mess, Zhao Xuankang could only suppress him. Without Nan Xuanjing's cooperation, he could not deliver a fatal blow. That's good, now I can deal with this guy without worry. After receiving a reassuring answer, Chen Mobai turned to look at Nan Xuanjing across from him. Nan Xuanjing then took out a golden flying sword, a third-tier magic weapon, which he had received from the sect when he had just formed his core. He had used this flying sword for decades and had long since mastered its operation. After the spiritual energy was infused, the golden flying sword multiplied into 2, then 4, then 8, forming a golden sword array in midair that covered Chen Mobai. Faced with this move, the 6 Yang divine fire mirror unleashed pure white flames, instantly incinerating the golden sword light into golden mist upon contact. After reaching the core formation stage, Chen Mobai was able to unleash the full power of this third-tier magic weapon. Moreover, because his pure Yang spiritual power is perfectly compatible with the 6 Yang divine fire mirror, the 2 spells Xuan Yang divine light and pure Yang true fire that come with this magic weapon can unleash their full power. The Xuan Yang divine light shield blocked Nan Xuanjing's strongest sun-shooting divine halberd technique, while the golden flying sword trembled and hummed as the pure Yang true fire burned it, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure. In the 5 elements theory, fire overcomes metal. Chen Mobai's magical artifacts and cultivation techniques are all of the Yang fire attribute. Although he is inferior to Nan Xuanjing in terms of cultivation level, he actually suppressed his opponent when the latter was injured. You can kill them. After exchanging 2 blows, this thought clearly surfaced in Chen Mobai's mind. He didn't know why he had this thought. Like an instinct, Nan Xuanjing's existence had already been quantified in his mind with some negative statuses: injured, missing magical artifact, damaged spiritual energy, poisonous medicine. Opposite Nan Xuanjing was Chen Mobai's own model, with some positive buffs above his head and some equipment and skill slots below. Purple lightning sword. 2 swords can be used without depleting one's own essence. 6 Yang divine fire mirror. Perfectly equipped natal magic weapon, currently providing a combat power boost. Pure Yang spiritual power, slightly depleted, enhanced by fire spiritual body and heavenly fire spiritual root. Azure flame sword demon, 5 element sword finger, myriad dharma body. Is this the small book? Chen Mobai had a vague understanding, but he also felt that the Fangkun book was not cultivated in this way. However, at this moment, he could only suppress all the distracting thoughts in his mind and control the pure Yang true fire to condense into fireballs, which he then blasted towards Nan Xuanjing on the opposite side. Amidst the flashing golden light, Nan Xuanjing used magic to condense spiritual energy into barriers, blocking the attack. Chen Mobai gripped the purple lightning sword in his hand and raised it. Boom! A streak of crimson lightning flashed in the sky. Although the power of the heavenly tribulation had been exhausted in the sword strike that shattered the brocade pearl, the purple lightning sword could still use Chen Mobai's pure yang spiritual power to unleash the divine sword thunder control technique. Upon seeing this, Nan Xuanjing's expression changed. With a pained look, he took out a yellow talisman, which, after being activated by spiritual power, transformed into an earth-yellow light shield that enveloped his entire body. However, after Chen Mobai raised his sword, he did not strike. Although the purple lightning sword was strange, it was connected to Chen Mobai's mind, and the man and the sword were in harmony. If its master forbade it to strike, it would obediently refrain from doing so. It's just that holding it in is a bit uncomfortable. "You brat!" Upon seeing this, Nan Xuanjing couldn't help but curse. After activating his talisman, it was enough to block any third-tier attack, but the defensive power would gradually weaken over time. However, if no one attacks, it can last for 3 days and 3 nights. Although he cursed angrily, and his face was gloomy, he did not lose his mind and continued to gather spiritual power to cast the sun-shooting divine spear technique. At that moment, a burst of flame suddenly appeared in front of him. Chen Mobai used his ground-leaving flame escape technique to instantly cross the distance between the two. A huge, semi-transparent skeletal claw appeared and suddenly grabbed the earthen yellow light shield. A surge of powerful earth elemental energy erupted, forcefully expanding the myriad Dharma body. But at this moment, the fingertips of the skeletal claws of the myriad Dharma body suddenly condensed the spiritual energy of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which then transformed into 5 colored flames. Under the 5 elements sword fiend array, it condensed into a dazzling light like glass, like a colorful storm formed by the condensation of the 5 elements sword light. It violently rubbed against the earth-yellow light shield, bursting out an even more terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation. Without any hesitation, Chen Mobai commanded the purple lightning sword to unleash its power. Rumble! The purple lightning sword, which had been holding back for a long time, suddenly erupted. Purple current burst forth in an instant, transforming into a huge purple lightning pillar that stretched across the sky and the earth, heavily striking the earth-yellow light shield that was already violently distorted and fluctuating under the bombardment of the myriad swords' Dharma body. The fight between the two had attracted the attention of all the cultivators present. Whether they were at the foundation establishment or Qi refining stage, they all stopped and stared in horror at the vast and terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy in midair. Is this the peak state of a core formation cultivator? As time passed, the purple lightning pillar that stretched across the sky slowly disappeared. The blood-soaked Nan Xuanjing appeared before everyone's eyes. He stretched out his right hand, covered with a layer of brilliant golden light, and struggled to grasp the purple lightning sword that Chen Mobai was slashing at him. Unfortunately, the power of a 4th-tier sword was something he couldn't possibly withstand. The blade pierced through his palm and went straight into his shoulder. If Nan Xuanjing hadn't dodged at the crucial moment, he would probably have been beheaded by now. This sword... Nan Xuanjing finally realized something was wrong. He had originally thought that the sword was only a low-grade 4th-order weapon. As the first core formation cultivator I've killed, I'll give you a quick death. Chen Mobai didn't let Nan Xuanjing say the next sentence. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of light in shades of cinnabar and blue. With a light slash, he had already severed the head of the core formation cultivator from Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Junior brother. Zhao Xuankang had noticed something amiss with Chen Mobai's newly advanced core formation cultivation level and wanted to come and help, but Mo Duguang had already dealt with Nan Shidao's hidden true form nearby and arrived in time to stop him. Now it's your turn. Mo Duguang, holding the blood-dripping longevity sword, looked calmly at Zhao Xuankang, whose face was filled with despair, and said coldly, "You all wait for the Grand Elder to massacre the eastern wilderness." After gritting his teeth and saying something, Zhao Xuankang took out a silver talisman. Mo Duguang immediately slashed at him with his sword, but when his sword light landed in front of Zhao Xuankang, it seemed to cut into an illusion and pass through the air. Heavenly Escape Talisman. Fu Zhangju exclaimed in surprise as he watched Zhao Xuankang's figure being enveloped in silver light and gradually disappear. Even in the hands of a nascent soul cultivator, a fourth-tier heaven escape talisman is a trump card for escaping. I never expected that Zhao Xuankang, a mere core formation cultivator, would possess such a talisman. Chen Mobai, who had just killed Nan Xuanjing, turned around and saw this scene. He frowned, raised the purple lightning sword in his hand, and poured his last bit of spiritual power into it, activating the last portion of the sword he would use today. Unfortunately, after breaking through the silver light, the sword light of the purple lightning sword had less than 10% of its power left. Zhao Xuankang endured the sword strike and then disappeared from their sight with hatred. It's a pity that we only killed Nan Xuanjing. We didn't achieve our goal. Chen Mobai walked over and said with a hint of regret. Killing one would be quite good. With Nan Xuanjing dead and Zhao Xuankang gone, the Nan Xuan sect will exist in name only. From now on, the Yan Kingdom and the Xiao Kingdom will truly belong to our Shenmu sect. Fu Zhangju burst into laughter. You deserve the greatest credit for our great victory in this battle, junior brother Chen. Upon hearing Fu Zhangju's words, Chen Mobai humbly shook his head, indicating that he alone would definitely not be able to kill Nan Xuanjing. With your cultivation at the early stage of core formation, you are able to kill someone at the middle stage with your sword. Your swordsmanship talent is even greater than mine. The one who said this was Mo Duguang. His most famous achievement was that, when he had just formed his core, he killed 2 third-tier demonic beasts from Yunmeng's while fighting alone. The praise he gave was undoubtedly of high quality. End of this chapter. Chapter 511, Mo Duguang's Breakthrough. Chapter 511, Mo Duguang's Breakthrough. Not at all, I'm still far behind senior brother Mo. Chen Mobai is always quite humble in front of his own people. And this is the truth. Mo Duguang is recognized as the #1 sword cultivator in the eastern wilderness in the past 100 years. He is a true genius in swordsmanship. Unlike him, who relies entirely on initiation, his knowledge is very superficial. Nan Shidao also died at my hands. You can also send people to take over the territory of Han Kingdom. At this moment, Mo Duguang said something that made Fu Zhangju even more surprised. Nan Shidao is dead. Well, don't you puppeteers always like to lurk your true form near the battlefield and micromanage it? After junior brother Chen killed the 6 armor heavenly soldiers with 1 sword, I used my sword heart to sense the surroundings, and sure enough, I found his leaked aura below. He disguised himself as a rogue cultivator on the battlefield, so I went down and killed him. Senior brother Mo is amazing. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but admire him. He was so focused on fighting Nan Xuanjing that he didn't even notice when Mo Duguang killed Nan Shidao. It can only be said that once sword cultivators rise to power, killing cultivators of lower cultivation levels is truly as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Mo Duguang shook his head, not taking credit. If it weren't for you slaying the 6 heavenly soldiers, I probably wouldn't have been able to kill him either. Junior brother Chen deserves the greatest credit for this victory. 6 heavenly soldiers, Nan Shidao actually mastered this. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhangju exclaimed in surprise. As a puppeteer, the only puppetry technique he could respect in the eastern wilderness was the one passed down from Mount Liujia. Here you go, I knew you wanted this, so I found it in his storage bag. Mo Duguang tossed a yellowed book to Fu Zhangju, who took it with a delighted expression and eagerly began to read it. During the viewing, Fu Zhangju's facial expressions were very rich, sometimes nodding, sometimes frowning, and sometimes suddenly realizing something. What's wrong? This 6 armor heavenly god puppet technique seems to be a different system from the longevity puppet technique I cultivate, but it also seems to be related. I still need to carefully consider its mysteries. Moreover, compared to the longevity wood dragon, the 6 armor heavenly general seems to be easier to master. I think if I want to become a 4th order puppeteer, I may need to switch my focus to this. After hearing Fu Zhangju's words, Chen Mobai and Mo Duguang were genuinely happy for him. In the eastern wilderness, it is extremely difficult to form a nascent soul. With the nascent soul stage being a distant dream, mastering a fourth-tier cultivation technique becomes the aspiration of core formation cultivators. However, in the eastern wilderness, only Zhou Shenking is a fourth-level talisman maker, and Yan Shayan is a fourth-level alchemist. Becoming a fourth-tier puppeteer is even more difficult, since this art of cultivation is considered a niche skill in the eastern wilderness. If it weren't for the immense effort Fu Zhangju has put into this skill, he would have even considered giving it up and learning weapon crafting instead. However, now that he has obtained the inheritance of Mount Liujia, Fu Zhangju sees hope for himself to become a fourth-order puppeteer. Thank you, senior brother Mo. After reading it, Fu Zhangju solemnly thanked Mo Duguang, but the latter shook his head and instead clasped his hands in a fist salute to Chen Mobai. Mo Duguang, I should also thank junior brother Chen. The Zihua sword manual showed me the path ahead. Chen Mobai, I am very happy to be able to help senior brother Mo. Mo Duguang, I'll leave the cleanup to you guys. I'm going back to Jin Guang Cliff now. After saying this, Mo Duguang suddenly threw his longevity sword at Chen Mobai, who caught it with a surprised look. Senior brother Mo, what is the meaning of this? Back then, my master left me 3 strands of primordial true qi, so that I could comprehend the primordial Tao fruit. 1 strand merged into my body, 1 strand was refined into this longevity sword, and the other strand remained in the primordial stone. The primordial stone is the core of the Golden Light Cliffs formation and cannot be moved, so you should take this longevity sword and study it for now. However, the primordial true qi in this sword has been tainted by my essence and spirit, and is now somewhat impure. If you have time in the future, you can come to Golden Light Cliff to study the most original primordial true qi left by your master in the primordial stone. While Mo Duguang was speaking, Fu Zhangju also transmitted his voice to Chen Mobai, telling him why the former had given him the Hunyuan true qi to comprehend. It was to thank him for the Zihua sword manual he had given him. Isn't the primordial Tao fruit something that only those with heavenly and earthly spiritual roots can cultivate and comprehend? After listening, Chen Mobai asked with some curiosity. That is the orthodox method of cultivation. My master had another idea back then and chose me. However, I made a vow of faith in the Tao before my master, so I cannot tell you about it. By saying these words, Mo Duguang was already treating Chen Mobai as the person he trusted most. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded, then raised the longevity sword with both hands, intending to return it. This sword is senior brother Mo's natal sword, and my spiritual root is fire, so I cannot cultivate the primordial Tao fruit. Please take it back, senior brother Mo. He was clear about his own talent. If he really wanted to reach the nascent soul stage, or even the deity transformation stage, it would be best to focus all his efforts on the pure Yang scroll. After all, this immortal sect's nascent soul cultivation technique only requires enough spirit stones to have the hope of breaking through to a higher realm. It suits him best. Even if one were to be distracted by the primordial Tao fruit, it would only be when one's cultivation reaches a bottleneck and cannot break through it, at which point one would think of drawing parallels and trying to comprehend it. Junior brother Chen is indeed a sword cultivator. His sword heart is pure and untainted. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhangju couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Mo Duguang was also stunned for a moment, then seemed to be deep in thought, standing there lost in thought. About 15 minutes later, a loud laugh rang out. Mo Duguang's aura seemed to have broken through a certain limit, expanding by nearly 2 times in an instant. The longevity sword in Chen Mobai's hand also rang out and flew back into Mo Duguang's hand. Then the flying sword slashed through the air, unleashing a pure and clear sword light that sent chills down the spines of both Chen Mobai and Fu Zhangju, directly slicing away a small mountain peak not far away. Congratulations on your breakthrough in cultivation, senior brother Mo. Chen Mobai's eyes sparkled with a clear, bright light as he happily congratulated Mo Duguang. It was only after junior brother Chen's guidance that I was able to understand this. I realized that I had been trapped in Master's primordial Tao fruit for the first half of my life, and my sword was no longer pure. Now that the burden on my sword is gone, I can finally break through the bottleneck and enter the late stage of core formation. Mo Duguang, whose face was usually calm, couldn't help but burst into laughter after breaking through the bottleneck. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhangju was filled with emotion and shock, both happy for Mo Duguang and astonished by Chen Mobai's amazing swordsmanship talent. This junior brother not only made rapid progress in his swordsmanship, but every move he made was in accordance with the sword's spirit. He even enabled Mo Duguang, who had been stuck at a bottleneck for decades, to break through in one day. He was simply the embodiment of the way of the sword. This is all due to senior brother Mo's own enlightenment and his amazing talent. Chen Mobai waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that it had nothing to do with him, but the two took it as mere modesty. Junior brother Chen, please come to Golden Light Cliff when you have time. I'm going back to consolidate my cultivation first. Mo Duguang was not a man of many words. He was used to keeping kindness in his heart. Since Chen Mobai did not want the longevity sword, he thanked him again and then flew back to Baiyuan City. Before leaving, he found a foundation establishment cultivator from Golden Light Cliff, gave him a few instructions, and then disappeared from everyone's sight via the teleportation array. Senior brother Mo is a true sword cultivator. Seeing Mo Duguang's carefree attitude, Chen Mobai couldn't help but speak up. Senior brother Mo left too quickly. I was originally planning to let them go to Jin Guang Cliff to occupy the territory of Han Kingdom. Our Shenmu sect is not manpower enough. Fu Zhang shook his head as he watched Mo Duguang leave. The Shenmu sect originally had 4 kingdoms under its control. After destroying the Hanshan Mountain, it added the Yan Kingdom and the Xiao Kingdom. Because it was fighting against the Nangshuan sect here, in order to consolidate its territory, nearly 1/3 of the sect's foundation establishment members and its subordinate forces have been sent here in the past 10 years. If another Rainbow Kingdom were added, many more foundation establishment cultivators would have to be sent to suppress the 6Jia mountain area. Fu Zhangju truly felt that he had too much territory and couldn't manage it all. These are all happy troubles. However, even if he were to propose it, Mo Duguang would definitely not agree. Because Jin Guangya lacks management talent, the Feng Kingdom under its own sect doesn't even generate much profit. If it weren't for a spirit stone mine and some mineral veins, it's likely that the resources for its disciples' cultivation wouldn't be available every year. Currently, most of Jin Guangya's annual income comes from the share of revenue from Shenmu sect. Having grown accustomed to receiving resources effortlessly each year, the sword cultivators of Golden Light Cliff were even less inclined to venture out and manage their resources. Anyway, just call them whenever you need to kill someone. They're the experts in that area. After Mo Duguang left, the person leading the team in Baiyuan City was a foundation establishment cultivator named Ning Leshan. Chen Mobai recognized this person. Back on Qingguang Island, he had served under him, fighting against the monsters alongside Qi Rui and others. Unexpectedly, the foundation establishment sword cultivator who was once out of reach is now respectfully bowing to Chen Mobai and addressing him as Ancestor. Greetings, Ancestor Chen. Before Ancestor Mo departed, he instructed us to follow your orders in all matters. No need for formalities. When I was a rogue cultivator, I received your protection. Do you remember? Chen Mobai was also very happy to see Ning Leshan with his 3 long beards. The higher one's cultivation level, the more one likes to reminisce about the past. Please forgive my poor eyesight. I don't know when I have met Elder Chen. Ning Leshan had no recollection of it at all. After all, he had only paused in midair for a moment and said a few words to Wang Yuanwu of the Shenmu sect, who was leading the group. As for the rogue cultivators like Chen Mobai on the side, they hadn't even paid attention to him and had no way of remembering it. Yunmeng's Qingguang Island. Back then you were only in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Now you're already in the late stage. No wonder senior brother Mo let you lead the team. Work hard to cultivate, and maybe in the future he'll be able to call you junior brother. Chen Mobai recounted their first meeting and spoke to Ning Leshan with an encouraging expression. After hearing this, Ning Leshan first realized what was happening, then looked at the handsome young man sitting in front of him with a look of horror. More than 20 years ago, this old ancestor Chen was just a rogue cultivator practicing qi. Ning Leshan believed that he was already exceptionally talented to have broken through to the late foundation establishment stage in recent years, and he was even somewhat proud of it, hoping to form his core. Little did they know that the thing they had dreamed of all their lives, this old man Chen had achieved in just over 20 years. Moreover, it spans two major realms, from qi refining to core formation. Is this the peerless sword genius? For the first time in his life, Ning Leshan felt an overwhelming sense of awe and admiration for someone's talent. Mo Duguang is also very powerful, but when Ning Leshan was cultivating, Mo Duguang had already formed his core, while he has been practicing qi refining and foundation establishment for a long time, and Mo Duguang is still only forming his core. Ning Leshan believed that given enough time and resources, he too could reach or even surpass Mo Duguang's level. But Ning Leshan felt that even if he spent 10 or 100 times more resources, he could only look up to old ancestor Chen and never surpass him. If I had known this would happen, I should have paid more attention back then. It would be a waste for such a peerless sword genius to join the Divine Wood sect. He could have truly shown if he had come to their golden light cliff. Just as Ning Leshan was regretting his negligence, Fu Zongju walked in. After the great battle, he led the cultivators of the Shenmu sect to wipe out the remnants of the Nangshuan sect. Unfortunately, the opponents were also shrewd. Seeing Nan Xuanjing killed and Zhao Xuankang escape, they immediately scattered and fled. The people from the southern profound sect escaped back to Bayas Market using a teleportation array they had set up long ago. By the time Fu Zongju caught up with them, they had already vanished without a trace with most of the spirit stone resources. Relying on his core formation cultivator's divine sense, Fu Zongju caught up with two foundation establishment cultivators from the southern profound sect in one direction and decisively attacked them. However, Fu Zongju had no interest in bullying the weak. After killing the two, he handed over the task of the pursuit to Zhou Wangshan, then gave command of the cultivator army to Yue Zhudao and returned home first. Junior brother Chen, you're familiar with this place, so why don't you take the trouble to handle the cleanup while I go to Hongguo to coerce Liujia Mountain and get their inherited puppetry technique? Although Fu Zongju obtained the most profound puppetry techniques of Mount Rikaku, some basic puppetry knowledge is still essential for him to fully understand and comprehend them. The Liujia Mountain's lineage is even older than that of the Five Elements sect, and their research on the Liujia heavenly god puppet technique is definitely much more thorough than that of Fu Zongju alone. If Fu Zongju could plunder these techniques and incorporate them into his own puppet knowledge system, then he would be even more confident in becoming a fourth-tier puppeteer. Senior brother Fu, please go ahead. Do you need to bring some help? Well, I'll bring some foundation establishment cultivators from the punishment hall and the puppet department to help out. But since Nan Shidao is dead, if the sect leader of Liujia Mountain is wise, he should have opened the mountain gates wide and offered up all the puppet inheritances when I arrived. That way, I might be happy and spare their lives. Amidst Fu Zongju's loud laughter, Quan Shanlin, the deputy hall master of the punishment hall, and Jinghui, the head of the puppet department, along with 6 other foundation establishment cultivators, arrived outside the door. Once everyone was in place, Fu Zongju wasted no time and flew directly towards Hongguo, which borders Yangguo. End of this chapter. Chapter 512, Eastern Wilderness Reaction. Chapter 512, Eastern Wilderness Reaction. Very well, since your Rokuko mountain is so pragmatic, then I will keep my word and spare your lives. From now on, your lineage will be closed to cultivation. When Fu Zongju saw that Su Shengbing, the leader of Liujia Mountain, had indeed opened the mountain-protecting formation and presented all the hundreds of volumes of puppet knowledge passed down for thousands of years, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. And Jinghui immediately went up to examine these puppet inheritances. He was the head of the puppet department of the Shenmu sect and was the most knowledgeable about puppets among the Shenmu sect members present, second only to Fu Zhangju. After checking and finding no problems, he took out a storage bag, packed all the hundreds of volumes into it, and then returned to Fu Zhangju's side, respectfully handing it over. Walk! Fu Zhangju did not linger here any longer. He laughed loudly, mounted his escape light, and led the Shenmu sect group away from Liujia Mountain. Su Shengbing looked up after watching the group disappear, a flash of resentment in his eyes. But without a core formation cultivator in charge, how could they possibly resist the evil alliance of the Eastern Wilderness, with the Divine Wood sect at its core? In the Battle of Yan Kingdom, Shenmu sect lost another core formation cultivator, while the two core formation cultivators of Nangshuan sect, whom Liujia Mountain relied on, were killed and escaped. Even their own ancestor died under Mo Duguang's sword. Now, not only are people from Liujia Mountain astonished, but people from the Five Elements sect are probably also extremely surprised. In just over 20 years, the two sides, whose strengths were originally evenly matched, have been reversed in an instant. The key is that peerless sword genius named Chen Gixian. If I had known there was such a genius among the rogue cultivators in Nangxi Market, I should have taken him back to Liujia Mountain back then. Su Shengbing recalled that 30 years ago, in order to find a suitable ghost primordial embryo for his ancestor who had become a ghost cultivator, he traveled all over the Eastern Wilderness, selected more than a dozen cauldrons, and also passed through Nangxi Market in Yun Kingdom, where he planted a mark on a small rogue cultivator. If I had wandered around Nangxi Market more back then, I might have met the incredibly talented Chen Gixian. After all, the brilliance of a genius can never be concealed. In order to find the cauldron for resurrection, Su Shengbing had specially cultivated a spiritual eye technique. He was confident that as long as he saw Chen Gixian, the latter's astonishing swordsmanship talent would definitely be on full display. Unfortunately, I was too lazy at the time. After Lu Shu taught me the techniques for half a year, I hurriedly went to the Rain Kingdom to find my old lover. If they had stayed another year or two, the one with an additional core formation cultivator would now be their Liujia Mountain. They might already be launching a counterattack against the Five Elements sect. Sect leader. Just as Su Shengbing was heartbroken and unable to breathe, some elders from Liujia Mountain also walked over with grief and indignation on their faces, their expressions full of humiliation. All of you should shut yourselves up and cultivate. If you ever need to leave the mountain in the future, do not say that you are from Mount Rocco. When Su Shengbing said this, some of the more radical foundation establishment elders couldn't stand it anymore and began to accuse him of handing over the sect's thousand-year heritage to others. Even if Mount Liujia is destroyed and all these inheritances are burned, it will not make the Shenmu sect stronger. There were obviously many elders of Mount Rocco who held this idea, but the reason why Su Shengbing was the sect leader was because he was better at weighing the pros and cons when doing things. As long as Mount Liujia exists, the sect has hope of producing the next core formation cultivator. Compared to inheritance, I think these are more important. Su Shengbing pointed to the mountain beneath his feet. This was one of the few fourth-order spiritual veins in the Eastern Wilderness. Although it was only a low-grade fourth-order vein, it was the foundation upon which the core formation cultivators of Liujia Mountain had been continuously cultivated for thousands of years. Where there is a spiritual vein, there is a future. If even the spiritual veins are gone, then even if Mount Rikaku were to flee to the Eastern barbarians, it would gradually dissipate like stars in the sky and turn into dust of history. HMPH, I can't agree with your point of view. An elder in the late Foundation establishment stage spoke with a cold gaze. With his raised arm and shout, nearly a quarter of the people in Liujia Mountain joined in opposing Su Shengbing. You Changian, you and I entered the sect at the same time, but I suppressed you for your whole life. You've been holding this grudge for over 100 years, haven't you? Are you trying to force me to resign now? Su Shengbing looked at Yu Changjian calmly, even though most people in the sect were looking at him with suspicion. His calm demeanor aroused Yu Changjian's suspicions, but this was the best opportunity in a century to take charge of Liujia Mountain. The all-powerful Nan Shidao is dead, and Su Shengbing has just suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Fu Zongju. With the right timing, location, and popular support, if he still cannot remove him from the position of sect leader, then he deserves to be a failure for the rest of his life. We request that the sect leader abdicate. After considering all the consequences, Yu Changjian took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said these words to Su Shengbing. It was a month later when Chen Mobai heard that the leader of Liujia Mountain had been overthrown, and a new leader had taken over. After Fu Zongju obtained the puppet inheritance, he immediately returned to Jumu Ridge, so Chen Mobai had to arrange and handle the three territories of Yan Kingdom, Xiao Kingdom, and Han Kingdom. Because the Shenmu sect lacked manpower, it could only cooperate with local cultivation families and other forces to gain a dominant position in name. But in reality, the operation of the market, the development of mineral resources, and so on were all handed over to others. Of course, the most precious spirit stone mines and the like will definitely be in our own hands after we drive out the southern profound sect. Unfortunately, the most precious void stone mine has been completely mined out. However, when the mine was in the hands of the Hanshan Mountain, there was already little left. When the Shenmu sect handed it over to the Nangshuan sect, it was mined again in retaliation, so it is normal that it has become an empty mine now. With Chen Mobai, a core formation cultivator, in charge, the Shenmu sect's takeover of the three kingdoms proceeded without any major disruptions. In Yan Kingdom, Yue Zhudao remains the garrison commander. In Xiao Kingdom, King Zhou is very familiar with the area. In the new Han Kingdom, Chen Mobai has also sent his good friend Yuan Chai there. However, as the Shenmu sect gradually gained control of the resources and spiritual veins of the three kingdoms, undercurrents began to surge throughout the eastern wilderness. The Five Elements sect, the returning Heaven Valley, and the Snowfall Palace were all deeply worried. Originally, the 7 major sects of the eastern wilderness achieved a very delicate triangular balance after the Five Elements sect split up. But now that Mount Hanshan has been destroyed, Mount Rocco exists in name only. The Core Formation Alliance, which was originally just one part of the Five Elements background, was instantly reduced to only Huishan Valley and Chuixu Palace. Both of these families were intimidated by the Shenmu sect. If the destruction of the summit was still within their understanding, then the defeat and demise of the southern Xuan sect and Liujia Mountain were completely beyond their expectations. Leaving aside Mount Liujia, just considering those 2 core formation cultivators from the southern profound sect, apart from Zhou Shenking, no one in the eastern wilderness dares to say they can reliably defeat them. That was an elder from a major nascent soul sect, whose reputation was renowned throughout the 3 realms surrounding Dongyi. Their attempt to interrupt Zhou Shenking's nascent soul formation was in line with the expectations of Huishan Valley and Chuixu Palace. Yan Shayan even felt that only by having the southern Xuan sect enter the eastern wilderness and stir up the waters could he have any hope of achieving nascent soul. While the Yan Kingdom's Divine Wood sect and the southern Profound sect were engaged in a fierce battle, Yan Shayan did some deductions and concluded that Fu Zongju's death was the best possible outcome. But the result was completely unexpected. The army of cultivators from the southern Profound sect not only failed to reach Giant Tree Ridge, but also failed to even leave the Rock Kingdom before being swept away by the newly emerged core formation ancestor Chen from the Divine Wood sect. So this golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill was prepared for him. In Huishan Valley, Yan Shayan thought of the pills he had painstakingly refined and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. But thinking about it more carefully, if we go back to the day Zhou Shenking came to him, and Yan Shayan was given the chance to make a choice again, he would still nod in agreement. I hope my disciple will also be able to successfully form his core. The batch of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills yielded 4 pills, half of which were distributed to Huishan Valley. One of the pills was given to Yan Shayan's eldest disciple, who is currently in seclusion preparing to take it. With Chen Mobai's success as an example, Yan Shayan's expectations for him also increased greatly. How can Zhou Shenking be so lucky? When the family split up, Fu Zhanju formed his core, and now that he's forming his nascent soul, there's this Chen Gixian. Could it be that he's really going to form his nascent soul? As Yan Shayin muttered to himself, his brows furrowed involuntarily. If Zhou Shenking reaches the nascent soul stage, he will have no chance to rise above his circumstances in this lifetime. If he wants to go any further, he will probably have to give up his family business in Huishan Valley and join the Xingshan Grand Chamber of Commerce. But he certainly won't give up until the very last moment. Zhou Shenking definitely cannot form a nascent soul. That's all he could hope for. Deep within a palace built of ice in the Snow Palace, a pure white lotus blooms in a frigid pond. A slender figure sits at the center of the flower's heart, the surrounding cold air turning into ice, freezing her and the white lotus within it. Two women in blue and white dresses, with charming faces, walked in. They were Zhu Jinyu, the head of the Snowfall Palace, and Lan Lingping, the head of the outer sect. "Greetings, master." After the two entered, they knelt down in front of the white lotus. The one who could command such respect from them was naturally Kong Lingling, a core formation cultivator from the Snowfall Palace. "What is it?" A cold voice rang out in the two women's danshan. They immediately told Kong Lingling all the information they had collected about the Divine Wood sect and Chen Mobai during this period. "This person is exceptionally talented. At this rate of advancement, he is probably the most likely to reach the nascent soul stage among those who have formed their core in the eastern wilderness." After listening to Chen Mobai's life story, Kong Lingling couldn't help but sigh. Such talent is probably even inferior to that of a heavenly spiritual root. Master Yan from Huishan Valley has sent a letter. "I understand, but I'm currently at a critical stage in my cultivation and cannot travel. Moreover, since the Divine Wood sect has killed Nan Xuanjing, even if Ancestor Jin Feng doesn't have much lifespan left, he will definitely make a move in this situation. Let's wait and see how the Xuanxiao Dao Palace reacts." After gathering all the information, Kong Lingling decided to wait and see how things unfolded. "Master, before Elder Chen of the Divine Wood sect formed his core, I had a conversation with him, and we got along very well." Lan Lingping then reported on the matter of the fire spirit rice. Kong Lingling also remembered this matter. If Zhou Shenking were to reach the nascent soul stage in the future, and the Divine Wood sect were to become powerful, they could use this as a starting point to befriend this old ancestor Chen. However, given the unclear attitude of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, Kong Lingling advised Lan Lingping not to cultivate a close relationship with this old ancestor Chen in the name of Chuixu Palace. "By the way, didn't your disciple also reach the foundation establishment stage? Let her go as a representative to congratulate this ancestor Chen on his core formation. If the Divine Wood sect fails to withstand the Xuanxiao Dao Palace's subsequent retaliation, then we should expel her from the palace." "Yes, master." This idea was basically the same as Lan Lingping's. However, after Zhu Ting reached the foundation establishment stage, she could no longer manipulate this former disciple at will, so she needed Kong Lingling, the core formation ancestor, to speak up. After leaving the Ice Palace, Lan Lingping handed Kong Lingling's handwritten letter to Zhu Ting. "Since it is the ancestor's will, I will naturally comply," Zhu Ting said in a cold tone, but as she turned to leave, a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. Unexpectedly, even after reaching the foundation establishment stage, he was still being ostracized. She felt no warmth at all in this snow palace. For some reason, she recalled the year she spent in Xi'anenshan. Although it was very brief, it was the only warm memory she had in her entire life. What if Fubuki Palace also falls under the rule of the Shinmu sect? Suddenly, this terrifying thought popped into Zhu Ting's mind. She immediately suppressed her distracting thoughts, selected some unique spiritual products from the Snow Kingdom, and then took the teleportation array towards the founding of the nation. She found Zio Nanshan shop in Baiyuefeng Market with ease. Soon after, Liu Wenbai, who had received the news, also arrived via the teleportation array. "Junior sister Zuding, what a coincidence. Master just returned from Yan Kingdom the day before yesterday, and the sect is currently discussing how to hold a core formation ceremony for him. I didn't expect your Chuixu Palace to come first. Over the years, Liu Wenbai has expanded Zion Ancient to half of the eastern wilderness through spirit rice and talisman paper, and now has 3 branches in the Snow Kingdom. When he goes there to deliver goods, he also exchanges a lot with Zhu Ting. The two are considered good friends. If it weren't for Elder Chen's guidance, I wouldn't have been able to successfully establish my foundation. I've wanted to come and express my gratitude for a long time, but Elder Chen has been in seclusion, and I've been busy with sect affairs. Only now do I have the opportunity to come and express my gratitude in person. Over the years, Zhu Ting has been assigned to handle various trivial matters in the outer sect, and has also been responsible for cultivating spirit fields and planting fire spirit rice. Her communication skills have also improved a lot, and she is no longer as cold as she was when she was in Zaya Onanshan. Haha, Master will definitely be very happy to see that you have successfully established your foundation. As Liu Wenbai spoke, he took Zhu Ting on a teleportation array to Yuhu Market, the closest market to Jumu Ridge, and then took her visiting card to see Chen Mobai. Oh, she's reached the foundation establishment stage. That's a good thing. Chen Mobai didn't have a deep impression of Zhu Ting, but Zhu Ming seemed to have a very good relationship with her. Back when they were planting fire spirit rice in the snow country, they encountered many technical problems, and Zhu Ting wrote to him for advice, which Zhu Ming answered one by one. Let Zhu Ming receive her. Chen Mobai nodded, and after arranging things for Zhu Ting, he looked up at the longevity tree at the very center of Giant Tree Ridge. Junior brother Chen, come here and greet me. Zhou Shenking's voice rang in his ears. End of this chapter. Chapter 513, Zhou Shenking's Entrustment. Chapter 513, Zhou Shenking's Entrustment. After Chen Mobai returned to Giant Tree Ridge, he sensed that the fourth-order spiritual veins here were constantly surging, as if being swallowed by an invisible black hole, flowing endlessly towards the longevity tree where Zhou Shenking was in seclusion. As the rich spiritual energy surged, occasional showers fell from the sky. The rainwater contained abundant vital energy, which fell on the spiritual plants. The newly sprouted buds gradually turned tender green and vibrant with life. This is a strange phenomenon of Zhou Shenking absorbing the essence of water, indicating that his longevity scripture has reached the 18th level of perfection, and he only needs to successfully form a nascent soul to enter the 19th level. When Chen Mobai arrived, he sensed a vast and boundless spiritual power covering the void near where Zhou Shenking was in seclusion. Judging from this spiritual power alone, it could already be said to be at the nascent soul stage. Senior brother Zhou. Chen Mobai stood before the everlasting tree at the very center of Giant Tree Ridge and bowed to Zhou Shenking, who was sitting cross-legged above it. Junior brother Chen, you have truly worked hard in this great battle against the Southern Profound Sect. If you hadn't returned in time after forming your core, I probably would have had to come out of seclusion by now. Zhou Shenking was at a critical moment in the formation of his nascent soul and could not move. However, as long as the process of breaking the core to form the nascent soul had not yet begun, there was still room for him to back out. However, among the core formation cultivators in the eastern wilderness, only a handful can reach this stage. Even if they fail to form their nascent soul and die, they will still grit their teeth and take this step forward without hesitation. Without the support of the sect, I would not have been able to reach the core formation stage, let alone experience hardship. Chen Mobai had deep feelings for the Shenmu sect, and while they were talking, he asked about Zhou Shenking's nascent soul formation. The spiritual energy has already accumulated to overflowing level. With just a thought, I can shatter the golden core and begin the nascent soul formation. But once this step is taken, the hope of success is slim. I was worried that if I failed to form my nascent soul, junior brother Fu alone might not be able to support the Divine Wood sect. So I left a will, asking him to return to the Five Elements sect with junior brother Mo after I pass away. But now that you have formed your core, even if I die, With the two of you, the Divine Wood sect can still stand firm in the eastern wilderness. I can finally put aside my distracting thoughts and wholeheartedly take this final step. As Zhou Shenking spoke, his tone was full of satisfaction. Chen Mobai met his gaze from below and couldn't help but feel a little proud. After 23 years of hard work and diligent cultivation under the protection of the Shenmu sect, he finally became a pillar of the sect. From now on, he will be the one to protect the sect. Chen Mobai was also a very responsible person. He believed that the Shenmu sect deserved great credit for his achievements, and since he had received the sect's kindness, he had an obligation to repay it after he had made progress in his cultivation. Don't worry, senior brother Joe. As long as I live, the Shenmu sect's legacy will not be broken in my hands. Chen Mobai said firmly. I understand your feelings, junior brother. Keep this letter. Zhou Shenking had watched Chen Mobai cultivate to his current level step by step, and he never doubted the latter's loyalty. He even felt that, although this junior brother was young, he was more reliable than Fu Zhangju in his dealings with people. Senior brother this is. Chen Mobai received a letter that Zhou Shenking had tossed out from his sleeve, and couldn't help but look puzzled. A suicide note. This is my letter of apology and repentance to Zhou Yi. If the Xuanxiao Dao Palace really launches a massive attack and you and junior brother Fu are unable to stop it, take the sect and this letter to the Five Elements sect. Also, take my ashes back and place them next to Master's tombstone. This is the worst-case scenario. Even if Chen Mobai reaches the core formation stage, he still wouldn't be confident of victory against the alliance of the Divine Wood sect and the Golden Light Cliff, a powerful nascent soul sect like Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Zhou Shenking will definitely break through his core to form a nascent soul. This is the most intense method of forming a nascent soul. Once this step is taken, failure means death. Even if he stops halfway, he can only survive for a few more days at most. This was also a way out that Zhou Shenking left for the Shenmu sect with his dignity and death. Senior brother's skill is profound. He will surely succeed in forming his nascent soul. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai realized Zhou Shenking's good intentions and immediately said that it sounded nice. I have a nascent soul pill left by my master, 2 nascent soul formation manuals, and the Azure Emperor longevity scripture that you obtained from the longevity sect, junior brother. Compared to other nascent soul cultivators in the eastern wilderness, my chances of forming a nascent soul are already very high. Zhou Shenking revealed another secret. Infant condensation pill. This was a pill that Chen Mobai had never heard of before, but judging from the name, he knew it must be a miraculous elixir to help with nascent soul formation. Zhou Shenking truly lives up to his reputation as the direct disciple of the primordial ancestor. He even possesses this skill. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking about how abundant the resources were in the heavenly river realm, Zhou Shenking had already revealed all his thoughts on the current situation during this period. As for the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, junior brother Chen, you don't need to worry too much. Ancestor Jinfeng doesn't have much lifespan left, and every time he makes a move, he will live a few years less. If he really comes to the eastern wilderness, we can use the great formation of Giant Wood Ridge to deplete at least 10 years of his lifespan. It's such a bad deal that even if he is willing, the elders of Xuanxiao Dao Palace will not agree to it. However, since you have killed Nan Xuanjing, Xuanxiao Dao Palace will definitely send core formation cultivators to settle scores again to save face. At that time, they probably won't use the simple and brutal means of war as they have now. But that's no big deal. If I reach the nascent soul stage, they'll have to go back the way they came. If I die, you can just give up the Rainbow Kingdom, the Rock Kingdom, and the Sky Kingdom to the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. If they push their luck, we'll give up the Thunder Kingdom, the Cloud Kingdom, and the Rain Kingdom as well. We'll just keep the Giant Kingdom and the Giant Wood Ridge. Among your group of disciples, Yin Qingmei and Hong may be less talented than you, but they still have a good chance of forming their cores. We'll endure until you all reach the core formation stage, and by then, Ancestor Jinfeng will have died of old age. Then we'll uproot the Xuanxiao Dao Palace's influence in the eastern wilderness and take back all the territory that was taken from our sect. Zhou Shenking's words were truly insightful. After hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but admire it. This was the best strategy he had come up with to deal with Xuanxiao Dao Palace after studying the ways of governance and warfare at the Bushan Dao Academy. I have taken your words to heart. Junior brother, I can't attend your core formation ceremony, so please accept this gift as a congratulatory gift. Just as Chen Mobai was about to leave, Zhou Shenking threw down another wooden box. Chen Mobai solemnly accepted it and thanked him respectfully. After returning to his own longevity wood dojo, Chen Mobai immediately opened the wooden box. Anything that Zhou Shenking, before he reached the nascent soul stage, could give him must be his most prized possession, possibly even the most precious treasure of the divine wood sect. This is indeed a precious and valuable item. Chen Mobai looked at the 4 booklets in the wooden box and couldn't help but smile bitterly. These are Zhou Shenking's compilation of the 1st to 4th tiers of talisman-making inheritance, 2 nascent soul formation insights, and his own complete understanding of the longevity scripture, and his contemplation on the threshold of nascent soul formation. This is extremely precious to the Shenmu sect and even the entire eastern wilderness. If Yan Shayan were to take back Tiangu in exchange for these nascent soul cultivation insights, he would probably be tempted. But for Chen Mobai, these were like chicken bones, meaning they were useless. He has as much nascent soul cultivation experience as he wants from the immortal sects. Needless to say, the lineage of talisman makers is exceptional. The immortal sects even have 5th-tier lineages. Only the last booklet was somewhat useful to Chen Mobai. After all, the longevity scripture is undoubtedly the sect's most treasured technique of the divine wood sect. Moreover, it was personally cultivated by Zhou Shenking and revised in combination with the original Azure Emperor longevity scripture, making it the most suitable wood attribute technique for cultivation at present. Although the longevity spiritual power in Chen Mobai's body has been dissipated by the 2 phases technique, if he wants to continue cultivating the longevity Dao body, he still needs to combine it with the longevity scripture. If he ever has the chance in the future, he might even need to find a way to relearn the elixir of immortality. Only by combining the spiritual power of longevity with the body of longevity can one master the longevity technique, among the 24 great techniques of the longevity sect. This is a secret technique for prolonging life that even the ascended great power, the one Yuan true monarch, painstakingly mastered. With this thought in mind, Chen Mobai read through Zhou Shenking's revised version of the longevity scripture. This appears to be the original text passed down to Zhou Shenking by the primordial ancestor, which includes a preface. It is said that after the primordial ancestor obtained the Dao fruit inheritance from the one primordial true Lord, although he understood all the essence of the primordial Dao fruit, he still needed to cultivate the 5 elements spiritual power to re-evolve and evolve the primordial true Qi in the order of the generation and transformation of the 5 elements. The primordial ancestor himself cultivated the earth true method, and later he collected cultivation methods of the other 4 elements. Among them, the longevity scripture of the wood element was found by him in the giant wood ridge according to the inheritance of the one primordial true Lord. This longevity scripture was created by the true Lord of one origin after he personally practiced the art of longevity. He felt that this ancient art was too obscure and difficult, so he used his own cultivation and wisdom to break it down and provide simplified steps for entering the path. The primordial ancestor found and cultivated to the point of perfect core formation at Giant Tree Ridge, and then took Zhou Shenking as his disciple to pass on his legacy. The longevity technique is the foundational method of the ancient longevity cult. It is said that upon mastering it, one can receive teachings from the celestial venerable. If my disciple succeeds in forming a nascent soul in the future, he can attempt to combine the longevity scripture with the longevity body to explore the secret realm for traces of the celestial venerable. This was the last sentence left by the primordial ancestor. Chen Mobai recalled the excited expression on Zhou Shenking's face when he presented him with the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture. Clearly, This was where he learned about it. But this celestial venerable is no good. Chen Mobai thought of his encounter in front of the great tree and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Back then, the great Tao tree was powerless against the purple lightning sword, but now that it has formed its core, it can control the purple lightning sword and unleash even greater power. So, should it explore the most mysterious place in the divine tree's secret realm again? But after thinking it over carefully, Chen Mobai felt it was better not to be arrogant. He is now the patriarch of the Divine Wood sect, possessing the territory of the 7 kingdoms of the eastern wilderness. In the future, spiritual resources such as spirit stones will continuously flow into his hands. As long as he cultivates step by step using these resources, and with the knowledge inheritance from the immortal sect that is several dimensions beyond this place, he is guaranteed to at least reach the peak of core formation and possess the 9 yang body. We're already on the right track. There's no need to take risks for a possible shortcut. With his thoughts clear, Chen Mobai continued reading. After Zhou Shenking revised the Longevity Sutra, it was indeed more refined and detailed than the version he had obtained from the sect's library. In addition to adding the spiritual light transformation technique, the spiritual light weapon gathering technique, and other powerful spells and secret techniques from the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, there are also some. Zhou Shenking even added a conjecture about the 21st level, making it possible to cultivate this technique to the late nascent soul stage. Of course, whether it can be successfully mastered still needs to be verified. Hopefully, it's Zhou Shenking himself who can verify this. After reading it, Chen Mobai offered another blessing, and then read through the 1st to 4th level talisman-making inheritances and the 2 nascent soul cultivation insights. Although the content was somewhat rough, some of the knowledge still caught his eye. After memorizing it, Chen Mobai put it back into the wooden box. Within the Divine Wood sect, inheritances of the 3rd rank and above are all personally guarded by core formation cultivators. Zhou Shenking had previously given Fu Zhangju a copy of these as well. Combined with the Crimson Flame Sword manual that he had taught Chen Mobai, as well as his insights on core formation, it could be said that the entire foundation of the Divine Wood sect had been open to him. If the business declines in the future, these can be auctioned off. After Chen Mobai put the wooden box into his storage bag, he suddenly had a rebellious idea, but he immediately shook his head. Although he came from a celestial sect and never hoarded his knowledge, he still had to adapt to local customs. Since Zhou Shenking had entrusted these things to him, he had an obligation to preserve them and pass them on to Yin Qingmei or Hong after they achieved core formation, thus fulfilling his responsibility to spread the Tao. However, his idea was not wrong. If these were placed in the eastern wilderness, especially the 2 nascent soul cultivation tips, all the core formation cultivators would fight tooth and nail for them. I just hope that one day the Shenmu sect will never need to sell these things. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai took out the original Crimson Flame Sword manual that Zhou Shenking had given him. Although he formed his core using the Pure Yang scroll, he still needed to disguise himself as having the Crimson Flame Sword technique in the Heavenly River realm. It is said that this technique has some connection with the Sunbathing Sea. It was because of this that the primordial ancestor and the White Crow ancestor of the Bathing Sun Sea became acquainted after a fight. The latter mistakenly thought that the former had stolen their sect's techniques. After the White Crow ancestor was beaten up, the misunderstanding was cleared up, and the two became close friends despite their age difference. The founder of the Bathing Sun Sea also came from a major sect in the East. Thousands of years ago, it was said to be a sacred place with a nascent soul cultivator presiding over it, called the Burning Heaven Pure Land. Unfortunately, during a great calamity, the nascent soul cultivators perished, and this holy land was shattered. Some of the disciples fled to the desolate land and created the Sunbathing Sea. End of this chapter. Chapter 500, 14 third-tier talisman paper and ink. Chapter 500, 14 third-tier talisman paper and ink. This Crimson Flame Sword manual is the technique for burning the heavens and purifying the earth. However, after the death of the divine transformation master of burning heaven and purifying the world, the sect's treasured technique, The Book of Burning Heaven and Purifying the World was fought over and fragmented. The Crimson Flame Sword technique is a technique derived from the fragments of the Book of Burning Heaven and Purifying the World. There are 18 levels in total, with the highest level being the completion of the core formation stage. The document also records 6 types of talismans from the 1st to the 4th tier: Crimson Flame Sword Talisman, Purple Fire Sword Talisman, Azure Sun Fire Sword Talisman, Azure Blaze Sword Talisman, Golden Flame Sword Talisman, and Great Sun Sword Talisman. After Sword Fiend, the Sword Path realms also include 2 other realms: Sword Refinement into a Ball and Sword Fiend Thunder Sound. Among these, training the sword into a pellet means having a mastery of the sword's power, making it smooth and effortless. Only in this way can one grasp the extremely domineering and high-temperature power of the sword's energy and condense it into a single sword pellet. Strictly speaking, it is not considered a level of swordsmanship, but rather a sign of mastering the art of swordsmanship. Seeing the sword formed into a ball, he opened his mouth and spat out a stream of azure flame sword energy. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a thumb-sized, flowing, flame-like sword pellet. He had already completed this step when he reached the peak of foundation establishment, relying on his fire spirit body. Unexpectedly, what he took for granted was actually a realm only attainable in the core formation stage of the Crimson Flame Sword technique. This fire spirit body is more useful than I imagined. Chen Mobai nodded in satisfaction. He had thought that he had gained a very ordinary talent when he reached the foundation establishment stage, but he did not expect that it would have little effect on the pure Yang scroll, but it would be like adding fuel to the fire for the Crimson Flame Sword technique. The Sword Fiend Sword Pill, which can only be refined and controlled after reaching the core formation stage, was mastered by him during his foundation establishment stage, thanks to his fire spirit body. He used it to dominate the immortal sect and the eastern wilderness, becoming invincible among foundation establishment cultivators. Only after the sword is refined into a ball and the sword's aura and thunderous sound are achieved can it be considered a true realm of swordsmanship. This is the ultimate speed of swordsmanship, something Mo Duguang has not yet mastered. Chen Mobai glanced at it but didn't take it to heart at all. He definitely won't be able to master it. After reading through all the sword techniques in the Crimson Flame Sword Manual, Chen Mobai focused his attention on talismans. The book in his hand was the original, containing not only the annotations of the primordial ancestor, but also the notes and insights of Zhou Shenking, a 4th-tier talisman maker. When Chen Mobai looked at it, he was still a little uneasy. After all, he knew that he was not a genius and that his achievements today were all due to the resources he had accumulated. Although the art of talismans was the cultivation technique he had devoted the most effort to, his actual achievements were quite mediocre. He was afraid that, apart from the way of the sword, he would not even be able to comprehend these sword talismans. After reading it once, Chen Mobai's expression began to relax. That's not difficult at all. He took out the luxurious talisman drawing tools he had acquired from the immortal sect, along with a precious 3rd-tier talisman paper, and began to draw. Although his talent in talismans was only mediocre, he had received education from the immortal sect since childhood and had a solid foundation. In addition, this sword talisman was related to fire, which seemed to have touched his fire spirit body and heavenly fire spirit root. He actually understood all the essence and tricks after reading it once. I understand it, but actually drawing it still requires time and training. Chen Mobai's first attempt at drawing the Golden Flame Sword Talisman naturally failed. However, he had an epiphany and quickly took out another 3rd-tier talisman paper and started drawing again. This time, they quickly overcame the first hurdle, but then got stuck on another difficult point. He looked at the talisman paper that had burned to ashes, took out the original copy of the Crimson Flame Sword Manual from the side, and read it carefully again. Sure enough, he found some ambiguities in the sentences. This is unique to the Eastern Wilderness. Most cultivation manuals do not clearly and concisely explain the techniques. Instead, they try to make things roundabout so that even if you obtain the cultivation manual without the instruction of a master, you cannot easily learn it. Chen Mobai shook his head, but there was nothing he could do. He took out the golden flame sword talisman that Zhou Shenking had given him along with the crimson flame sword manual. This talisman was personally crafted by the primordial ancestor, using the leaves of a third-tier golden sun tree as the raw material, and soaking it in a special medicinal juice before air-drying. Chen Mobai originally thought he could use the third-tier talisman paper from the immortal sect instead, but after carefully reading the Crimson Flame Sword manual, he realized that it was better to follow the instructions recorded therein before he had fully mastered the talisman. Besides the talisman paper made from the leaves of the Golden Sun Spirit Tree, there is also a third-tier talisman ink called Crimson Flame Golden Ink. Fortunately, although these are all third-tier spiritual materials, only the most crucial steps require the intervention of a core formation cultivator. The rest of the preparation of raw materials, mixing of medicinal juices, ink, and other processes can be handled by the disciples. Chen Mobai is now the patriarch of the Shenmu sect, and he immediately summoned the hall master of the reward hall, who is in charge of the sect's treasury. When Luo Zuo received the message from the newly promoted core formation ancestor Tangxiani, she was still thinking that, when she was the leader, she should have never given Chen Mobai a hard time. After carefully recalling and confirming that there was nothing there, she arrived at the Longevity Wood Dojo with some trepidation. "Greetings, Elder Chen." "Yes, Lord Luo, there's no need for such formalities. When I was in the Hall of Rewards, I was very grateful for your care. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have been able to take on the role of the guardian of Jiangyu." Chen Mobai had a decent impression of Luo Zuo, probably because when she took over, Chen Mobai was clearly the sect leader's direct descendant, and the two had always respected each other. "I am merely the acting palace master. After you, Ancestor Chen, reach the core formation stage, you will automatically become the palace master of our reward hall. From now on, you may call me Junior Nephew or Zuo." Although the Shenmu sect did not have any explicit rules, Zhou Shenking was the hall master of the Shenmu hall, and Fu Zhangju was the hall master of the punishment hall. Before Meng Hong attempted to form his core, they had already been preparing for the ceremony of his appointment as the hall master of rewards. However, Meng Hong failed later, so it was put on hold. In the following 10 years, Luo Zuo worked steadily and ensured that the logistics were in perfect order during the two wars. She made meritorious contributions and naturally took control of the Hall of Rewards. Although she is now known as the Hall Master of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence by everyone in the sect, she is very clear-headed. Upon hearing the news of Chen Mobai's core formation, they immediately proposed at the recent sect meeting that the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence had long lacked guidance from a high-level leader, and that they were all acting with trepidation. They urgently needed Patriarch Chen to take charge and assume the position of Hall Master of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence. This would also allow the 3 Hall Masters of the Divine Wood sect to achieve the status of core formation cultivators. The proposal was naturally passed unanimously, but the agreement of Chu Zuoshu and others was no longer enough. It depended on whether old ancestor Chen was willing. However, Chen Mobai had only been back for 2 days and had just met Zhou Shenking. He was also in seclusion studying the Crimson Flame Sword technique, so Chu Zuoshu had not yet had time to come and ask for instructions. On the contrary, Luo Zuo was lucky. She was summoned by Chen Mobai and met with the leader ahead of time. "The Lord of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence, that works too." Chen Mobai thought about it for a moment, and without much hesitation, nodded in agreement. Back when he first joined the Shenmu sect, he was still dreaming of becoming the sect leader one day. Unexpectedly, more than 20 years later, he inadvertently surpassed the sect leader and became the sect's patriarch. Does the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence have any Golden Sun talisman paper or Crimson Flame golden ink in stock? Chen Mobai did not forget his main business, and asked Luo Zuo about the spiritual materials he needed to refine the Golden Flame Sword talisman. Reporting to Ancestor Chen, "We still have 367 Golden Sun talismans in stock, but we have none of the crimson flame golden ink. Luo Zuer spoke frankly, her eyes slightly uneasy. She hadn't done the first thing her leader had assigned her well, and she didn't know what kind of punishment she would receive. Oh, why are there so many talisman papers, but not a single piece of talisman ink? Chen Mobai was a little curious. Shouldn't third-tier talisman paper and talisman ink be a matching set? In the sect, Patriarch Zhou is a fourth-level talisman maker, and the head and deputy head of the talisman maker department are third-level talisman makers. However, they both cultivate the Longevity Sutra and are skilled in wood attribute talismans. Therefore, the sect has always been equipped with Qinghua spirit ink. Patriarch Zhou himself only made one piece of crimson flame golden ink, but that was 30 years ago. I estimate that I have already used it all up. After hearing Luo Zuer's explanation, Chen Mobai suddenly understood. It turns out that the sect did not have any third-tier talisman makers who practiced the crimson flame sword technique. Besides him, the person with the highest attainment in this sword technique in the Divine Wood sect is Zai Yunshan, the head of the sword training department. However, he is also focused on the realm of swordsmanship and has barely mastered the Azure Flame Sword Fiend. As for talismans, he is only good at using them. I'll issue a task in my name within the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Collect all the spiritual materials for this crimson flame golden ink. You can deduct the contribution points directly from my account. If it's not enough, just let me know, and I'll personally supplement it with spirit stones. Tier 3 spiritual materials are priced significantly higher in the Eastern Wilderness. Moreover, Chen Mobai intends to acquire these raw materials long-term. After all, he is now a core formation ancestor and can be said to be lawless in the sect. Whether he takes the raw materials to the immortal sect's own factory for processing or buys equipment to open a factory in the Eastern Wilderness, he can protect them. Ancestor, you are overthinking it. You have over 1 million sect contribution points in your account now, which is more than enough to buy up all the spiritual materials needed to refine crimson flame golden ink in Giant Wood Ridge. Why is that? After hearing Luo Zuer's words, Chen Mobai was puzzled. He clearly hadn't made that many contributions. Could this be a benefit given by the sect to core formation cultivators? Ancestor, have you forgotten? When you handed over the spirit rice to the sect, you made a promise with the sect leader. Luo Zuer reminded him, and Chen Mobai immediately understood. The sect's spirit rice is supposed to be purchased at 10 times the contribution, but because Chen Mobai's quantity was too large, they agreed with the sect to take only 10%, with the remaining 90% held by the sect until he forms his core. After hearing about Yang Gu's situation, Chu Zuoshu added the money to Chen Mobai's account before Chen Mobai even returned. Besides these, because Chen Mobai killed Nan Xuanjing, a hostile core formation cultivator in Yan Kingdom, he deserved the greatest credit, and Chu Zuoshu proposed to give him an additional 1 million sect contribution points. Of course, Chu Zuoshu, as the sect leader, does not have such great authority. At most, he can make decisions on expenditures up to 100,000. Expenditures in the millions require approval from the 3 halls and 12 departments, and then be reported to the core formation ancestor. This process was naturally approved unanimously. The heads of the 3 halls and 12 departments of the Shenmu sect were all shrewd and capable people. Who would dare to obstruct Patriarch Chen? When Fu Zhangju returned and saw Chu Zuoshu's proposal, he approved it without hesitation. So without Chen Mobai's knowledge, his sect contribution had already exceeded 1 million. He was already the richest among the sect's 2 patriarchs. This is the treatment that a core formation ancestor of the divine wood sect should receive. Chen Mobai knew that the sect was actually indebted to Zhou Shenking. Because every time a core formation cultivator helps the sect, it's a huge contribution, starting with at least 100,000. Over the years, this would accumulate to the point that the sect would end up in debt. If you calculate it that way, the purple lightning sword is actually quite cheap. After listening to Luo Zuer's explanation of the sect's contribution subsidies for each core formation cultivator's actions, Chen Mobai compared his own earnings and nodded in satisfaction. This time, when the purple lightning sword was used in Yan Kingdom, it absorbed enough lightning essence, so it was very generous to wave the spirit stones. After Luo Zuer left, Chu Zuoshu, who had received the news, rushed over immediately. "Greetings, Elder Chen. Between you and me, with a life-or-death bond, there's no need for such formalities." Chen Mobai personally got up and helped Chu Zuoshu to his feet, but the latter was somewhat apprehensive. In the heavenly river realm, seniority is always determined by cultivation level. Moreover, the difference between core formation and foundation establishment is like heaven and earth. Chu Zuoshu was well aware of the significance of the core formation realm and understood that the war between Yan Kingdom and Nangshuan sect was a matter of survival for the sect. Therefore, he held Chen Mobai, who had killed Nangshuan Jing, in the highest esteem. "You're about the right age now. I heard from senior brother Fu that the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill has already been given to you. When are you planning to try to form your core?" When Chen Mobai returned, he went to see Fu Zongju first and heard about this matter from him. The main reason was that Chen Mobai's successful return after forming his core greatly boosted morale. So Fu Zongju was thinking about whether the sect could produce another core cultivator. Chu Zuoshu has risked his life for the Shenmu sect, following them from the Five Elements sect to the present. Apart from the recent war with the Southern Profound sect of Yan Kingdom, he has been in charge of all other matters, especially when core formation is not possible. As a foundation establishment perfection cultivator, he is the leader. During his 20 years as sect leader, not only has the sect's territory expanded, but talented disciples such as Chen Mobai, Yin Qingmei, and Hong have also grown rapidly and made great contributions. Giving him this golden elixir of jade rejuvenation would be a way to gain public approval. I was just about to ask Elder Chen about his experience in forming the golden core. Chu Zuoshu was also very excited when he got to this point. The cultivators in the heavenly river realm have always prioritized breaking through to higher realms. In comparison, desires such as leadership positions, beauty, wine, and meat are all distractions and inner demons that need to be cut off with a sword. Therefore, after the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill was produced, and with Chen Mobai as a successful example, Chu Zuoshu was already looking for a successor to take over as sect leader and was preparing to go into seclusion to form his own core. I heard that Hong has also returned. I've called him and Yin Qingmei over as well, and I'll explain the essentials of core formation to you all. End of this chapter. Chapter 515. The Secret Technique of Extracting the Sap of the Tree of Immortality. Chapter 515. The Secret Technique of Extracting the Sap of the Tree of Immortality. Hong had already completed his 10-year mission of guarding the Rain Kingdom, but instead of returning to his sect, he took on the mission of guarding the Yunmeng Marsh. Besides him, Yi Yun was also like that. Because the Yunmeng Marsh is rich in resources, and many areas are undeveloped, with their cultivation level, controlling a market there would make it easier for them to obtain cultivation resources than it is here in the sect. Many foundation establishment cultivators in the divine would sect who still yearn to form their core form take on the task of guarding the Cloud Dream Marsh every so often. They usually work for 10 years, then return to their sect to cultivate for 10 years, and the cycle continues. Hong, as the invincible true disciple of Chen Mobai's previous sect, was highly regarded by everyone in the Shenmu sect for his talent. His personality is completely different from Chen Mobai's steady development. He likes to put pressure on himself and constantly push himself to break through and improve. At Yin Qingmei's foundation building conference, Hong confidently tested his skills against Chen Mobai, but he was defeated before he could even withstand a single move under the sword's power. Although this dealt a blow to Hong, it also inspired his high morale, making him cultivate even more diligently in the following 10 years, fight against demonic beasts, and improve his cultivation while honing his combat skills. Thanks to its own efforts and the abundant resources of Yunmeng's, Hong finally felt the bottleneck loosening not long ago. Without any hesitation, He immediately took a precious pill that he had painstakingly refined and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the breakthrough. Finally, a year later, he advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment and even mastered a third-tier spell. After the Red River was breached, I felt that the sky was high and the land was vast. The mountains were high and the rivers were long, and every blade of grass and every tree was full of vitality. Just as he couldn't help but burst into laughter, preparing to return to his sect to test the sword's edge against Chen Mobai again, a piece of news shocked him so much that his expression changed drastically. What? The sect and the Southern Profound sect have started a war in the Yan Kingdom. With Ancestor Zhou unable to attend to other matters, the Shenmu sect is certainly no match for the Nangshuan sect, and they also have to be wary of the Liujia mountain, which has been eyeing them covetously for some time. Upon hearing this news, Hong instantly analyzed the situation of both sides. Just as he was preparing to take the teleportation array to Yan Kingdom to aid the sect, Wei Chunfu, the market manager who was reporting to him, said with a relaxed expression that the war was over. "It's over, did we lose?" Hong analyzed and considered all the forces in the eastern wilderness and felt that the sect's chances of winning were less than 20%. However, he noticed Wei Chunfu's relaxed expression amidst his surprise and doubt, and felt that something was wrong. "We have won. The great formation of the Nangshuan sect's base at Bayas Mountain has been breached by the sect. The core formation cultivator Nangshuenjing was killed on the battlefield by our sect's ancestor Chen. The core formation cultivator Nan Shidao of Liujia Mountain was also killed by ancestor Mo of Jingguang Cliff. Only Zhao Xuankang escaped." Ancestor Chen. Is this an outside help that the two ancestors invited from beyond the eastern wilderness? Hong asked in surprise. There is no core formation cultivator with the surname Chen in the eastern wilderness. It was ancestor Chen Gixian. He left Giantwood Ridge and found a secluded place to form his core. After he succeeded, he happened to be caught up in the great battle between the sect and the Southern Profound sect. Nangshuenjing thought his cultivation was high, but little did he know that ancestor Chen was an unparalleled sword genius, whose talent surpassed that of ancestor Mo after forming his core. His sword realm reached a level that was unfathomable. It is said that ancestor Chen used his sword to control the tribulation lightning, one sword to kill the heavens, two swords to defeat the enemy, and finally, with a single spit, he reached the profound realm of sword-making into a ball, easily severing Nan Xuanjing's head. His unparalleled style is something to be admired just by thinking about it. After hearing Wei Chunfu's words, Hong stood there stunned, speechless for a long time. He actually reached the core formation stage. I'm only at the late foundation establishment stage. The thought of how he had planned to challenge Chen Mobai's sword aura with his third-tier azure wave condensation light, when he emerged from seclusion, made Hong's face feel slightly hot. Fortunately, I only thought about it in my mind at that time, and I didn't have time to say it out loud and put pressure on myself. Hong likes pressure, but challenging the foundation establishment stage to the core formation stage is no longer pressure. It's a sign of mental instability. How could he cultivate so quickly? After regaining his senses, Hong was also shocked that Chen Mobai had progressed from foundation establishment to core formation in just over 20 years. Before Hong had joined the Shenmu sect, he had a fortuitous opportunity, which is why he was able to cultivate at a speed almost like a heavenly spiritual root and progress rapidly. Within the divine tree secret realm, he obtained another immortal destiny. This is how he was able to break through realms so quickly after establishing his foundation, reaching the late stage of cultivation in just 30 years. Even Yin Qingmei, who possesses a heavenly spiritual root, doesn't cultivate as fast as him. That is why he is confident that he can catch up with Chen Mobai and even surpass him. But now he's telling him that the person he's chasing has reached the core formation stage. How do I chase after him? Although Hong was very confident in himself, he still held a sense of awe towards the core formation realm. Even with his abundant opportunities, he wasn't 100% certain. But Chen Mobai succeeded on his first try, after already reaching the foundation establishment stage. Hong pondered Chen Leiazu's identity as a sword cultivator and the circumstances surrounding his core formation, and felt that he had vaguely guessed some of the truth. It must have been under immense pressure from the Southern Profound sect that Patriarch Chen, driven by a strong sense of responsibility to carry the sect's banner, coupled with an indomitable swordsmanship and a steadfast belief that he would either succeed or die trying, took that step towards core formation. Thinking of this, for the first time in his life, Hong felt admiration for others. The environment in which Ancestor Chen formed his core was like a pack of wolves eyeing him. He had to leave the sect to avoid being seen, and he was under immense pressure not to fail. Any other cultivator would probably develop inner demons under such pressure, and would probably die from spiritual energy collapse before even triggering the heavenly tribulation. But old Master Chen succeeded. Hong, who always likes to put pressure on himself, felt inferior to others for the first time. It should be noted that Hong initially looked down on Chen Mobai, because he felt that since the latter had mastered the sword fiend and was already invincible at the foundation establishment stage, it was a waste of his extraordinary sword talent to stay in the sect and cultivate every day. But now Hong understands. I was just too superficial. Fighting against demonic beasts, adventuring in the Yunmeng Marsh, or even engaging in life-or-death battles with rogue cultivators and demonic cultivators. These are merely superficial pressures beyond physical life and death. Only those who dare to shoulder the responsibility for the survival of their sect and protect its continued legacy are truly courageous. The more Hong analyzed Chen Leiazu, the more he felt his own shallowness. He immediately realized that he could no longer hide in Yunmengs, but should learn from this ancestor Chen and take on the future of the sect when he was in the foundation establishment stage. So Hong immediately applied to the sect to end his mission of overseeing Yunmengs, and then took the teleportation array to travel through several markets before returning to Jumu Ridge. Little did I know that upon my return, I would receive an enormous surprise. Old Master Chen actually wanted to summon him, and besides him, Yin Qingmei was also there. Both of them were disciples of Fu Zongju, and their cave dwellings were in adjacent mountains. Naturally, they reported the matter of being summoned to Fu Zongju immediately. Fu Zongju was busy studying the 6-Jia mountain puppet technique. After listening to the two disciples' words, he contacted Chen Mobai using the Tangshan instrument. After learning that they were going to impart their insights on core formation, he had some doubts. Junior brother, their cultivation hasn't reached the peak of foundation establishment yet. Isn't it too early? The formation of the core is actually the same as the foundation establishment, a transformation in essence, energy, and spirit. If you wait until the foundation establishment stage is complete to cram, it will be too late. The more core formation cultivators a sect has, the stronger it will become, and the less likely it is to be invaded by external enemies. I will share my insights with them first. Even if it only increases the chances by 10%, over 100 years and several generations of disciples, we might have one more junior brother or sister. Junior brother, you have a broad vision and a grand perspective that I cannot match. I will leave my two disciples to you to trouble you. After hearing this, Fu Zongju also felt that his vision was too small compared to Chen Mobai's, and his thinking was still stuck in the ancient concept that high-level inheritances cannot be easily passed on, and even if they are passed on, they can only be passed on one by one. The matter of passing on the secrets of core formation to Chu Zuoshu had been decided long ago, but in principle, it was necessary to discuss the matter with Zhou Shenking before passing it on to Hong and Yin Qingmei. However, Zhou Shenking is currently most averse to being disturbed, so Chen Mobai and Fu Zongju should discuss it together. Hong and Yin Qingmei were both disciples of Fu Zongju, so the latter had no reason to disagree. After disconnecting the communication with the telescope, he explained what had happened. When Hong and Yin Qingmei heard the words core formation experience, their breathing quickened, their faces flushed, and their eyes lit up with excitement. The next day, Hong, who usually doesn't care much about his appearance, made a rare effort to tidy up his clothes, shaved off his beard that he had grown over the years, and put on what he considered to be his most presentable attire. He thought he had wasted a lot of time, but little did he know that Yin Qingmei had wasted even more. I have no idea what she was doing. She only appeared right at the exact time of the summons. Old Master Chen is a hermit who is devoted to practicing swordsmanship. What use is all this rouge and powder to you? Hang He himself was an ascetic, and when he saw Yin Qingmei with her exquisite makeup, he couldn't help but snort coldly and headed towards the Longevity Wood Dojo where Chen Mobai was. This is basic etiquette and a sign of respect for old Master Chen. You shaved your beard too. Although Yin Qingmei and Hang are nominally fellow disciples, their relationship is just so-so. After all, the latter has been outside the sect since he reached the foundation establishment stage, only returning once every few years. As a person with a heavenly spiritual root, Yin Qingmei was a treasure of the sect, and she was not allowed to leave her home during either of the two major battles. If it weren't for their master, Fu Zhangju, the two probably wouldn't have had anything to talk about. It's too late. The ancestor summons you. You must arrive at least an hour in advance. Before they arrived at the Longevity Wood Dojo, Chu Zuoshu was already waiting there. As the sect leader, he immediately reprimanded the two of them. Hang frowned slightly and glared at Yin Qingmei beside him. The latter lowered her head and obediently accepted the scolding. Sect leader, it seems it's time for Elder Chen to summon us. As they continued their tirade, seeing that Chu Zuoshu showed no sign of stopping, Hang immediately reminded him. Throughout the entire Divine Wood sect, he only held the core formation ancestor in awe. He believed that with his talent, he could surpass the other foundation establishment cultivators, even the sect leader, sooner or later. So seeing that it might delay his chance to hear the insights on core formation, Hang immediately interrupted. Old Master Chen's disciple has arrived, so our business will be postponed. Chu Zuoshu was actually just looking for an excuse to pass the time, and once Hang said that, he stopped scolding Yin Qingmei. Master Chen's disciple, is it junior brother Liu or junior sisters Zhuo and Luo? Although Hang was arrogant, he was aware of the three people from the Xian'anchen lineage who had all reached the foundation establishment stage, as they were disciples of his former rivals. It's junior sister Zhuo. Junior sister Luo had some trouble a few years ago and has since disappeared. Didn't you know? Hang he really didn't know, after all. He had only cared about Chen Mobai before, and Chen Mobai had chosen to handle Luo Yixuan's disappearance discreetly to avoid any unexpected attention. After listening to what Chu Zuoshu said, Hang frowned slightly. He kept this matter in mind, thinking that if he had the opportunity in the future, he would use his connections to see if he could find this junior sister Luo. Just then, a beam of earthy yellow light descended, revealing a woman with a gentle demeanor, dressed as a village woman. Junior sister Zhuo, does Elder Chen have time now? When Chu Zuoshu saw Zhuo Ming, he couldn't help but ask her politely. Yes, it was Master who asked me to take you up there. Over the years, Zhuo Ming has been farming in Xian'anchen. She always carries a hoe and a fruit basket with her, and without Luo Yixuan, who pays attention to her appearance, to help her dress up, she has completely taken on the look of a village woman in recent years. As she spoke, a yellowish-brown spiritual light surged forth, enveloping Chu Zuoshu and the other two, and heading towards the largest branch on the everlasting tree. Before long, the four of them arrived at the door of the wooden house perched on the branch. The door was wide open, and inside sat a handsome young man in a red and black robe. Before him stood a foundation establishment cultivator from a sect who greatly surprised them. She was a beautiful and ethereal young woman. Junior sister Gu Yan, I didn't expect to see you here too. As the sect leader, Chu Zuoshu knew all the foundation establishment cultivators in the sect very well, and knew that these were the cultivators who had just achieved foundation establishment in the past few years after receiving guidance from Ancestor Chen. She was very lucky. She found a bag of longevity tree sap in the divine tree secret realm and exchanged it for 100,000 spirit stones from old Ancestor Chen. Why did I come here today? Could it be that after Ancestor Chen formed his core, He felt that the 100,000 spirit stones were too hot to handle. My junior sister Gu Yan obtained a secret technique that is very useful to me in the divine tree secret realm. Today, Ming'er specially brought her here to tell me about it. Chen Mobai said with a gentle smile. This secret technique was obtained by Gu Yan from the Tree of Talent. It is a method for extracting the sap of the Tree of Immortality from the Tree of Immortality, which is very useful to Chen Mobai. At this moment, Gu Yan also got up to say goodbye. Ming'er, please see junior nephew Gu off. Chen Mobai immediately gave instructions to Zhuo Ming. End of this chapter. Chapter 516 Guidance. Chapter 516 Guidance. Extend your hand and transfer a wisp of spiritual energy to me. Before teaching, Chen Mobai naturally needs to understand the student's background. Although Chu Zuoshu and the other two found it strange, they still obediently did as instructed. The spirit testing instrument that Chen Mobai bought from Qing Nu was definitely worth more than its price. Chu Zuoshu, Metal 8, Wood 39, Water 13, Fire 17, Earth 23. Seeing the values of the 5 elements' spiritual roots displayed on the screen, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. It was a normal dual-attribute true spiritual root, which was an excellent aptitude whether in the heavenly river realm or the immortal sect. Unfortunately, Chu Zuoshu did not cultivate the 2 phases technique. Like Meng Hong, he specialized in the longevity scripture. Moreover, in order to quickly improve his realm during cultivation, he consumed many pills, resulting in an unstable foundation. Even with the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, the probability of forming a core was not high. However, on the surface, Chen Mobai still nodded to Chu Zuoshu. Hong, Metal 12, Wood 19, Water 53, Fire 14, Earth 12. The second person to have his spiritual root measured was Hong. As expected of Chen Mobai's chief disciple, who had previously suppressed 3,000 qi refining cultivators of the divine wood sect, his talent in water spiritual root was so high that he could be called a genius. Unfortunately, his golden spiritual root was mediocre. He did not cultivate the 2 phases technique, and he was also polluted by the environment, with elixirs accumulating in his body. However, compared to Chu Zuoshu, Hong's situation is much better. First, he is more talented, and second, he is young, so he has enough time to treat the elixir poisoning and purify his spiritual energy. Not bad either. Chen Mobai always believed in encouraging education. After investigating Hong's background, he smiled and nodded, then looked at the last person. Yin Qingmei's delicately made-up oval face carried a hint of unease. She didn't know that Chen Mobai was measuring spiritual roots. She thought he was taking spiritual power to probe cultivation level. Among the 3 people present, her cultivation level was the lowest. I had only just broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment 2 years ago. For a heavenly spiritual root, this speed is already considered rather slow. Despite her unease, Yin Qingmei obediently extended her snow-white, jade-like right hand and transferred a stream of longevity spiritual energy to the ancestor as he looked at her. Yin Qingmei, Gold 2, Wood 83, Water 6, Fire 4, Earth 5. With these values, achieving the core formation stage is practically no problem with just a little guidance. Chen Mobai nodded in satisfaction when he saw the numbers on the screen of the palm-based spirit testing device. At this moment, Zhuo Ming, who had seen Gu Yan off, also returned. Chen Mobai pointed to the futon beside him, indicating that his second disciple should sit down. He figured that it was better to talk to one more person than to talk to another, and with Zhuo Mingwen's foundation in foundation establishment, he was also expected to form a core formation in the future. It would be good to listen now. He first described the insights on core formation passed down by the Divine Wood sect in his own words and understanding, then shared his personal experience, and even used water manipulation to create a small human model, giving them the clearest visual understanding of the core formation process. After sharing his insights on core formation, he began to provide targeted guidance. Nephew Chu is nearing the end of his prime and no longer has time to slowly purify his spiritual energy. Why not choose a suitable body tempering technique, consume spiritual rice, and strengthen his physique. Chen Mobai also had no good way to deal with Chu Zuoshu. After all, the former had been cultivating for more than 100 years, from qi refining to foundation establishment. He had been taking medicine all the way to improve and break through the realm. The poison of pills had long been integrated with his longevity spiritual power. To remove the poison from the pills, he would have to sacrifice most of his life's cultivation, which is simply not worth it. It would be better to stick to one's beliefs and directly attempt to reach the core formation stage. After all, there are two successful examples, Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju, and Chu Zuoshu also has the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, so he can overcome this hurdle with the help of the pill. However, this means that he will have to undergo the transformation of his body and mind on his own. Chen Mobai was not very good at spiritual sense, and he relied entirely on Meng Huanger's help, along with the power of pills, to force his way through. Only in terms of physical experience, I have personally experienced a great deal of resources and time, and am very experienced. Reporting to Ancestor Chen, after listening to your explanation of the 3 stages of foundation establishment in Shenmu City, I understood how a strong physical body helps with core formation. So I began cultivating the wood spirit body that suited me. Over the years, I have spent a lot of resources and barely managed to cultivate this body forging method to the foundation establishment level. I don't know how much it will help with core formation. Chu Zuoshu was speaking the truth. The Divine Wood sect had many body-forging techniques, but he couldn't cultivate the top-tier wood attribute longevity body because it lacked the sap of the longevity tree. So he had to settle for the most common wood spirit body. This wood spirit body is the most common and widespread body-forging technique circulating in the eastern wilderness. Even rogue cultivators can obtain the qi refining section. However, the skills above foundation establishment are only available among the major sects of the eastern wilderness. Chu Zuoshu chose this because the wood spirit body can be cultivated up to the 3rd level. Moreover, the Divine Wood sect possesses the cultivation method for the 3rd-tier wood spirit body, as it matches the attribute perfectly. Zhou Shenking had spent a considerable amount of spirit stones to purchase it from an auction held in Dongyi. Chu Zuoshu planned to cultivate the wood spirit body to the peak of the 2nd tier before forming the core. Unfortunately, the time was still too short. Even though he eats 5 meals of spirit rice every day and has the alchemy department prepare some body-strengthening tonics, he has only reached the 2nd level of cultivation. With spirit body, I just happen to have obtained my junior nephew Gu Yan's extraction technique and experimented with it, condensing 2 drops of longevity tree sap. You can use it to refine first. After the core formation ceremony, I will help you extract more. I hope you can raise your body tempering technique to the peak of the 2nd tier before you form your core. The sap of the longevity tree is the best spiritual material for wood attribute body tempering techniques. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out a green gourd from his storage bag. Thank you very much, Elder Chen. Amidst the envious gazes of the other 3 in the room, Chu Zuoshu bowed deeply with a look of delight, then immediately rose to accept the sap from the tree of immortality. I will teach you another secret technique, the precious fire body tempering technique, which allows you to quickly refine the sap of the longevity tree. This technique requires a fully refined and controlled azure sun flame. Do you have one? I happen to have one, but I'm not very skilled at controlling it. A complete azure yang flame is a peak 2nd-tier spiritual object, extremely rare even within the entire Divine Wood sect. While its wood spiritual root is excellent, its fire spiritual root is only barely passable, so its control over this spiritual flame is merely functional. You'll have to get through this yourself. For someone like Chen Mobai, who possesses a fire spirit body, the treasure fire body tempering technique can be used at maximum efficiency for tempering, as the flames will not cause him any harm. That is why he was able to master the sword demon technique so easily. As for Chu Zuoshu, he could only endure the pain of tempering his body with spiritual fire. The longer he endured it, the faster he could refine the sap of the longevity tree. If he couldn't endure it, he would have to stop. After thanking him again, Chu Zuoshu, holding the green gourd with obvious affection, sat down to the side and gave his seat to Hong. Ancestor Chen, I wonder what flaws still exist in my core formation. Chen Mobai used the burning lamp technique to examine Hong's spiritual power and physical body, and then looked at his spiritual root values. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. The combined value of the 5 elements in Hong's spiritual roots is a staggering 110. Did he consume rare and precious herbs to enhance his spiritual roots? At this moment, Chen Mobai also discovered that Hong's physical body was full of vitality and vigor, and it seemed that he had also cultivated a body-tempering method, and his mastery of it was extremely profound. Although his spiritual power was vast, it was also extremely complex. This was not due to excessive consumption of pills, but rather as if it was a mixture of spiritual power from cultivating several different water attribute techniques. Junior nephew Hong, your physical body is powerful and your spiritual power is vast, but it seems that some of your spiritual power is not yet under your control. Why is that? Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Hong's expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a moment before explaining his reasons. Reporting to Ancestor Chen, in addition to the Azure Wave technique, I also cultivate the water element body and the pure spirit technique. It is precisely because of this that I am invincible among those of the same level. Perhaps it is because I cultivate 3 techniques that my spiritual power is fluctuating. Water elemental body is a water attribute body forging method, similar to the wood spirit body. The kindling technique is a divine sense method of the Shenmu sect, similar to the nourishing mind and forging divine technique that Chen Mobai practiced, but it is a bit more advanced and can be cultivated to the 2nd level. Despite practicing 3 different cultivation methods simultaneously, Hong's cultivation level continued to improve rapidly. This talent could no longer be described as genius. It was almost on par with Chen Mobai's. Your water elemental body is already at the mid-2nd rank, and you're not very old. With the sect's resources, reaching the peak of the 2nd rank before forming your core is definitely not a problem. If you have the opportunity to advance to the 3rd rank, your chances of forming your core will increase by 10%. I did not investigate your Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness because it involves personal privacy. However, your spiritual strength is even stronger than your spiritual power, which should be due to your innate talent. Continue to maintain the clarity of your mind and continue to cultivate in this way. The key issue is the complexity of spiritual energy. I've never seen anything like this before. We need to think carefully about how to solve it. What kind of pills have you taken during your cultivation? Faced with Chen Mobai's question, Hong answered truthfully that they were all suitable for increasing and improving water spiritual power, but in recent years, he had basically not taken them. Only when breaking through a bottleneck did he use a pill that helped him break through the barrier in order to ensure success. Well, from now on, don't think about improving your spiritual power anymore. Just focus on honing it. After all, core formation is the condensation of spiritual power. Whether it's the physical body or the divine sense, they are just auxiliary means for the transformation of spiritual power. After pointing out the importance of Hong's energy and spirit, Chen Mobai looked at the last person. Yin Qingmei. This precious child of the divine tree sect has grown into a stunning beauty. Her fair and delicate skin, slender figure, rounded oval face, and picturesque eyebrows and eyes are all undeniable. She is like a peach blossoming in spring, charming and radiant. Please enlighten me, ancestor. As Yin Qingmei spoke, she rose from the prayer mat behind her, gently shifting her knees on the floor, and moved to the position in front of Chen Mobai after Hong stepped aside. Yes, junior nephew Yin has a heavenly spiritual root. As long as he cultivates step by step like this, there will be no problem with him forming his core. When facing her, Chen Mobai did not put the same effort into her as he had into Chu Zuoshu and Hong. He did not even use the burning lamp technique to take her pulse or examine her body. Ancestor I. Yin Qingmei was a little unwilling. She had waited for so long, and all she got was this one sentence. She thought of the supreme secret technique of the longevity sect that Fu Zhangju had once revealed to her. It was said to be able to directly lead to the nascent soul stage, but Fu Zhangju meant that this technique was brought to the sect by Chen Mobai, and if she wanted to cultivate it, he had to give his personal approval. That's why Yin Qingmei was so excited when she was summoned by Chen Mobai. She thought that this old Master Chen was going to impart the great technique of transformation into a divine being. "Oh, is there anything else, junior nephew Yin?" Chen Mobai asked with some curiosity. He had heard Fu Zhangju mention this heavenly spiritual root before. It was also a foundation establishment cultivator who had attained the Tao, but the sect had not publicized it in order to keep a low profile and downplay its existence. With a true innate spiritual root and the full support of the Divine Wood sect, as long as Yin Qingmei doesn't recklessly take pills to improve her cultivation, the core formation stage won't stop her at all. Even Chen Mobai had considered whether he should teach her the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture. However, this technique is from ancient times, and it's unclear whether it's suitable for cultivation in the current environment. Moreover, Chen Mobai was also afraid that this nascent soul transformation technique might contain a hidden trump card from the so-called celestial venerable of the longevity sect. Without being absolutely certain of its success, he felt it was better to be cautious. After all, Yin Qingmei possesses a heavenly spiritual root. As long as she cultivates the longevity scripture, she is guaranteed to reach the perfect core formation stage. There's no need to gamble on the sect's future for a mere probability. "No, thank you for your guidance, ancestor." Faced with the gaze of the core formation ancestor, Yin Qingmei felt a surge of awe and ultimately dared not ask for the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture. She immediately lowered her head and kowtowed in respect. "Well, if you have any confusion or questions about the core formation stage or above in the future, you can come to me. However, I may go into seclusion and close this place. You can tell Minger about it, and I will summon her as soon as I come out of seclusion. I'll have to trouble you from now on, junior sister Zhuo." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Chu Zuoshu was the first to politely greet Zhuo Ming, followed by Hong and Yin Qingmei. Zhuo Ming was clearly a little surprised, but after reaching the foundation establishment stage, she was already capable of handling things on her own. In addition, with Chen Mobai, her core formation master by her side, she calmly got up to answer. Soon Chu Zuoshu and his group tactfully took their leave. After giving instructions to the three of them, Chen Mobai felt relieved. If the nascent soul grand elder of Xuanxiao Dao Palace doesn't come to kill us, the Shenmu sect's goal is to support them in achieving core formation, hoping to produce a fourth, fifth, or even a sixth core formation cultivator. Master, junior sister Zuding has also prepared some gifts on behalf of the Snowfall Palace. Would you like to meet her as well? After Zhuo Ming saw the three of them off and returned, he spoke to Chen Mobai. After Chen Mobai reached the core formation stage, those who wanted to see him basically had to go through the connections of his two disciples. "Then let's meet." Chen Mobai had always valued his second apprentice, Zhuo Ming. Since she had spoken up and he had nothing else to do, he nodded in agreement. End of this chapter. Chapter 517, Ancestor Golden Wind. Chapter 517, Ancestor Golden Wind. Greetings, Elder Chen. After entering the wooden house, Zhu Ting bowed deeply to Chen Mobai. "Nephew Zhu, there's no need for such formalities. It's been many years since we last met. I'm very pleased to see that you've successfully established your foundation." Chen Mobai's impression of Zhu Ting was limited to the label of being a disciple of the Snowfall Palace. However, he was always gentle in his dealings with people. He reached out, and a gentle, invisible spiritual energy surged out, helping her up from a distance. Reporting to Ancestor Chen, since I left Xi'an 18 years ago, I have been thinking about those days every moment. After Zhu Ting stood up, she said something that surprised Chen Mobai. 18 years have passed, and he still doesn't remember when this Snowfall Palace disciple came or left, yet she remembers it so clearly. "If you have time in the future, you can come to Xi'an more often. Minger will always be here." Chen Mobai said with a smile that he planned to keep Zhuo Ming, this precious gem, in the giant tree ridge forever. Even Yin Qingmei, with her heavenly spiritual root, was far less valuable than Zhuo Ming in his eyes. However, this would make Zhuo Ming rather lonely. It would be a good thing for her if a friend from outside the Shenmu sect could come and visit her often. Thank you, Ancestor Chen. This is a congratulatory gift from our ancestor, Ancestor Kong, to celebrate your core formation. Although Zhu Ting had the intention of seeking refuge, she knew she needed to find a suitable time to bring it up, since the level of trust between the major sects in the eastern wilderness was not very high. So she decided to offer gifts according to her status first. Chen Mobai nodded, and Zhuo Ming immediately took it. This is an exquisite box carved from ice. Within its slightly transparent body, two halos of red and blue light emanate, making it quite dazzling. Chen Mobai opened it with some curiosity, and his eyes widened slightly when he saw what it contained. Since Zhu Ting was representing the Snowfall Palace to celebrate Chen Mobai's core formation ceremony, Kong Lingeling brought out some good items worthy of the occasion. At the bottom of the box were two mid-grade spirit stones, and on top of the spirit stones were a pair of beautiful crystal jades. The crystal is a deep blue, its chill penetrating to the bone. The jade is a vibrant red, its warmth gentle and comforting. Chen Mobai had completed a course on mineral identification at the Tao Academy, and he also happened to know the names of these two things in the Tian realm. Frozen ice crystals, warm jade of 1,000 years. Moreover, this icy crystal is even colder and deeper blue than the one that assisted Yan Bingxuan in her foundation building. It is clearly of the third tier. Needless to say, the millennium-old warm jade is also of the third rank. This frost crystal can be used to upgrade the Crimson Cloud and Mist Robe. This transportation and defensive magic weapon was no longer up to par at its second-tier level after he formed his core, so it's a good opportunity to upgrade it. The 1,000-year warm jade is compatible with Chen Mobai's attributes. He took the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill refined by Yan Shaiyan to form his core, but there is still some pill poison in his body. He needs to cultivate the burning lamp technique to purify and cleanse it, and the warm jade can help him clear the pill poison more quickly. Master Kong is very kind. Please tell him to thank me when you get back. Chen Mobai said sincerely, and couldn't help but admire the abundance of resources in the Tian realm. These two items cannot be purchased even with good deeds in the immortal sects. Chen Mobai then talked with Zhu Ting for a while. As it was getting dark, Zhuo Ming spoke up. Master, junior sister Zhu also brought some grains and rice seeds from the Snowfall Palace as a congratulatory gift to celebrate your core formation. As expected, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up immediately when he heard the word seed. Of all the arts of cultivation, he truly loved farming the most. Despite the fact that Zhuo Ming's all-encompassing spiritual power allowed them to hybridize a considerable amount of second-tier spiritual rice in Xiaonanshan, they were still unable to cultivate third-tier rice. Chen Mobai knew that this was because there weren't enough varieties of rice to experiment with. With the 5 grains of rice from the Snow Kingdom, they could conduct hundreds more hybridization trials, and perhaps they would be able to grow third-tier spirit rice. Oh, is that so? Chen Mobai was surprised to receive a large box of rice seeds that Zhu Ting handed him, which were sorted and separated. He carefully picked up each seed one by one, held them in his palm, and used his divine sense to feel the dormant life force hidden within them. All seeds are carefully selected and plump. Junior nephew Zhu, you are very kind. Chen Mobai accepted the box of seeds with satisfaction, nodding and praising Zhu Ting repeatedly. I'm very happy that old Master Chen likes it. Haha, let's go to Xiaonanshan. After obtaining the new seed, Chen Mobai completely forgot about the frost crystal and the 1,000-year warm jade, and couldn't wait to take Zhuo Ming and Zhu Ting towards Xiaonan Mountain. By the time the three arrived, it was already dusk. Zhuo Ming quickly prepared the 2 acres of spirit fields, and then sowed the seeds Chen Mobai had given her in the most suitable way. Zhu Ting, who was beside her, also deftly rolled up the long sleeves of her palace dress and took out hose and other spirit tools from her storage bag to help. Chen Mobai naturally pointed and commented from the side. Although he had reached the core formation stage, the level of his spiritual plants had been completely surpassed by Zhuo Ming. The supernatural power of the all-things spiritual connection has enabled Zhu Ming to master all the spiritual plant cultivation techniques of the Divine Wood sect over the years, making him a third-level, fully accomplished spiritual plant cultivator. In recent years, whenever the spirit plant department has encountered any difficult problems such as the withering and decay of precious medicinal herbs, Zhu Ming has been asked to solve them. After Chen Mobai finished his mission of guarding the city for 10 years after the founding of the People's Republic of China, Chu Zuoshu even suggested that Zhuo Ming take over his mantle and gild his reputation. However, Zhuo Ming was still too young, and his cultivation level was not high, so his proposal was rejected at the meeting of the 3 palaces and 12 departments. Those who initially rejected the proposal are now trying to find connections to explain the situation to Zhuo Ming after the news of Chen Mobai's core formation came out. Soon after, Liu Wenbai, having heard the news, also rushed over carrying a hoe with him. He knew that under Chen Mobai's tutelage, he could be unskilled in other things, but he absolutely had to know how to farm. Many hands make light work, especially since all 3 of them are at the foundation establishment stage. Soon the entire box of seeds was planted. By this time it was completely dark, so the group naturally made use of what they had on hand. Liu Wenbai caught 2 rice paddy fish, Zhuo Ming went to another hilltop to catch spirit chickens, and Zhu Ting skillfully fetched spring water to cook spirit rice. Chen Mobai naturally lay on a large rock directing them to work. Over the years, the apprentice's culinary skills have long been mastered. It's time for him to enjoy himself. Indeed, it is here that I can feel relaxed, carefree, and unrestrained. For 18 years after leaving Xiaonanshan, I have missed this place every moment. Zuding was eating a piece of jade bamboo spirit rice when she suddenly spoke with some emotion. I miss it too. It feels like it's been so long since we ate spirit rice and farmed together. After hearing this, Zhuo Ming, with a somewhat naive mind, said, "Since Luo Yixuan left the Shenmu sect, Chen Mobai has focused on core formation, and their lineage has had fewer farming and team-building activities." Liu Wenbai hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head and silently ate the grilled fish in his hand. "Xuaner's soul lamp is still there, and I will definitely bring her back." Chen Mobai said this calmly. Now he was confident enough to dominate the eastern wilderness. His primary goal in the heavenly river realm is to find his missing apprentice. After finishing his meal, Chen Mobai asked Zhuo Ming to take good care of Zhu Ting, and then return to the Longevity Wood Dojo on his own. Dangyi Mingjing Mountain is the location of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace sect. Zhao Xuankang has been kneeling on the cliff top for a whole month. His face was ashen, and he had no spiritual power left. He was like an ordinary person enduring the biting cold wind on the mountaintop. The torture, like being cut into 1,000 pieces, caused him to suffer double pain in both body and mind. But he dared not utter any painful cries, as if afraid of disturbing something, and gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Because the nascent soul cultivator of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, ancestor Jin Feng, lives in seclusion in the void above the cliff. It was a stone house suspended in midair, with a black iron chain extending from a stone pillar on the edge of the cliff, holding the stone house in place. The rich spiritual energy of the entire Mingjing Mountain rippled continuously in the void outside the cliff, as if the flowing water had solidified into a tangible substance. The stone house swayed back and forth under the pull of the iron chains, and when it came into contact with the spiritual energy, it was like the void turning into ripples on the water, constantly rippling towards the cliff where Zhao Xuankang was kneeling. Each time the spiritual energy rushed in, it was like a howling wind, scraping against Zhao Xuankang's body like a knife, causing him to groan involuntarily. His golden robe was already mostly stained red with blood, but he still dared not argue or shout. He just gritted his teeth and endured it. He didn't know how much time had passed, but just as Zhao Xuankang's consciousness was about to fade, a huge figure radiating golden light, as if composed of rays of light, emerged from the stone house and condensed in the void outside the cliff. "Greetings, ancestor." Zhao Xuankang instantly regained his senses and began kowtowing repeatedly to the enormous golden figure. "Tell me, why did the eastern wilderness fail?" As Jin Feng Laozu's calm voice rang out, Zhao Xuankang immediately recounted his and Nan Xuanjing's experiences after they went to the eastern wilderness in detail. Chen Gixian of the Shenmu sect. After listening to Zhao Xuankang's description, the Golden Wind ancestor remembered the name. A peerless swordsmanship genius who was still able to form a core, despite the negative effects of the nightmare prayer technique. Having just formed his core, he was able to kill Nan Xuanjing. Is he another Ku Zhu? Ancestor, the responsibility for junior brother Nan Xuanjing's death in the eastern wilderness lies entirely with me. However, I beg you to preserve my useful body so that I may avenge my junior brother. Zhao Xuankang did not defend himself. He knew that the ancestor hated this kind of person the most, but he still pleaded for him in a roundabout way. You can't even handle a newly formed core formation cultivator, and Zhou Shenking is about to form his nascent soul. How can you possibly avenge your nephew Nan? Are you asking me to take action? Old ancestor Jin Feng spoke coldly. Ancestor, we cannot let junior brother Nan's grudge go unavenged. Otherwise, all the sects in Dongyi will think that our Xuanxiao Dao Palace is easy to bully. I can lie and say that the Shenmu sect has a nascent soul spiritual object left by the Hunyuan ancestor, which will lure demonic cultivators and tribulation cultivators to seize it. We can even go to the Yellow Springs Road and join forces with those ghost cultivators to destroy the Shenmu sect. Zhao Xuankang briefly explained his plan. After he formed his core, he was in charge of the dark side of Xuanxiao Dao Palace and had connections with all sorts of shady and evil forces. However, he still had to consider the reputation of his prestigious family, so he didn't go too far. He secretly found a demonic cultivator to curse Chen Mobai, ruining his cultivation. After finding his trail of leaving the eastern wilderness, he guided the Tai Sui to devour him in the desolate ruins, thinking that everything was foolproof. Little did he know that Chen Mobai's talent and luck far exceeded his expectations, and he actually managed to successfully form his core and return under those circumstances. Moreover, he somehow acquired a terrifying fourth-tier sword, which, combined with his unparalleled swordsmanship talent, made him even more formidable. With the sword and man becoming one, he even managed to kill Nan Xuanjing, who was skilled in combat. That's not enough. If Zhou Shenking were to reach the nascent soul stage, how would you deal with that? Old ancestor Jin Feng continued in an icy tone. If Zhou Shenking has reached the nascent soul stage, I beg the ancestor to expel me from the Dao Palace immediately. Tell him that what I did had nothing to do with the ancestor or the sect. It was all because of personal grudges that I instigated the Xuanxiao Dao Palace and the Shenmu sect to oppose me. My crimes are heinous. Upon hearing Zhao Xuankang's words, the Golden Wind ancestor snorted coldly and stopped the relentless, chilling wind from the cliff. A golden light surged out from the stone house and entered Zhao Xuankang's dantian. Instantly, the sealed spiritual power in the latter began to surge, and the golden core that was previously undetectable was once again under the control of his divine sense. I don't want to waste my precious lifespan in the eastern wilderness. I'll give you one last chance. I'll send Xu and Shu to the eastern wilderness as well. The two of you can work in the open and in the shadows. If we can take over the eastern wilderness, I'll give Xu and Shu a chance to form his nascent soul. Upon hearing these words from ancestor Jin Feng, Zhao Xuankang's expression showed a slight surprise. Xu and Shu, this is the former holy son of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, a wind spirit root who had already formed his core 100 years ago. After reaching the core formation stage, he was personally instructed here by ancestor Jin Feng until he descended the mountain 10 years ago. Although Zhao Xuankang didn't know Xu and Shu's cultivation level, he couldn't see through him, meaning that Xuanshu's cultivation level was only higher than Xuanshu's. Zhao Xuankang is in the mid-stage of core formation. Upon hearing ancestor Jin Feng offer him another chance to form a nascent soul, it was clear that this most outstanding holy son of Xuanxiao Dao Palace 100 years ago, who had overpowered the three major sects of Dongyi during his foundation establishment stage, and even had a considerable reputation in the eastern lands, was very likely already in the late stage of core formation. Is the ancestor giving me pointers, instructing me to assist Xuanshu in forming his nascent soul? As Zhao Xuankang left, he suddenly realized something. He had no intention of using Jai Zhenqi's bill from the top of Hanshan Mountain to lead Xuanxiao Dao Palace into the eastern wilderness and open up a way out. It was Nan Xuanjing who approached him after receiving instructions from the ancestor, because Zhao Xuankang was the most familiar with the eastern wilderness. He naturally had to obey the ancestor's orders. Although Zhao Xuankang did not understand why he had to open up the eastern wilderness at that time, he thought it was a piece of cake. However, he did not expect to suffer a big setback at the hands of the Divine Wood sect. Senior Brother Zhao. As he descended the mountain, a young man in a golden robe with an ordinary face but sharp eyes stood at the crossroads waiting for him and bowed to him. Junior Brother Xuanshu. When Zhao Xuankang saw the young man, he returned the greeting with unprecedented respect. End of this chapter. Chapter 518, The Great Ceremony of Core Formation. Chapter 518, The Great Ceremony of Core Formation. Time quickly came to Chen Mobai's core formation ceremony. He personally doesn't like being so high-profile, but for the Eastern Wilderness, a sect producing a core formation cultivator is like having another towering white jade pillar, and they can't wait to publicize it so that the whole world knows. When the news of Chen Mobai's core formation came from Yan Kingdom, Chu Zuoshu and others had already begun preparations for it. Once Fu Zongju and Chen Mobai return, all that's needed is to set a time. A month passed by in a blur. A gift from Huishan Valley, 2 bottles of third-grade spirit pills presented by Yi Bagui. A pair of water and fire spirit jade, a gift from the Snowfall Palace presented by Zhu Ting. A gift from the Bai family of Zhu Feng on the anniversary of the founding of the nation, 8 ounces of snow needle immortal sprouts. Chen Mobai sat upright on the platform in the square where the foundation establishment ceremony was held in Shenmu City. He watched as the sect leader, Chu Zuoshu, greeted each person one by one. A cultivator with a loud voice called out the names of the people who came to congratulate him and the gifts they brought, so that the old ancestor would not be unfamiliar with them. This is also very necessary, because Chen Mobai is a well-known ascetic, and apart from Zhu Ting, he only knows about the major families of the founding country and some families of the Yun Kingdom that he has come into contact with. The order of entry for this core formation ceremony was arranged in advance, and soon the huge square was filled with people. A gift from the 5 Elements sect, a mountain-suppressing stone presented by Kong Shangsu. As the last cultivator with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes walked over to greet Chu Zuoshu, all the guests for this core formation ceremony had arrived. I didn't expect the 5 Elements sect to send people over as well. Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised. The relationship between the 2 sects was not exactly that of mortal enemies, but at least they had never spoken to each other. When Chu Zuoshu reported before, he only said that the invitation had been sent and the 5 Elements sect had not responded. Congratulations to Ancestor Chen on achieving the golden elixir. May he live to be 500 years old. As everyone stood up to congratulate him, Chen Mobai also laughed heartily, stood up, raised his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Then the usual preaching began. The core formation cultivator shared his insights and experiences during the foundation establishment stage. It was an opportunity that probably no cultivation family in the entire eastern wilderness would ever have in their lifetime, so everyone was respectful and focused, afraid of missing a single word. Chen Mobai is now highly skilled at lecturing, thanks to his extensive teaching experience from the immortal sects. Kong Shangsu of the 5 Elements sect and Yi Bogui of the returning Heaven Valley initially remained calm, but after hearing the beginning, their eyes widened in shock as they listened. There are so many details, even in the Foundation establishment realm. In the end, everyone was completely engrossed in the explanation. By the time they realized what was happening, the old ancestor Chen on the high platform had already stopped explaining. Is that all? After listening to Elder Chen's explanation, I still have many questions. May I ask for your guidance? The one who said this was Ning Leshan from Jin Guangya. This was also arranged in advance. Chen Mobai nodded with a smile. It is fate that you have come to my core formation ceremony today. I will randomly select 3 people to answer one question each. Upon hearing this, all the cultivators present lit up, wanting Chen Mobai to choose them. However, these 3 had already made arrangements for 2 of them in advance. After Ning Leshan, it would naturally be Zhu Ting. Only the last one, Chen Mobai, glanced at it, and finally pointed to Liu Jingxian, the Foundation establishment ancestor of the Liu family of Yun Kingdom. Why did old Master Chen choose him? Some of the uninformed cultivators present began to discuss among themselves, and soon someone provided the answer. Old Master Chen's eldest disciple came from the Liu family of Yun Kingdom. Liu Jingxian was able to have this opportunity because of Liu Wenbai's influence. Liu Jingxian's cultivation level is not high, only at the peak of the early Foundation establishment stage. He is already 167 years old and doesn't have much time left. However, because his family has produced Liu Wenbai, he is not worried about successors at all. Especially after Chen Mobai achieved the Golden Core stage, the Liu family can now be considered the direct descendants of the Golden Core stage. This time, Liu Jingxian was chosen by Chen Mobai at the core formation ceremony, and his face was rosy. He looked as if he had become 10 years younger. He raised the problems he had encountered during his cultivation and wanted to know how to break through the bottleneck that had troubled him for decades. After inquiring about Liu Jingxian's cultivation method and examining his spiritual root, Chen Mobai provided 3 methods for him to break through. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Chen. Hearing Liu Jingxian's sincere words, Chen Mobai nodded, about to conclude today's core formation ceremony. Suddenly, his expression turned serious, and he looked up at the sky. A golden jade bridge stretched out from the distant horizon, and a tall, handsome young man in a golden robe stood with his hands behind his back at the front of the bridge, flying towards the sky above Giant Tree Ridge. Core formation cultivator. Without needing to say a word, everyone could tell the newcomer's cultivation level from the vast spiritual energy surrounding them. Who goes there? A ray of light rose from one of the longevity trees in the center of Giant Tree Ridge, and Fu Zhangju appeared, blocking the golden-robed youth with a solemn expression. I am Xuanshu, and I have come to congratulate True Man Chen on achieving the Golden Core stage. The golden-robed youth had an ordinary face, but his overall demeanor was exceptionally lofty. He stood on the jade bridge, and the air currents rippled around him with a faint whistling sound. The holy son of the Qingxiao Dao Palace. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhangju was shocked. He was from the same era as Xuanshu when he was young, but unfortunately the latter was the most dazzling genius of that time, invincible in the Eastern barbarians, and his reputation was so great that it was famous even in the Eastern wilderness. It is said that in the East, Xuanshu was also exceptionally talented, and he sat down and discussed the Tao with the Taoist disciples of those holy lands and major sects. After returning from the East, Xuanshu quickly succeeded in forming his core, but there has been virtually no news of him since. Unexpectedly, instead of the golden wind ancestor of Qingxiao Dao Palace coming, he sent out this seed of nascent soul formation. Since you're a guest, why don't you come down and have a light drink? Although Fu Zhangju was intimidated by Xuanshu's reputation, he was, after all, in Giant Tree Ridge. Even if the nascent soul Grandmaster Jin Feng came, he could resist him. He immediately calmed down and even reached out to invite Xuanshu down. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts, so I won't come down to ask for a drink. Although Xuanshu was proud, he was not arrogant. He would never walk into a trap and enter the great formation of Giant Tree Ridge. In that case, please leave, fellow Taoist. Fu Zongju subtly reminded them that after killing Nan Xuanjing, the Shenmu sect and the Xuanxiao Dao Palace were essentially irreconcilable enemies. However, today is Chen Mobai's core formation ceremony, and he does not wish to resort to violence. Most importantly, with Zhou Shenking already in seclusion, neither he nor Chen Mobai were a match for Xuanshu. I have come here not only to celebrate Master Chen's formation of the Golden Core, but also to collect a debt. Xuanshu stopped talking and narrowed his eyes, as a biting cold wind began to gather around him. What debt? My junior brother Nan Xuanjing died at the hands of Master Chen. You should at least give one core formation cultivator from your Shenmu sect to compensate for his life. Upon hearing this, Fu Zongju knew that the newcomer was an enemy, not a friend. He sneered, and without saying another word, directly steered the puppet body back down toward the giant tree ridge below. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light burst forth from Xuanshu's fingertip, and Fu Zongju's puppet body was cleaved in two the moment it turned around. The azure light cleaved through the clouds and split the sky, its remaining force continuing to fall towards Giant Tree Ridge. A clear, bright light shot into the sky, and the Divine Wood Sect's myriad wood array spontaneously activated, neutralizing Xuanshu's attack. The three core formation cultivators of the Divine Wood Sect only dare to hide inside the Great Formation. Xuanshu stood on the Jade Bridge, suspended in midair, and shouted loudly towards Giant Tree Ridge, his voice naturally carried into the Divine Tree City. The crowd looked at each other, but dared not utter a word, remaining silent as if they had not dared to look at Chen Mobai on the high platform. In their minds, Xuanshu's disruption of the core formation ceremony would surely enrage old ancestor Chen. In this situation, it's best to avoid eye contact with him. What if this old man Chen is petty? Nephew Chu, what is the origin of this Xuanshu? Chen Mobai didn't even know all the forces in the eastern wilderness, let alone Xuanshu, an outsider. He was naturally not in a good mood, and was already preparing to take the purple lightning sword into the arena. Reporting to Elder Chen, I also do not know the origin of this person. Xuanshu secluded himself in Mingjing Mountain for 100 years, and the younger generation in Dongyi did not know him, let alone Chu Zuoshu. He is the previous holy son of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. The one who said this was Kong Shangsu of the Five Elements sect. Chen Mobai glanced at him, nodded, and then transformed into a crimson flame, like a shooting star soaring into the sky, rushing towards Xuanshu in midair. Junior brother Chen, please don't act rashly. Unfortunately, before they could leave the 10,000 wood formation, they were stopped by Fu Zongju. Senior brother, if we don't fight and get blocked at the door, what will become of the sect's reputation? With the sect's grand formation as a backup, Chen Mobai figured that if things got too tough, he could simply retreat immediately. All right, junior brother, don't be reckless. I've already sent someone to inform senior brother Mo. With the three of us working together, we'll definitely be able to take him down easily. Fu Zongju, with the lowest cultivation level, was used to ganging up with Zhou Shenking and Mo Duguang, so as soon as he sensed that Xuanshu was about to make a move, he immediately withdrew, preparing to wait until everyone was gathered before having another match. I beg senior brother Fu to cover for me. As Chen Mobai spoke, he had already stepped out of the range of the myriad wood array. Very good, this man is indeed as arrogant as I expected. When the fight begins, I will feign weakness first, and when he thinks he can hold his own against me, I will suddenly launch a fierce attack and kill him in one move, giving him no chance to escape back into the formation. Standing on the Jade Bridge, Xuanshu saw Chen Mobai step out of the formation. Although his expression remained calm, his eyes lit up. He could already see his opponent's fate of being beheaded in a few breaths. The so-called peerless sword genius is just boasting in this small place called the Eastern Wilderness. His true strength and talent, if placed in the Eastern land, would probably only be at the level of a beginner disciple of a major sect. He, however, was a true genius capable of conversing with the holy sons and daughters of those sacred lands. After beheading Chen Gixian and forcing Zhou Shenqing to emerge from seclusion, he can then slowly deal with the remaining core formation cultivators in the eastern wilderness, and finally eliminate the fourth-tier demonic beast in Yunmeng's. Only then can he prepare to form his nascent soul. Xu Shu had a very clear plan for his path to nascent soul formation, and in his mind, even the Golden Wind Ancestor was just a pawn he was using. After he reaches the nascent soul stage, he will unify the three realms of Dongyi, Donghuang, and Dongwu, establish a super sect to open up this desolate land, gather resources for himself to become a nascent soul cultivator, and thus establish another holy land outside the eastern lands. I hate rude people the most. At this moment Chen Mobai's words came, and Xu Shu sneered, his fingertips flashing with a bluish-gold sharpness. Just as he was about to unleash his heavenly wind finger technique, a deep, muffled thunderclap suddenly resounded in midair. Chen Mobai pulled out a purple light from his storage bag, and then a loud bang echoed in the sky. Amidst bolts of lightning and thunder, the purple lightning sword light struck down on Xu Shu's head. The heavenly wind finger technique was instantly broken. Xu Shu's expression changed slightly, and a defensive talisman on his sleeve was activated, transforming into a wind barrier that blocked the purple lightning sword. However, as thunder crashed down from the sky, the whirlwinds were shattered one after another. Seeing that even this top-grade third-tier talisman couldn't stop the purple lightning sword, Xu Shu was shocked. He could only open his mouth and spit out a golden jade pearl. A golden light shield suddenly erupted and enveloped his entire body. At the same time, two more defensive talismans were activated, combining with the pearl to form 3 layers of protection. A deafening roar. Xu Shu's body involuntarily retreated step by step. The purple lightning sword was drawing upon the pure yang spiritual energy in Chen Mobai's Danshan. Although the two were different in their approaches, they were both extremely yang and extremely strong, and had an 80% compatibility. Amidst the astonished gazes of over 100 Foundation establishment cultivators from all corners of the eastern wilderness in Shenmu City below, a dazzling pillar of purple lightning erupted from the sword in old ancestor Chen's palm, slamming the renowned holy son of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, who stood atop the Jade Bridge, down like a golden ball. Is this the greatest swordsmanship talent in the eastern wilderness in 1,000 years? Many people were initially skeptical of the Shenmu sect's boasts, but after witnessing this scene, they realized they were being modest. Since the eastern wilderness was opened up, there has never been such a powerful sword cultivator. Boom! At this moment, Xu Shu in midair finally stopped. After a dazzling blue-gold light burst out, he actually managed to reverse the direction of the purple lightning pillar. Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised that the immense force he had just experienced had actually suppressed the purple lightning sword in his hand. Although the main reason was that his cultivation level was not high enough to unleash the power of the purple lightning sword, a cultivator in the late stage of core formation was indeed not to be underestimated. However, he never intended to defeat Xu Shu. He only came up to strike twice to save face for the sect. Since his spiritual energy is abundant, using the purple lightning sword will not deplete his vital energy, and he can also practice his proficiency in using this fourth-tier sword. Purple lightning sword, master, this opponent is a bit strong. Chen Mobai, it's all right. We'll combine our swords and just exchange a couple of blows to make a show of it. We don't need to defeat him. Purple lightning sword, what I mean is we need to add spirit stones. Chen Mobai. End of this chapter. Chapter 519-10 Directions Palace. Chapter 519-10 Directions Palace. How did this purple lightning sword go astray? After hearing this, Chen Mobai had only this thought in his mind. He instinctively felt that he couldn't be indulged. If they dared to add spirit stones now, what would happen in the future? But now that the die is cast, he still needs the full cooperation of the purple lightning sword to contend with Xu Shu, who is in the late stage of core formation. Therefore, Chen Mobai could only agree for the time being. Chen Mobai, how many spirit stones did you take from him? Tell me the number. Purple lightning sword, this probably can't kill him. The purple lightning sword, which had been full of vigor and ready to add spirit stones, suddenly became somewhat deflated. Chen Mobai can't kill him, then why do you dare add spirit stones? Purple lightning sword, well, how about we don't add it for now? The simple-minded purple lightning sword thought about it and felt it made sense. After all, it had only asked for half a piece when it killed the enemy before, and it wasn't even confident of killing the enemy now. Asking for more would be a bit embarrassing. Chen Mobai, however, your opponent's cultivation level is a bit higher. If you can injure him, I'll reward you with half a yuan more to make it a round number. Upon hearing these words, the purple lightning sword, whose morale had been somewhat dampened, instantly regained its fighting spirit. Amidst the thunderous roar, a purple current flickered in the void, winding and coiling like a dragon, before flowing into the long-handled sword in Chen Mobai's palm. Chen Mobai felt that 30% of the vast pure yang spiritual power in his dantian was drawn away in an instant, and his golden core dimmed considerably. However, he felt that the power gathered by the fourth-tier sword in his palm was even more terrifying and sharper than the previous sword strike. With a hissing sound, Chen Mobai raised his sword. A streak of purple light burst forth from the tip of the sword, like a purple rainbow tearing through the sky and reaching straight to the heavens. The clouds swirled around it, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth above Giant Tree Ridge was stirred by this sword, generating wisps of purple lightning in the void, which flickered and disappeared into the sword, and Chen Mobai's body holding it. A sharp pain, like acupuncture, spread from the palm holding the sword throughout Chen Mobai's body. If Chen Mobai hadn't cultivated the longevity body, he probably would have been injured in that instant. Before he could even ask about the purple lightning sword, a dazzling golden meteor flashed out from Xuan-Shu's right hand. The sun-shooting divine spear technique of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, renowned for its power, was far greater in his hands than that of Nan Xuanjing. With a flick of his left sleeve, Chen Mobai sent out an ancient bronze mirror flying. After the pure yang spiritual power was injected, the 6 yang divine fire mirror instantly transformed into a semicircular light shield, blocking Chen Mobai's path. With a loud bang, the golden meteor crashed straight into the Xuan Yang divine light shield, unleashing a dazzling, blinding golden-red shockwave that rippled through the air like waves. Chen Mobai felt the pure yang spiritual energy in his dantian being frantically absorbed by the 6 yang divine fire mirror, and couldn't help but frown slightly. It took 4 times more energy than when facing Nan Xuanjing. After exchanging only 2 moves with Xuan-Shu, Chen Mobai had already used up more than half of his spiritual power. This can't go on any longer. Let's finish this with one last strike to save face. Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai, who had originally intended to strike with the 3 swords, suddenly brightened up and reached out to release the purple lightning sword. Owner! The purple lightning sword felt the gripping sensation disappear and was filled with doubt, thinking that Chen Mobai was unable to withstand the purple lightning's power increasing by another 10%. Just as the purple lightning sword was considering whether to disperse 1/3 of the condensed purple radiant sword light, a semi-transparent skeletal hand reached out from the void to Chen Mobai's right. 5-colored light flowed from the skeletal fingertips, carrying a sense of cyclical repetition and perfect perfection, as it gripped the long-handled sword suspended in midair. I want to test the maximum power I can currently control you, and continue refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into purple lightning. Don't stop until I tell you to. Chen Mobai's thoughts were transmitted to the purple lightning sword, which did not hesitate. It had been a long time since it had unleashed its full power. Although I can't show my full potential yet, I'm still happy to improve as much as possible. And so, the purple lightning sword began to run wild. Rumble! What was originally just a thick purple electric current, like a dragon or snake, suddenly surged forth again in an instant. The purple current was drawn in by the sword tip and extended along the sword to the translucent 5-element sword arm of the myriad Dharma body. Although Chen Mobai's body no longer had to endure the pain of the purple lightning, his consciousness still had to bear the heavy burden of controlling this power. Soon, just as two half-dragon snake purple lightning bolts appeared in the void, he felt that his divine sense at the second level of the golden core stage had reached its limit, and he immediately called for a halt. At this moment, the clash between the 6-yang divine fire mirror and the sun-shooting divine halberd technique reached its peak. With a deafening roar, Jinji exhausted his spiritual power and fell silently from midair. The 6-yang divine fire mirror trembled and flew back into Chen Mobai's sleeve. The defensive spell of this magic weapon, Xuan Yang divine light, showed signs of damage. This shows how powerful Xuan Shu's spell is. However, after Chen Mobai blocked one of the sun-shooting divine spear techniques, Xuan Shu, who was standing on the jade bridge opposite him, took out two more golden spears from his storage bag. With golden light flashing in his palm, two more comet-like golden streams shot out from his palm. But at the same time, a dark purple sky-covering sword aura burst forth from the semi-transparent, five-colored arm beside Chen Mobai. The sword aura, like a wheel, instantly slashed towards Xuan Shu's location, centered on the purple lightning sword, as if cutting grass. The two golden meteors formed by the sun-shooting divine spear technique encountered the dark purple sword light halfway through their journey. They were only blocked for 2 breaths before being crushed into a sky full of golden dust. Upon seeing this, Xuan Shu's eyes widened, and he spat out the golden jade pearl that he had previously retrieved. A surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted, transforming into a golden whirlwind that enveloped Xuan Shu like a whirlwind. The dark purple, wheel-like sword flashed past, and the golden raging storm burst forth with dazzling brilliance, instantly surpassing the 3rd tier. A 4th-tier defensive magic weapon. It was only then that Chen Mobai realized why this former holy son of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace dared to come knocking on his door after he had easily killed Nan Xuanjing with the purple lightning sword. So it turns out they also have a 4th-tier magical artifact to rely on. Purple lightning and golden mist collided in the sky, each occupying half of the sky above Giant Tree Ridge. The vast and mighty spiritual energy fluctuations caused the more than 100 Foundation establishment cultivators from Divine Tree City who had come to celebrate Chen Mobai's core formation to tremble involuntarily. Foundation establishment cultivators can already begin to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cast spells. Compared to the ignorant chi-refining cultivators who only felt that it was dazzling and splendid, they could feel the terrifying power of the two people fighting in the sky. If the two magical artifacts colliding in midair were to fall here, at least half of the Foundation establishment cultivators present would probably die. Is this the strongest power of core formation cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness? While some Foundation establishment cultivators from various families were still in awe of Chen Mobai and Xuan Shu, Kong Shangsu of the 5 Elements sect and Yi Bagui of the returning Heaven Valley had solemn expressions. They were all direct descendants of their sects who had reached the core formation stage and had personally witnessed their master's actions. But in their perception, either of the two people fighting in the sky seemed to be a little stronger than their master. They could understand why Xuan Shu was so powerful. After all, this person was a peerless genius who dominated the Eastern barbarians 100 years ago and was hailed as having the potential to form a nascent soul. But even if Chen, the patriarch of the Shenmue sect, is a peerless sword genius like Xuan Shu, he has only just formed his core. How could he fight so fiercely with Xuan Shu, who is in the late stage of core formation? Could it be that this old ancestor Chen's talent is even more heaven-defying than Xuan Shu's? Upon realizing this, both Kong Shangsu and Yi Bagui became somewhat uneasy. Zhou Shenking of the Divine Wood sect was already a thorn in the side of both sects when he was in the nascent soul stage. Now that he has just formed his core, his talent is so terrifying. Doesn't that mean that as long as he is given time, they will have no room to resist? Just as the two were thinking about how to curb the development of the Divine Wood sect, the clash between two 4th-order magic artifacts in midair finally determined the winner. The myriad Dharma body that appeared beside Chen Mobai began to disappear inch by inch like wisps of green smoke, and the purple lightning sword hummed as it landed in front of him. On the other side, Xuanxu's face was slightly pale as he opened his mouth and swallowed the golden jade pearl back into his stomach. Master, I sense that the opponent isn't truly in sync with the magical artifact. Its operation is fraught with difficulties, and I estimate it consumed the spiritual energy of his golden core essence to unleash its fourth-tier power. If we unite as one with the sword and deliver another strike like before, we might be able to kill him. The purple lightning sword's excitement reached Chen Mobai's heart, but upon sensing the almost empty pure yang spiritual energy in his dantian, Chen Mobai could only shake his head. If he were to make another move, he would have to activate the primordial spiritual power of his golden core, and every bit of that power he used would be gone. There is no need to damage one's foundation for the sake of this Xuanxu. What is the origin of your sword? At this moment, Xuanxu took a pill in front of Chen Mobai. In an instant, his pale face became rosy, and he looked up at the purple lightning sword with a sharp gaze. And what is the origin of that bead of yours? Chen Mobai smiled and asked a question in return. The last bit of spiritual power reserved in his dantian began to circulate, preparing to activate the ground-leaving flame escape to fall into the myriad trees formation below at any time. 100 years ago, a relic appeared in the Dongyi Wandering Mountain. It was left by the Turning Sea Gate, one of the 10 Directions palaces. I entered it and obtained this golden orchid pearl. Xuanxu actually revealed the origin of his fourth-tier treasure, which surprised Chen Mobai slightly. Having lived in the Divine Wood sect for so many years, although he wasn't very clear about the rise and fall of the small forces in various places, he had read through all the legends and epics about holy lands, nascent soul cultivators, and even ascended great powers in the heavenly river realm. The name of this 10 Directions Hall is derived from this. It was a sect that suppressed the 10 directions of heaven and earth during the peak of the Eastern Imperial Court. The 10 palaces were united as one, and even those holy lands and major sects with nascent soul cultivators in charge had to give way. After the Eastern Imperial Court disintegrated, some of the 10 Directions palaces perished, some left the Eastern land to continue their lineage, and some, relying on their overwhelming strength, survived the great calamity and even became one of the holy lands. Could it be that Xuanxu, possessing the treasures of the 10 Directions Palace, has also received the inheritance of the Overturning Sea sect? The Overturning Sea sect is said to have cultivated the art of overturning rivers and seas. At its peak, it was able to suppress even the dragon kings of the waters and seas outside the eastern lands by imperial decree, preventing them from setting foot on land. I've finished speaking, what about yours? Xuanxu spoke again. After taking the pill, his pale and weak aura from using the golden orchid pearl had completely disappeared. He seemed to have recovered all his spiritual power, and his eyes were fixed on the purple lightning sword in Chen Mobai's hand. It seems we need to bring that out. Chen Mobai had long ago thought about how to explain the various magical artifacts and spiritual objects he brought from the immortal sects in the heavenly river realm. That was done in the name of the longevity cult. Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju were already convinced of this, firmly believing that Chen Mobai had obtained the true inheritance of this ancient sect, and was the living successor of the Green Emperor of the longevity sect. Chen Mobai raised the purple lightning sword in his hand and easily released it. The golden core realm was activated, and the void opened up as if a gap had been opened, slowly swallowing the fourth-tier sword until it completely disappeared into the air. Upon seeing this, Xuanxu's eyes narrowed sharply. With his cultivation level, he couldn't even see how the sword had disappeared. I am the holy son of the eternal life sect. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already declared his true identity with absolute certainty. Upon hearing this, Xuanxu was first shocked, then a look of realization flashed across his face, and he looked solemnly at the handsome young man who had just formed his core. The longevity cult is an even older force than the Eastern Imperial Court, and it is said to worship a longevity celestial venerable. Unfortunately, one day, due to some taboo, all the upper-level cultivators of the longevity sect disappeared overnight. However, the ruins of the longevity sect are scattered throughout the 6 regions of the eastern lands. The one Yuan true monarch was able to ascend to immortality because he mastered the longevity technique, which greatly increased his lifespan and allowed him to rejuvenate. If this person has received the inheritance of the longevity sect, then everything makes sense. For this powerful force that once worshipped the celestial venerable of immortality, a 4th-tier sword was nothing special. So the reason I couldn't defeat him wasn't because my opponent was outstanding, but because the swords of the longevity sect were powerful. With this thought, Xuan Shu, feeling more at peace, took one last deep look at Chen Mobai, then turned and rode the jade bridge away into the horizon without saying anything more. Is this guy just here to avenge Nan Xuanjing, or was he sent by Xuanxiao Dao Palace to be stationed in the eastern wilderness? Chen Mobai watched Xuan Shu's departing figure, pondering this thought. At that moment, a golden light shone at the teleportation array in Giant Wood Ridge, and Mo Duguang appeared. Soon, he and Fu Zhangju flew to Chen Mobai's side. "Junior brother Chen, shall we pursue and kill them?" Mo Duguang asked a question. "I have exhausted my spiritual power and am unable to fight. Senior brother Mo has just broken through, and it is more important for him to consolidate his realm. Let's let him go today." End of this chapter. Chapter 520, The Story of the Family Division. Chapter 520, The Story of the Family Division. Chen Mobai said that, given his inability to use the purple lightning sword, it was impossible for Mo Duguang and Fu Zhangju alone to kill Xuan Shu. The 3 of them flew down from the sky as they were talking. Chen Mobai landed above Shenmu City, said a few words to the Foundation establishment cultivators from various major forces in the eastern wilderness who came to offer their congratulations, and then concluded the core formation ceremony. As the sect leader, Chu Zuoshu was responsible for the follow-up work. Chen Mobai went to have tea with Mo Duguang. He had brought 2 jars of fine wine, but Mo Duguang, true to his swordsmanship, did not drink a drop. Just then, the Zufeng Bai clan presented him with snow needle immortal sprouts, and the 3 of them drank and discussed their views on the situation in the eastern wilderness. It was mainly Chen Mobai and Fu Zhangju who talked. Mo Duguang would only give a brief reply when asked. "Fu Zhangju, Xuanxiao Dao Palace is still a formidable enemy. Only the person in charge has changed from Nan Xuanjing to Xuan Shu." Chen Mobai, without a nascent soul cultivator, the entire eastern wilderness remains under the control of our 2 sects. A mere Xuan Shu cannot overturn the heavens. Fu Zhangju, now it all depends on whether senior brother Zhou can form his nascent soul. I hope nothing bad happens during this time. At this point, all 3 looked up at the longevity tree where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was boiling and gathering. Zhou Shenking had already taken that step, and whether he lived or died next depended entirely on his fate. Chen Mobai, if Xuanxiao Dao Palace wants to fight against our 2 factions in the eastern wilderness, the only way is to drag the 5 elements sect into it. We need to be wary of this. As for Yan Shayan and Kong Lingling, since they both sent people to attend Chen Mobai's core formation ceremony, it's clear they don't want to get involved in the clash between the 2 major forces, so they can be disregarded for the time being. Fu Zhangju, didn't Kong Shangsu come, call him over and give him a good talking to? After listening, Chen Mobai nodded and used the Tongxiani to call Chu Zuoshu. Shenmu City. After Chen Mobai left, the high-ranking officials of the 3 palaces and 12 departments, led by Chu Zuoshu, all danced and sang, forming circles according to their own connections, either discussing Taoist principles or exchanging elixirs and spiritual materials. This was a rare and grand occasion for those families building their foundations. After all, they don't have a major sect to rely on. Although they have some valuable resources, it's difficult to trade them because their use is restricted. For example, the Liu family of Yun Kingdom is skilled in raising azure blood carp. Liu Jingxian is also a second-level weapon refiner, but usually only foundation establishment cultivators from the major families within Yun Kingdom will entrust him to refine magic weapons. He might not be able to refine one even once every 10 years. Now that Liu Jingxian has been singled out by Chen Mobai, many families outside the Yun Kingdom who have reached the foundation establishment stage have come to socialize with him after learning of Liu Wenbai's existence. Not only were all the spirit fish raised by the family sold out, but the orders for crafting magical artifacts were also booked for several years to come. Among them, the one Liu Jingxian coveted the most was Luo Sankai, the patriarch of the Luo family from the same Qian kingdom. The fact that Master Chen had 3 direct disciples had spread to everyone present as Liu Jingxian became famous. The 4 disciples all came from the cultivation world of Yun Kingdom and were disciples who entered the Divine Wood sect in the same batch more than 20 years ago. When Chen Leiazu joined the sect, he was considered to have exceptional talent. He lived up to expectations, suppressing 3,000 qi refining cultivators with a single sword strike within 4 years of joining the sect. He successfully established his foundation as the first among the true disciples, and then made rapid progress. Now he has even formed his core, becoming one of the top cultivators in the eastern wilderness. Besides his outstanding talent in cultivation, Ancestor Chen was also recognized as the best in the Shenmu sect for his ability to impart knowledge, teach skills, and resolve doubts. Those who received his guidance during the qi refining stage have basically all successfully established their foundation. Among his disciples, Luo Yixuan, who is known as the Fairy of Nanshan, is considered to be the most like Chen Leiazu. After entering Xian Nanshan, her outstanding talent began to emerge under the guidance of old ancestor Chen. She consistently ranked among the top 3 disciples of the true disciple. After easily achieving foundation establishment, she was even considered the #1 fairy of the Divine Wood sect. Because of her fairy-like appearance and outstanding looks, she was the white moonlight in the hearts of countless cultivators. Logically speaking, this youngest apprentice should be the one most favored by old Master Chen. No one knew why old ancestor Chen had chosen Liu Jingxian instead of Luo Sankai during his previous sermon, but they could tell from this action that the Luo family held little importance in old ancestor Chen's eyes compared to the Liu family. Therefore, Liu Jingxian was surrounded by a large group of people, while Luo Sankai was all alone with only Luo Yixiu by his side. Only those who have reached the foundation establishment stage are allowed to participate in the core formation ceremony, but Luo Yixiu, being a disciple of the Divine Wood sect, is able to accompany them here. Luo Sankai glanced at Luo Yixiu, who was standing beside him with her head down and looking timid, and couldn't help but frown. Why did I ever think this guy could inherit my mantle? You're blind. They're treating dog poop like it's a treasure. Over the past 20 years, the Luo family has spent a considerable amount of spirit stones and resources to support Luo Yixiu's cultivation. Unfortunately, Luo Yixiu failed to establish his foundation after consuming the foundation establishment pill from the Divine Wood sect. In comparison, Luo Yixuan, who was originally sent to the Shenmu sect simply to give Luo Yixiu a companion, surprised everyone in the Luo family. Not only did she climb up to the towering tree of Ancestor Chen, but she also showed extraordinary talent far surpassing Luo Yixiu's. If I had treated Luo Yixuan better when she was a child, it wouldn't be Liu Jingxian who would be surrounded by people flattering me now, but me, Luo Sankai. With this thought in mind, seeing Liu Jingxian floating on air amidst the praise of the crowd, his lips constantly curving upwards, Luo Sankai felt even more displeased with Luo Yixiu beside him. Your brother's son and daughter have good spiritual talent. I will arrange for them to join the sect when the Shenmu sect recruits disciples next time. Upon hearing Luo Sankai's words, Luo Yixiu's face turned deathly pale. His younger brother was merely a mixed spiritual root, and was arranged by the family to cultivate the technique of strengthening the kidneys at a young age. Then he was paired with female cultivators with spiritual roots selected by the Luo family from various places to have their offspring conceived. Over the past 20 years, Luo Yixiu has lost count of how many nephews and nieces she has, but she knows that one pair of them are just as talented as herself and Luo Yixuan. If the Luo family arranges for them to join the clan, the resources originally intended to support Luo Yixiu will be transferred to them. Ancestor, give me another chance. I will definitely succeed in refining the foundation establishment pill next time the sect does it. Since it concerned her own path, Luo Yixiu had no choice but to bite the bullet and argue for herself. Since you have such ambition, then you should work hard to achieve it. Luo Sankai said in a nonchalant tone, meaning that from now on, the family will no longer provide you with cultivation resources, and you'll have to find your own way. Ancestor, Xuaner and I have a very good relationship. Aren't you afraid that she will be unhappy when she comes back? At this point, Luo Yixiu couldn't care less, and started using Luo Yixuan's name to intimidate others. Luo Sankai sneered after hearing this. He would never forget the way Luo Yixuan treated her family after she had just established her foundation. Apart from her mother who gave birth to her, she showed some affection. She treated the rest of the Luo family members, even her father, with coldness. She ridiculed and mocked Luo Yixiu, wishing that everyone in the Luo family knew that she was the most outstanding and that they were all blind back then. It is precisely for this reason that Luo Sankai has begun to adjust the family's strategy in the last 10 years. For female cultivators with spiritual roots, instead of trading with other families for breeding as before, they try to cultivate them together to see if they can produce a Luo Yixuan who has feelings for the family. You don't need to come with me anymore. I'm going to try to get close to old Master Chen's disciple and see if I can send your niece to old Master Chen's side as a maid. Ancestor Chen is an ascetic who spends most of his time in seclusion and doesn't like being served. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixiu immediately advised Luo Sankai, a fact known to everyone in the Shenmu sect. Your niece looks quite like Xuaner. We should arrange for her to meet with old Ancestor Chen. Maybe when old Ancestor sees her, he will be reminded of the missing Xuaner and take her in. Luo Sankai was older than Liu Jingxian, and probably only had 20 or 30 years left to live. The family's previous foundation establishment cultivator, Luo Shupin, died in Lei Kingdom. The highly anticipated Luo Yixiu proved to be of little use, and the only hope, Luo Yixuan, disappeared. However, this was actually for the better. After all, Luo Yixuan had little affection for the Luo family. Since she was not by Chen Leiazu's side, the family could use a loyal female cultivator to replace her, who might inherit Luo Yixuan's position in Chen Leiazu's heart. With this in mind, Luo Sankai immediately changed his posture and walked towards Zhu Ming, who was surrounded by even more people. He had inquired about it and found that Luo Yixuan had the best relationship with this second senior sister. They often farmed together and served Chen Mobai when they were in Xi'anenshan. Just then, Chu Zuoshu, who was talking eloquently in the center of Shenmu City, suddenly stopped talking. He respectfully took out a long box, and after doing something, Chen Mobai's voice came out from it, which surprised everyone. Yes, I'll come with him right away. After finishing the call, Chu Zuoshu looked up at Kong Shangsu, who was sitting to his left. Kong Shangsu had also heard the conversation, and after tidying himself up and confirming that everything was all right, he nodded to Chu Zuoshu. Everyone, junior brother Kong and I are going to pay our respects to the three patriarchs. Later, Patriarch Chen will provide us with second-tier spirit rice and spirit wine, which he personally cultivated. Senior brother Meng, please help me entertain them. Meng Hong also came today. As the former sect leader, he was overjoyed to see Chen Mobai achieve the golden core stage, and his face turned rosy. He had good relationships with the foundation establishment members of several families who had established the nation. He laughed and boasted that Chen Mobai had come to the Divine Wood sect during his tenure, and that the credit was his. After Chu Zuoshu left, Meng Hong walked to the main seat with a smile and continued to boast. As he watched Kong Shangsu fly away, Yi Bagui of Huishan Valley frowned slightly. He was worried. Now that Shenmu sect and Jingguang Cliff have a total of 4 core formation cultivators, will they be merged back into Wuxing sect? If Zhou Shenking were to reach the nascent soul stage, he would then annex the Divine Wood sect of the 5 Elements sect, making his power even greater than when the primordial ancestor was alive. When that time really comes, what will they do when they return to Tiangu? While worrying, Yibagui glanced at Zhu Ting, who was wearing a veil beside him, and wondered if he should talk to this Foundation establishment cultivator from Chuixu Palace first. If the two families could advance and retreat together, it would also make Shenmu sect pay more attention to him. Chen Mobai and his two companions, who were drinking tea, were naturally unaware that their summons of Kong Shangsu had caused concern among the other forces in the eastern wilderness, including Huishan Valley. Greetings, Senior Uncle Mo, Senior Uncle Fu, Senior Uncle Chen. After Kong Shangsu arrived, he bowed to Chen Mobai and the other two as a junior. The separation of the family back then was a last resort, but we are all from the same lineage after all. Go back and talk to senior brother Zhou Yi and make sure that we are not misled by Xuanxiao Dao Palace again. Fu Zhangju's words made Kong Shangsu smile wryly. Although he held a high position and great power in the Five Elements sect, he dared not answer such a question in front of a core formation cultivator. I will definitely report to my master when I get back. The 5 elements and 5 meridians are interconnected. This eastern wilderness was established by the primordial ancestor. Even if it rots in our hands, we cannot let outsiders take it over. Don't you agree? Yes, Uncle Master is right. However, it would be best if the senior uncles and senior masters discuss this matter with Master in person. This disciple can only relay the message. Kong Shangsu was a cautious man, and he managed to keep a tight rein on the pressure from the 3 core formation cultivators. We're just reminding you that if you want to talk, have Zhou Yi come to Shenmu sect. Fu Zhang, you seem to have a bad impression of the 5 elements sect's core formation ancestor, and his tone became quite impolite when he got to this point. Upon hearing this, Kong Shangsu dared not respond and could only stand there awkwardly, wiping his sweat. I happen to have some business to attend to in the Ming dynasty. Could you please put in a good word for me, junior nephew Kong, and arrange a time to talk to senior brother Zhou in person? At this moment, Chen Mobai spoke up. His youngest apprentice disappeared in the Guiyuan sect of the Ming dynasty. He hadn't dared to go there before because Zhao Xuankang and others were eyeing him covetously. Now that I have the purple lightning sword in my hand, I can roam freely in the eastern wilderness. It's time to go find Luo Yixuan. Yes, this is my communication talisman. When Uncle Chen comes to Hunyuan Immortal City, just call me directly. With a sigh of relief, Kong Shangsu handed a talisman to Chen Mobai and was then led away by Chu Zuoshu. Does senior brother Fu have any grudges with senior brother Zhou Yi? Chen Mobai asked, somewhat puzzled. Do you know why our 5 elements sect split into 5 branches in the first place? It is said that senior brother Zhou Shenking originally thought he would inherit the 5 elements sect and the Hunyuan Immortal City, but before the ancestor passed away, he designated senior brother Zhou Yi. The former was dissatisfied and proposed to split up the family. That's the official explanation. The one who said this was Mo Duguang. His eyes narrowed, as if he was recalling the scene from that time, and he couldn't help but sigh. Before Master passed away, he instructed a few of us to expend 60 years of our original spiritual energy to help junior brother Zhou Yi cultivate the primordial Dao fruit. Although senior brother Nujiang and senior sister Sheng were unwilling, they did not want to go against Master's last wish. Only senior brother Zhou Shenking and I, being more straightforward, refused to agree even as Master breathed his last. End of this chapter.